Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. Chapter 51, Lydia's Night. With his speed, it didn't take Jacob long to return to his mansion. Cogman was tending to the garden when Jacob showed up. The butler straightened, dusted off his gloves, and walked over. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning," Jacob replied. "Where did you spend the night, sir?" Cogman asked. "At Lydia's," Jacob said simply. Then he gestured toward the house. "Now, let's go inside. We have a mission on Saturday, and I'm sure you're going to love it." Cogman followed him into the mansion. "Should I prepare breakfast first?" Jacob sank onto the couch in the living room and shook his head. "No, I already ate." "Sit down." Cogman took a seat. Jacob retrieved 2 cards from his pocket dimension and handed one to Cogman. "This is a bank card I took from some very evil people yesterday. It has 4 million on it. I need you to make the money legally ours. Can you do that?" Cogman examined the card with interest. "It will take some work, but yes, it can be done." "Good." Jacob held up the second card. "Now, this one is more important. It's an invitation card to an illegal auction in Las Vegas. They don't just sell herbs. They sell organs, women, live and dead supernatural creatures. Everything." Cogman tilted his head. "And what exactly are we going to do there, sir?" Jacob's expression turned cold. "We're going to take all their money, kill a few of them, and destroy the auction. And you're allowed to do whatever you want to them." A spark of excitement lit Cogman's mechanical gaze. "May I rip their heads off, sir? Crush their windpipes? Break their bones and—" Jacob cut him off with a wave. "You can do whatever you want to them. They're just a bunch of monsters who don't deserve to live." Cogman smiled darkly. "Excellent. By the way, sir, how did you get these 2 cards?" Jacob told him what had happened in the woods the night before. As he finished the story, the rumble of a truck stopping at the gate reached his ears. "I think your materials just arrived," Jacob said, rising. "Stay here. I'll bring them in." He went to the front gate, instructed the delivery men to drive inside, and had them unload everything in front of the mansion. As the first truck left, another one arrived, this time delivering a piano before driving away. Cogman went outside, his eyes lit up the moment he saw the piano. He immediately moved the piano inside, set it up, and began playing Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor. Jacob simply listened until the final note rang out, then clapped. "That was actually good." Cogman bowed slightly. "Thank you, sir. The piano still needs some tuning, but I'll handle that once I finish constructing my new skin, along with the computers and phones." "Speaking of that," Jacob said, "can you make a mask for me too? Preferably one that lets me look like whoever I want." Cogman said. "That's easy, sir. But you'll need to tell me the faces you want. I'll design a phone app to help you control the mask and switch between them at will." Jacob thought for a moment. "All right. Start with Heath Ledger's Joker. I want to go to that auction as the Joker. Then add a few celebrities and random faces. Oh, and make extra masks if you can, in case the girls ever need them." Cogman asked. "So, I should make 3 masks, sir?" "No," Jacob said, shaking his head. "Make more if possible. I'm going to have more mates in the future." Cogman asked. "More mates? You mean, more wives, sir?" Jacob's lips curled into a smirk. "Why? Do you think it's weird, or do you think I'm a scumbag?" Cogman's response was immediate. "I don't find it weird, but you are most definitely a scumbag, sir." Jacob chuckled. "Didn't your former masters have harems?" Cogman replied. "No. Having more than one wife was illegal. However, some had mistresses, but it never ended well for them." Jacob leaned forward with interest. "What happened to them?" Cogman recounted. "One was stabbed nearly to death by one of his mistresses. Another was poisoned, though he survived. A third almost had his penis cut off by his wife when she discovered his affair. I must say, sir, I'm quite curious to see what will happen to you. Nothing will happen to me, Jacob said confidently. I already told Lydia and Allison that I'll have more wives. I hope you're right, sir, Cogman said. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am going to get busy. You likely will not hear from me for a day or two. All right. Go. Cogman went outside the mansion and took the boxes of materials to the guest house. Jacob went upstairs, flopped onto his bed, and quickly fell asleep. He woke at 2 p.m., stretching with a yawn. Ah, that was a good nap. And the best part is, I didn't have any more nightmares about killing those people. He smirked. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Krabby Patty times 40, SpongeBob SquarePants, the most legendary burger in Bikini Bottom. Smith & Wesson Model 500, a powerful .500 Magnum revolver with a box of 100 rounds. Winnie the Pooh plush toy, extra large. Jacob scanned the rewards and grinned. A gun again, huh? I'll test it in the backyard. But first, I want to try the Krabby Patty. He pulled one from his pocket dimension, took a big bite, and chewed thoughtfully. This is definitely not meat, but for a vegan burger, it's really good. He stood up and headed for the backyard, munching on more Krabby Patties as he went. Once outside, he reached into his pocket dimension, pulling out the Smith & Wesson Model 500. The massive revolver gleamed in the sunlight, its sheer weight and craftsmanship making his pulse quicken. Jacob turned it over in his hands, admiring the steel frame and the oversized cylinder. He loaded a round with a satisfying click, raised the gun, and aimed at a nearby tree. With a squeeze of the trigger, the revolver thundered. The sound was deafening, echoing across the property like a cannon blast. The tree shuddered violently. The .500 Magnum round tore through its bark, blasting out a fist-sized chunk of wood and leaving a gaping crater. Splinters sprayed everywhere, and the trunk creaked under the sheer force. Jacob lowered the revolver, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wow, that's really loud and powerful. I love this gun. Then Jacob thought. Should I try it on my hand? I need to see if a powerful gun like this can penetrate my skin. After a moment of consideration, he decided. I'll do it. Even if the bullet gets through, I'll heal quickly anyway. He loaded another round, pointed the gun at his palm, and after taking a deep breath, pulled the trigger. The bullet hit his palm with tremendous force. Although it didn't penetrate his skin, the impact hurt more than he'd expected. A sharp, jarring pain shot up his arm. Aha! That really hurt. Jacob yelled, shaking his hand. He looked at his palm and saw a dark red mark that was already fading, but much slower than the mark left by the Glock. It didn't break the skin, he thought. But the bruise is healing slower than the one from the Glock, and the pain is so much worse. I can still feel it deep in the bones and muscles of my hand. Jacob loaded the gun and stowed it back in his pocket dimension. He walked back into the mansion, had a big lunch, and then settled in the living room to watch anime while he waited for Lydia. At 4 p.m., Lydia arrived. She found him in the living room, walked over, and gave him a kiss. Hey, you. Where's Cogman? She asked. He's busy making his skin. Did anything interesting happen at school? Jacob replied. Lydia shrugged. No, nothing much. Do you want to get something to eat? He offered. No, I already had lunch at school with Allison. She said. Then what do you want to do today? Lydia smirked and settled onto his lap. I want to do you. Jacob kissed her and smiled against her lips. Let's go upstairs, then. He carried her up, their lips locked together. He shouldered the bedroom door open, kicked it closed behind them, and they tumbled onto the bed, breathless from kissing. Jacob looked into her eyes, brushing a strand of hair from her face. I love you. I love you too. Lydia stammered. Jacob raised an eyebrow. You sound nervous. What's wrong? This isn't like you. She bit her lip, glancing away. It's just. I'm not a virgin like Allison, and I'm afraid you'll dislike me or something. She confessed. Jacob cupped her cheek and kissed her deeply. Lydia, I don't care about that. If I did, I never would have gotten close to you in the first place. Now stop overthinking and let's just enjoy ourselves. Relief flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by a mischievous smirk. She pushed him down onto the bed and climbed on top of him. Good. Then I'll be in charge. Jacob grinned up at her. Sure. Let's see how long you can last. With that, they melted into another kiss. Soon, clothes were discarded and they lost themselves in each other, starting a lovemaking session that lasted for a few hours. Chapter 52, Lydia's Transformation. Jacob and Lydia lay naked, tangled together in bed after hours of lovemaking. Jacob smirked in satisfaction, while Lydia, too exhausted to move, had already fallen asleep on his chest, her breath slow and steady. Jacob absent-mindedly stroked her hair as the familiar translucent system screen appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have consummated your bond with Lydia Martin. Your strength will now begin to grow faster than before, and you may grant Lydia abilities and bloodlines rewarded by the system. Rewards for consummating the bond with Lydia Martin. Storm Call ability, The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, the ability to summon a devastating thunderstorm. Lightning bolts strike random enemies within a vast area for a limited time. Activation, the host can unleash a lightning-infused roar toward the sky to trigger the storm. Limitation, cannot be used indoors or underground. Use with caution around allies because they can also be hit. Jake Lonergan's Alien Wrist Blaster, Cowboys and Aliens, a bracelet that bonds to the host's forearm. It can turn into a high-powered alien energy blaster. Activation, responds to the host's mental commands once bonded. Cannot be removed or used by others unless the host wills it. Arc Reactor, MCU, a miniature clean energy source capable of powering a small city. Jacob was happy with the rewards, and thought. Not bad at all. Storm Call is insanely strong. I remember how devastating it was in the game, but I need to test how it looks in real life. The Alien Gun. I know it can blow a hole straight through a man, but I wonder how it will work against supernatural creatures. And the Arc Reactor. I'll just hand that over to Cogman. He'll find a use for it. Show me Lydia's rewards. Jacob mentally commanded the system. Please select one of the following bloodlines for your mate. 1. Gorgon bloodline. Lifespan, ageless, long-lived. Affinity, petrification and serpentine control. Abilities, shape-shifting, petrifying gaze, requires eye contact, serpent communication and control, venomous bite, living snake hair, poison immunity. Standard shifter abilities. 2. Fire Kitsune bloodline. Lifespan, ageless, long-lived. Affinity, fire element. Abilities, shape-shifting, create and control fire, enhanced intelligence and cunning. Standard shifter abilities. Naturally skilled in weapons and martial arts. 3. Silver Banshee bloodline, DC. Lifespan, ageless, long-lived. Affinity, sound manipulation, spiritual power. Abilities, Sonic Scream, unleash a destructive wave of concussive force capable of shattering steel, stunning enemies, and causing internal damage, superhuman physique, accelerated healing, advanced sound wave manipulation, flight, aura of dread, project an overwhelming sense of supernatural fear to weaken enemies' resolve, short-range teleportation, spiritual possession, possess the bodies of others. Jacob read through the options carefully. His lips curved into a grin. There's really only one good choice here, the Silver Banshee. Some versions of her are even strong enough to challenge Superman. And this version the system is offering seems like the most powerful one. Lydia's about to become terrifying. He asked the system in his mind, by the way, if I remember correctly, Silver Banshee's powers came from a curse. Will Lydia be cursed too? No, host. Lydia will not be under any curse. Jacob let out a quiet breath. Good. That's a relief. He glanced at Lydia, sleeping peacefully against his chest. For a moment he thought about waking her, but seeing how deeply she slept, he decided against it. System, merge the ability Storm Call into my body. Are you sure, host? Yes. Jacob didn't feel anything different, just a faint flicker of energy before another message appeared. Ability has been successfully merged. After that, Jacob absently stroked Lydia's hair, lost in thought. After I deal with that auction on Saturday, maybe I should go after Malia, or maybe I should wait until Kate and Peter fight each other. That should happen in a month or two. That gives me more time with Allison and Lydia to strengthen our bond before adding another mate. As for Kate and Peter, I won't interfere. If I stop them, I might lose an event sign-in, maybe even a quest sign-in. So let those two idiots tear each other apart. He remembered the alien weapon. Reaching into his pocket dimension, he pulled it out. It looked like a black braided leather bracelet, but it was actually metal. Well, this looks a lot cooler than I expected. I thought it'd look like the one from the movie. He slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Instantly, he felt it bond with him. With just a thought, the bracelet unfolded, transforming into a sleek alien wrist blaster, complete with a holographic targeting display. Jacob grinned, testing it, switching it back and forth between bracelet and weapon a few times before finally letting it rest in its bracelet form. He pulled Lydia tighter into his arms, kissed the top of her head, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. 2 hours later, he felt Lydia moving and woke up. Her eyes fluttered open, meeting his. Jacob smiled. So, should we continue? Lydia's sleepiness vanished instantly. She sat up straight, flustered. No. No way. I can't do it anymore. Jacob chuckled. Come on. You've got super healing. You should be fine now after you slept for a couple of hours. She said. Even if I don't feel pain, I'm still completely numb down there. I can't feel a thing. You'll just have to wait until tomorrow. She leaned in and kissed him playfully. But Allison wasn't lying, you really are good. Jacob raised a brow. I seem to remember someone doubting if I was even a man, even calling me a eunuch. Lydia blinked innocently. Oh really? Who would ever say that? Jacob smirked, rolling her over and giving her a playful smack on her bare backside. You did. And my pride still hasn't forgotten. Dragons don't take insults lightly. He leaned over her, his eyes glowing golden. So maybe I should punish you until you beg for mercy. Lydia laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Then I'll beg right now. I'm sorry, okay. Just let me rest tonight. You can punish me tomorrow. Jacob chuckled, pressing a deep kiss to her lips before pulling away. Fine. You're lucky I'm in a forgiving mood. Now let's go take a shower, we're all sticky. He scooped her up effortlessly and carried her to the bathroom. After a taking shower together, they returned to the bedroom, cleaned up the mess, and settled back onto the bed, warm and comfortable in each other's arms. Then, Jacob told Lydia about the 3 bloodlines in detail. When he was done, his tone grew serious. I think you should take the Silver Banshee bloodline. Even though you're already a Banshee, this one is different, and much stronger. Lydia nodded thoughtfully. I've read about Banshees in the bestiary, they can only predict mortal danger and use weak sound-based attacks. This is way better. So? Jacob asked, raising a brow. Will you choose the Silver Banshee bloodline? Of course. Lydia replied without hesitation. I don't like snakes, so Gorgon's out. Kitsune is tempting, but, no. The Silver Banshee bloodline is perfect for me. It'll make me strong enough to keep up with you, Mr. Dragon. Jacob smirked. By the way, before I pass the bloodline to you, I should tell you, there's a character in DC Comics called Silver Banshee. She has similar powers to the bloodline I'm giving you. Really? Show me. Jacob grabbed his laptop from the nightstand, and together they read articles and watched videos about Silver Banshee. After about an hour, Lydia leaned back against the pillows. It looks like the bloodline you're offering me has all the abilities from every version of Silver Banshee combined. Jacob nodded. Yeah. You could say it's the perfect version. Lydia's gaze softened as she looked at him. She didn't say anything, just studied him with an expression that made him raise a brow. What? He asked, half smiling. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Lydia's lips curved into a tender smile. You're just magical. Jacob smirked and tapped his chest. And handsome too. You couldn't find a better-looking man than me even if you searched the whole multiverse. You're lucky, Lydia. She shook her head, amused, before kissing him. You're right. Allison and I really are lucky to have you. Now, you can pass the bloodline to me. What do I need to do? Jacob said. Nothing. Just turn around. Lydia turned her back to him, and he placed his palm against her back. System, merge the Silver Banshee bloodline into Lydia's body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A surge of energy pulsed from Jacob's hand into Lydia. Her body grew warm, every cell igniting as the power wove itself into her essence. After 5 minutes, a new prompt appeared in Jacob's vision. You may remove your hand now, host. The transformation will take approximately 1 hour to complete. Jacob removed his hand, watching closely. Lydia's eyes were closed, her expression peaceful. No pain. Only calm. Satisfied, he let her finish the transformation. He slipped on his headphones, opened his laptop, and started watching anime. An hour later, Lydia stirred. Her once red hair had turned snow white, her skin pale as porcelain. When her eyes opened, they glowed with an eerie, radiant white light. Jacob felt her move and looked over. He was surprised. He hadn't expected such a drastic change. But surprise quickly melted into admiration. You look gorgeous. Really? Lydia frowned, brushing a strand of her new white hair between her fingers. My skin looks like I've never seen sunlight, and my hair is white. Jacob smirked. Your eyes are glowing white, too. Her brows shot up. What? Let me see. She hurried across the room to the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Her reflection stared back at her. She tilted her head, studying her new look. Okay. I'll admit, the white hair isn't bad. But the glowing white eyes. With this pale skin. I look like a ghost. Jacob walked up behind her, slid his arms around her waist, and met her gaze through the mirror. Then you're the most beautiful ghost I've ever seen. How about we celebrate properly, HM? How about we do it again, my beautiful ghost? Lydia rolled her glowing eyes. No. You have to wait until tomorrow. Jacob chuckled. Allison did it with me again right after she got her powers. You're weak, Lydia. Lydia shot him a look over her shoulder. Say whatever you want, we're not doing anything tonight. And I doubt Allison did half the crazy stuff we did. Jacob grinned. True. You'll have to teach her. He gave her a playful spank, and said. Well, since we're not doing anything, let's go eat. I'm starving. Lydia shifted back to her normal appearance and stretched. I'm starving too, and after we eat, I want to test my powers. We'll head to the woods after dinner. They went downstairs into the kitchen. Jacob pulled an impressive spread of cooked dishes from his pocket dimension, filling the table with steaming plates. They sat together, eating, laughing, and teasing one another. When they were done, they changed clothes, exchanged a look of excitement, and headed out toward the dark woods. Chapter 53, Lydia's Power. Jacob and Lydia raced into the woods using their super speed. After 10 minutes, they arrived deep within the forest and stopped at the spot where Allison had tried her wind powers. Lydia looked at the deep crater left by Allison's giant wind arrow. What happened here? Allison happened. Jacob said. She tried out her powers here. Lydia whistled softly. I didn't think she was that strong. Jacob said. She is, and she'll get even stronger in the future. And so will you. He then started moving away from her. You can try your powers now. What are you doing? Lydia asked. Getting away from you, of course. He said with a grin. I don't want my ears to bleed. Lydia rolled her eyes. I won't scream your way. You'll be fine. I have super hearing, remember? Even if you don't scream at me, it's still going to be too loud. Anyway, go ahead. Try your powers. Lydia nodded and turned away from Jacob. She took a deep breath and let out a scream. But there was no powerful sound wave, no destructive force, it was just a scream. She looked back at Jacob, disappointed. Well, nothing happened. Jacob smiled. Don't just scream. You need to use the power inside you. Focus. Feel it, then unleash it. She nodded, closing her eyes. After a few moments, her hair turned white and her skin grew pale. She opened her eyes, which were now glowing white, opened her mouth, and let out a controlled note. It wasn't a scream this time, but a focused hum. The air in front of her shimmered, visible like a heat haze. A nearby sapling shuddered, its leaves vibrating violently before several tore free and whipped away. Good. Jacob encouraged. Now try to add more power. He pointed to a half-rotted log. Try to destroy that. Lydia focused, her brow furrowed. She hummed again, a higher pitch this time. A cone of sonic force shot out, struck the log, and shattered it. The blast also gouged a chunk of earth out of the ground next to it, sending dirt flying. Lydia jumped with excitement. That was so cool. Jacob laughed. Yeah, it was. But I want to see what your full scream can do. He pointed to a large pine tree. Try to destroy that tree. Isn't that a little irresponsible? Lydia asked. I don't want to destroy a tree just to try my powers. I'll take it with us and use it as firewood if you can take it down. Jacob offered. Lydia nodded and turned toward the towering pine. She took a deep breath, planted her feet, and screamed. It was not a sound of fear, but of raw, destructive power. A visible wave of distorted silver energy erupted from her mouth, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. It hit the pine tree dead on. The huge trunk didn't just break, it exploded into a cloud of splinters and sap. The force didn't stop there, ripping through the undergrowth and tearing a furrow in the forest floor for a good 15 meters before its energy finally dissipated. Lydia panted, her throat feeling strangely cool and thrumming with energy. She looked at the devastation with a mix of horror and awe. I didn't think my scream would be this powerful. Jacob walked over to her. And it will get stronger in the future. Lydia looked at him. Are your ears okay? Yes, the scream was loud, but it didn't hurt me. He assured her. By the way, Lydia added, I can manipulate sound waves, too. It's not a strong ability yet, but maybe it will be useful, or even as strong as my scream, in the future. Show me, Jacob said. She focused, manipulating the existing sounds around them. She dampened the rustle of the leaves to an eerie silence, then amplified the beat of a moth's wings until it sounded like a drum in the night. So you can control the volume of sounds around you, Jacob observed. She confirmed. Yes, I can either amplify sounds or completely silence them, creating zones of perfect silence. You could also try to use echolocation, like bats and dolphins, he suggested. Lydia nodded thoughtfully. I need to do some research about sound. Let's forget about sound for now, Jacob said. Can you fly? Lydia focused for a couple of minutes, then sighed. No, I can't. Well, you will when you get stronger. How about teleportation? Let me see, Lydia said. She focused again and this time she disappeared, reappearing 2 meters from her original place. She didn't celebrate, instead, she turned around and started vomiting. Jacob rushed to her side, patting her back. After she was done, he asked. What's wrong? Lydia wiped her mouth. When I teleported, I felt the world spinning around me. You'll get used to it the more you teleport, he said gently. Then I'll try to get used to it right now, she declared. For the next hour, Jacob sat on the fallen tree and watched her practice. She blinked in and out of existence around the clearing like a ghost until the slight nausea finally faded. She appeared next to Jacob, exhausted, and sat in his lap. She shifted back to her normal form. That was fun. I don't feel disoriented when I teleport anymore, but I'm really exhausted mentally. Jacob took some chocolate from his pocket dimension and offered it to her. Do you want some? She smiled, took the chocolate, and ate it. She looked at him. I didn't thank you for giving me these cool powers, did I? Jacob kissed her forehead. You don't have to. The smile on your face when you were using your powers is all the thanks I need. The more powerful you and Allison are, the happier I am, because it means you can protect yourselves when I'm not around. Lydia smiled, kissed him, and didn't say anything. She just lay in his lap and ate the chocolate, a smile never leaving her lips. They stayed like that for half an hour. Then Jacob asked. Can you still use your sonic scream tonight, or do you need to wait until tomorrow? I think I can still use it multiple times, Lydia said. I was just exhausted from teleportation because it was my first time. It drains my mental strength. Jacob nodded. Then use your scream to attack me. Lydia's eyes went wide. What? No. I'm not going to scream at you. It's dangerous. He kissed her. I'll be fine. I'm a dragon, remember? My skin is tougher than the pine tree. He walked to the center of the clearing and turned to face her, a confident smile on his face. All right. Do it. Don't hold back. She hesitated, her hands trembling. The thought of directing that destructive force at him made her feel ill. Seeing her like that, Jacob smiled softly. Lydia. Trust me. Seeing the unwavering confidence in his eyes, she finally nodded. She shifted back into her banshee form, took a deep, then unleashed her sonic scream toward him. The sound wave hit Jacob with immense force. It was far greater than he'd anticipated. It lifted him off his feet and hurled him backward through the air. He sailed 6 meters before flipping in the air and landing on his feet, his boots skidding to a halt in the dirt. He shook his head to clear the ringing. A slow trickle of blood escaped from each of his ears, tracing a path down his neck. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, a wide, genuine grin spreading across his face. That was strong. And annoyingly loud. He said, his ears already healing. Lydia stared, her hand flying to her mouth in shock and guilt. Jay. Your ears. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have listened to you. Are you? Don't worry, my ears are already healed. He interrupted, still grinning. She ran to him and hugged him tightly. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, I'm sure. Jacob said, holding her. Lydia sighed in relief. Then let's go back home. Jacob nodded. All right. He walked a few meters away from her and looked at the sky. A mischievous grin spread across his face. But first, I want to try my new ability. Lydia looked at him curiously. What ability? Instead of answering, Jacob tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and unleashed a roar toward the sky. But it wasn't a normal roar, it was crackling with raw, blue-white energy that shot from his mouth like a reverse lightning bolt, vanishing into the clouds above. For a second, nothing happened. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Was something supposed to? She was cut off as the world suddenly dimmed. The moon and stars disappeared. Thick, dark clouds swirled into existence directly above them with unnatural speed. A deep, ominous rumble shook the very air, and then the sky simply opened up. Heavy, cold rain poured down, soaking them both in an instant. Jay. What did you do? Lydia shrieked. Cool, right? He yelled back, his voice full of excitement as he spread his arms, embracing the chaos he had just created. A blinding flash of light and an earth-shattering boom answered him. A lightning bolt struck a tall oak tree 50 feet away, splintering it into kindling with a sound like a cannon shot. Lydia jumped, a small yelp escaping her. Jay. Another bolt struck closer, 20 feet away this time, electrifying the air and leaving the smell of ozone and burnt earth. That's when Lydia felt a strange tingling across her scalp. Despite being utterly soaked, her hair began to rise slowly, each strand standing on end and waving around her head. Her eyes went wide. She looked at Jacob, her expression a perfect mix of utter disbelief and horror. Seeing her hair defy gravity and logic, Jacob's triumphant grin vanished, replaced by sudden panic. Crap. I forgot it can hit my allies. He muttered to himself. In a flash, he lunged forward, scooped her into his arms, and broke into a sprint just as another lightning bolt scorched the earth where she had been standing. You idiot. Lydia screamed, clutching his neck for dear life as the world blurred around them. Are you trying to kill us both? I didn't think it was going to be this strong. He yelled back, leaping over a fallen log as another bolt exploded behind them. And Lydia, still cradled in his arms, glared up at him, her electrified hair making her look even more furious. And what? And I won't be hit. And I'm also immune to lightning. He admitted with a wince, dodging a sizzling strike that hit a puddle they'd just run through. So I'm the only one who's going to die, then? Lydia shrieked, her voice trembling with a mixture of terror and rage. No. You won't. I won't let that happen. He said, zigzagging through the forest like a pinball. Besides, you're super strong now. A little lightning would just give you a bad hair day and a tingle. And even if you get hurt, you'd heal in minutes. Another searing bolt came down, close enough that the heat washed over them. Enraged and scared, Lydia did the only thing she could think of, she leaned forward and chomped down on Jacob's chest. Ow. Ouch. Lydia, that's my nipple. Let go. Let go. He yelped, stumbling mid-sprint. She released him and said, Why is the storm following us? That's how it works. He explained, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It's an attack meant to kill all the enemies around me. I just forgot that it can affect my allies too. Another near miss sent a shower of dirt and grass into the air. But it's attacking you too. Lydia yelled. No, it's not. The lightning is aimed at you, not me. He corrected, skidding around a tree. It's just that since I'm the guy currently holding the target, I'm also a target myself. Then Jacob used all of his super speed, becoming a blur as he tried to outrun the crazy storm he had created. Lydia screamed, not in terror anymore, but in pure rage. When we get out of this, I'm going to kill you, you moron. Noted. Jacob yelled back with a laugh as he dodged another lightning strike. But first, let's get out of here before you get zapped. Chapter 54, The Ghost Girl. After running for a few minutes, Jacob finally managed to get away from the storm, not because of his speed, but because the duration of storm call had ended. He stopped, and looked back at the storm as it faded quickly into nothingness. So storm call in real life is very different from the game, he thought. In the game it only lasts for 60 seconds, but just now it went on for nearly 10 minutes, and it followed me wherever I ran. Not only that, it drained a ton of my energy. I think I can only use it maybe 3 times before I'll need to rest and recover. His thoughts were interrupted by Lydia, who stirred in his arms. Are we safe now? She asked. Jacob looked down at her and gave a reassuring nod. Yes, the storm's over. But then her eyes suddenly glowed white, her hair shifting to snowy white as she transformed into her banshee form. She glared at him with pure fury. Jacob blinked, then smiled sheepishly. Oops. He quickly set her down and bolted. Get back here. Lydia shouted, unleashing a sonic scream that blasted the ground where Jacob had just been standing. He rolled aside, dodging, and kept sprinting. I'm sorry. He yelled back over his shoulder. I forgot the storm attacks everyone around me. You idiot. Lydia screamed, chasing him through the woods. Do you have any idea how scared I was? I thought I was going to die. She let out another scream, the shockwave tearing apart a tree trunk as Jacob dove to the side again. I said I'm sorry. And that storm of yours destroyed a lot of trees. Didn't you think about that? Lydia roared. You could have burned the entire forest down, you idiot. Jacob finally skidded to a stop and turned to face her, smirking despite the ringing in his ears. I won't do it again. Can you forgive me? Lydia narrowed her glowing eyes. Let me hit you once, and then I'll forgive you. Jacob relaxed, grinning. That's it. Fine. Go ahead, punch me as hard as you can. I won't resist. A sly smile curved Lydia's lips. Who said anything about punching? She took a deep breath, and before Jacob could react, she unleashed a devastating sonic scream. The force of it sent him flying backward 10 meters before he crashed onto the ground, tumbling for several more meters before finally skidding to a stop on the asphalt road. He lay there groaning for a moment before slowly sitting up, blood trickling from his ears, though they were already healing. He wiped it away and muttered. Ugh, that was annoying. Before he could stand, he sensed people nearby. Turning his head, he saw Derek, Peter, Scott, and Styles standing by Styles' Jeep and Derek's car, all staring at him with shocked expressions. They walked closer. Scott frowned. Where did you just come from? And what was that loud scream just now? Peter smirked. Kid, what kind of creature kicked your ass? Need some help? Seeing Peter laughing at him, Jacob felt a strong urge to beat him. But hearing what he said, Jacob mirrored Peter's smirk. Sure, man. I'd appreciate the help. I'm fighting a ghost, and I can't beat her. She's all yours now. At that moment, Lydia stepped out of the woods, still in her banshee form. Before she revealed herself fully, Jacob quickly spoke to her telepathically. Lydia, don't shift back yet. Why? She asked. Because I want you to beat Peter. He is standing next to me right now, so act like a ghost and beat his ass. And remember, don't let him get close to you. Although you are strong, he is still an alpha werewolf, he is stronger than you physically. And love. Don't hold back. A slow smirk spread across Lydia's pale face. All right, this is going to be fun. Styles noticed the smug grin on Jacob's face. He edged closer and whispered. What are you up to? Jacob put on an innocent look. Nothing. Peter was kind enough to offer his help, and I accepted. Now let's step aside and let him handle the ghost. Jacob casually moved away from Peter, and Styles and Scott quickly followed. Derek hesitated for a moment, eyeing Peter, then silently joined Jacob's side as well. Jacob clapped his hands together. All right, guys. Let's cheer for Peter. Peter narrowed his eyes at Jacob. Hey, kid. I said I'd help you fight, not take on whatever this thing is by myself. Jacob tilted his head, smirking. What's wrong, Peter? You scared? Peter growled, his eyes flashing red. I'm not scared, but I'm not stupid either. If you couldn't beat that ghost, then I sure as hell can't. You're stronger than me. Jacob chuckled. Oops. Too late. She's here. Peter spun toward the woods, only for Lydia to suddenly teleport, appearing out of thin air just 3 meters in front of him. Styles saw Lydia but didn't recognize her. He screamed. Aya. It's really a ghost. She just appeared out of nowhere. He froze, staring at her pale skin, flowing white hair, and glowing eyes. But, she's really beautiful. Jacob smirked. She is, isn't she? Styles blinked, suspicious. Wait, it's not that she's stronger than you and you couldn't beat her, is it? You let her beat you because she's beautiful. Jacob shrugged. You could say that. Peter stepped forward, eyes glowing crimson. Who are you? And what do you want? Lydia didn't answer. Instead, she opened her mouth and released a low hum. The sound grew louder and sharper, vibrating in the air. Peter's face twisted in pain as dizziness washed over him. He clutched his ears, groaning, before dropping to his knees, his head throbbing. Seizing the opportunity, Lydia teleported beside him and delivered a vicious kick to his face, breaking his nose and sending him flying. He crashed to the ground several meters away before coming to a stop. She grinned and sent a thought to Jacob. How was that? Jacob replied. Good. But don't get close to him again. He could have hurt you with a swipe of his claws the moment you appeared. And even though you kicked him, you didn't do much damage. Look, his nose is already healed. Now he'll be ready for you next time. Lydia's glowing eyes locked on Peter as he got up, partially shifting, his face twisted with rage. I'll kill you. He snarled. She said to Jacob. All right, I won't get close to him again. Peter lunged at her with blinding speed. But Lydia only smirked. Before he could even raise a claw, she unleashed a full sonic scream. The devastating wave hit him square in the chest, launching him backwards more than 15 meters. He smashed against the asphalt, tumbling violently before skidding to a stop. The scream ruptured his eardrums, leaving blood trickling from his ears. One of his shoulders had dislocated, and when he struggled to stand, blood trickled from his nose and mouth, a clear signs of internal damage. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, growling low in his throat before shifting fully into his monstrous alpha form. With a roar, he lunged at Lydia, his speed a blur, far faster than before. He crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, claws slashing through the space where she had been standing. But Lydia was already gone. She teleported behind him and unleashed another sonic scream. The force struck his back, sending him flying several meters before he crashed to the ground and tumbled violently. He staggered to his feet, ears bleeding, a fresh trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. He shook his head, disoriented, and looked at her with newfound wariness. Lydia smirked. If you're not going to attack, then I will. Styles's jaw dropped. That's Lydia's voice. Scott nodded. Yeah, I knew it was her the moment I caught her scent. Styles turned to glare at him. What did I say about telling me about supernatural stuff? Scott looked genuinely confused. What did you say? I don't remember. I told you to tell me as soon as you know something. Styles shouted. So you should have told me it was Lydia the moment you realized it was her. Scott shrugged. I'll tell you next time. If I remember, that is. Now shut up and let's watch the fight. Lydia thought quickly. I can only teleport about 6 meters. I'll need to get close to him first. She sprinted toward Peter. Anticipating a physical attack, he braced himself. But at the last second, she teleported, appearing at his side. Another sonic scream blasted him off his feet. While he was still airborne, she teleported again, meeting his trajectory to hit him with a second scream. She repeated this twice more, a brutal cycle of teleportation and sonic assault, never letting him recover. Finally, she let him fall. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, one arm bent at a wrong angle, blood streaming from his nose, mouth, and ears. But Lydia wasn't done. She teleported high above him, her white hair glowing in the moonlight, and drew in a deep breath. With all her might, she released a scream so powerful it slammed Peter into the dirt, embedding him into the ground and leaving a smoking crater around his body. His tough alpha hide peeled away in places, exposing raw muscle beneath, and one of his eyes burst with a sickening pop. Satisfied, Lydia teleported back beside Jacob, wrapped her arms around him, and smiled. I beat an alpha. Jacob kissed her proudly. That's my girl. I'm proud of you. But I'm exhausted. And starving. Lydia sighed. Then let's go home and have a feast. Jacob said with a grin. Then, telepathically, he added with a wink. And after that, since we fought, let's have some make-up sex. I promise I'll work hard to earn your forgiveness. Lydia rolled her eyes and replied in his head. No more sex tonight. I just want to eat and sleep. And I already forgave you. Jacob sighed in disappointment, then turned to Derek. Hey, Derek. If you want revenge for your sister, now's your chance. He's vulnerable and can't fight back. Derek stared at Peter's broken form, his jaw tight, but finally shook his head. No. I don't want to kill him. He just lost control that night. Jacob smirked. That's a lie, but fine, it's your business. Just know you'll never get an opportunity like this again. He turned to Styles and Scott. Why are you guys here, anyway? Scott answered. We were heading to your place, but then we saw a strange storm in the woods. We stopped to check it out. Derek and Peter were passing by and stopped to watch, too. I see. Jacob muttered. Just then, Peter staggered to his feet. His wounds were already closing as his regeneration kicked in. He glared at Lydia, growling. You're going to pay for that, you little bitch. The insult made Jacob's eyes glow golden with fury. Lydia shifted back to her normal form and, playing it up, clung to Jacob's arm with a pout. Jay, that monster called me a bitch. Jacob kissed her forehead, his voice calm but deadly. Go wait by Styles' jeep, love. This is going to get a little dangerous. He glanced at Scott and Styles. You guys should go with her. Styles swallowed nervously. Peter is so screwed. Yeah. Jacob's angry. Scott agreed. They followed Lydia to the jeep a few meters away. Even Derek quietly followed, not wanting to get caught in what was about to happen. Peter recognized Lydia the moment she shifted back into her normal self, the red-haired girl he'd seen with Jacob before. His anger evaporated, replaced by cold dread as he realized the grave mistake he'd just made. One look at Jacob's face confirmed it was a fatal error. Jacob's expression was calm. He walked toward Peter, his voice low and cold. You and Lydia had a fair fight. I didn't interfere, and even if you had won, I wouldn't have held it against you. But you called my woman a bitch and showed killing intent toward her. I don't like that at all. Now you have to pay. I know it's not fair, Peter, but life isn't fair. So, good luck surviving. The air around Jacob shifted violently. He unleashed his fire ability, and a circular shockwave of blistering heat erupted from his body. Peter instinctively staggered back, while Lydia, Scott, Styles, and Derek shielded their faces from the scorching wind. Flames roared to life, igniting across Jacob's body and spiraling outward like a living inferno. He lifted his hand, and flames gathered above his palm, roaring as they shaped into a giant, serpentine form. The fire snake was lifelike, complete with scales, glowing eyes, and sharp fangs. It hissed and lunged at Peter. Peter wasn't stupid enough to stand his ground. He bolted at full speed, darting through the trees. But no matter how fast he ran, the fire serpent hunted him relentlessly, its body stretching and coiling through the forest like a predator. Within seconds, it caught him, its massive jaws opening wide before swallowing him whole. Peter's scream tore through the night as he burned, his monstrous form thrashing inside the serpent's belly of fire. Jacob sighed. If I kill him now, I might lose the reward when he fights Kate later. With a wave of his hand, the serpent disintegrated into embers, vanishing into the air. What remained was Peter, skin charred and blackened, his body trembling but alive. Jacob's voice cut through the silence. I don't know if you can hear me or not. But this is the last time I spare your life. He turned away, the fire around his body extinguishing without a single scorch mark on his clothes. He walked calmly back toward Lydia and the others. Lydia rushed forward, hugging him tightly. That was awesome. Jacob smirked. Am I going to get a reward? She winked at him. Maybe. Really? He said, his face lighting up. Then get on my back. We're going home right now. Before Lydia could answer, Styles blurted. "Wait, hold on." Jacob shot him a glare. "What do you want, idiot? Believe it or not, if you delay my happiness, I'll cook you just like Peter." Styles, unfazed by the threat, said, "We need to talk. It's important." Jacob sighed, irritated. "Fine. You drive us home. But you'll say what you need to say before we reach my house." Jacob and Lydia got into the back seats of the Jeep, while Scott and Styles got in the front. Styles started the engine and drove toward Jacob's mansion, leaving Derek rooted in place, still trying to process what he had just witnessed, and wondering what kind of creature Jacob truly was. Once the Jeep's taillights disappeared into the night, Derek sighed and turned his gaze to Peter, who was still writhing and screaming in pain as his burned skin slowly healed. For a fleeting moment, he thought about killing Peter and taking the Alpha Spark for himself. His fists clenched. But then he shook his head. "Not yet," he thought. "We just found out that the pendant worn by the woman who burned my family is now being worn by Jacob's girlfriend, Allison Argent. That means the woman who gave it to her is definitely Kate. And I have no idea how that monster Jacob feels about Kate. So, let Peter kill Kate first. After that, I'll kill him. 2. Chapter 55, The Pendant. Styles was driving the Jeep toward Jacob's mansion with Jacob, Lydia, and Scott inside. Jacob leaned back in his seat and said, "So, Styles, what did you want to talk to me about?" Styles tightened his grip on the wheel. "Derek told us what Harris confessed after he and Peter interrogated him." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "What did he say?" Styles glanced at him in the mirror. "Harris said that 6 years ago, he met a woman at a bar. She asked him all kinds of questions about chemistry, how to melt locks, dissolve bodies, start fires and get away with arson." Lydia's eyes darkened. "And that idiot actually answered her questions?" Scott nodded grimly. "Yes, he did. And a week later, the Hale house burned down." Jacob asked. "And what does all of this have to do with me?" Scott hesitated, then said, "The woman wore a pendant. A wolf pendant, the same one Allison wears." Lydia scoffed. "So what? Do you really think Allison was the woman who talked to Harris 6 years ago? She was only 10 back then." Styles shook his head. "Not Allison. Her mom, or her aunt." Jacob stated flatly. "It was her aunt. She's the one who gave Allison that pendant." Scott asked. "So what are we going to do?" Jacob shrugged. "Nothing. I'll tell Allison the truth and that's it. I'm not going to save Kate, and I'm not going to help Peter or Derek kill her either." Styles argued. "But Kate's a murderer," Jacob said. "Sure, Kate is a murderer, but I'm not the law, Styles. The Hale family has nothing to do with me, so I'm not going to interfere. And even if I did, it would be to help Allison if she wants to save her aunt." Styles stared at him in disbelief. "Are you serious? You'd help her? She killed children, Jacob." Jacob sighed. "I don't like what she did either. But I'm not some hero, Styles. My only concern is how Allison is going to feel about all of this. Whether she decides to help Kate or let her die, I will stand by her side." Scott frowned. "But saving Kate isn't fair to Derek, is it? He lost his entire family because of her." Jacob smirked coldly. "I don't really care. People die every day, Scott, should I go around saving them all too? Even if Kate is evil, Allison considers her a sister. So, as long as Kate doesn't get on my bad side, I won't go after her." Styles muttered. "You're really cold-blooded, you know that." Jacob chuckled. "As long as Allison and Lydia are happy and safe, I don't give a damn about the rest of the world. Well, except you two idiots, of course. If you ever need my help, I'll be there." Lydia smiled, hugged Jacob's arm, and rested her head on his shoulder. Styles pressed further. "And if you could save people who have nothing to do with you, would you do it or not?" Jacob shrugged. "If I can, I will. I'm not completely heartless. But I suggest you two stay out of the fight between Kate and Peter. You saw what Derek did tonight. He had the chance to take revenge for his sister when Peter couldn't even fight, but he didn't." Scott frowned. "I don't know what he was thinking. That was his chance." Jacob's eyes narrowed. Peter and Derek have been part of the supernatural world their whole lives. They're schemers, both of them. They'll use each other as long as it benefits them. And when one becomes useless, the other won't hesitate to kill him. So be careful around them. Don't end up being their pawns. All right, we'll be careful, Styles said. He then looked at Lydia in the rearview mirror. She was leaning on Jacob's shoulder with her eyes closed and a smile on her lips. Now, what happened to Lydia? How did she turn into a ghost, and how can she use those powerful sound attacks and teleport? Jacob smirked. Lydia's a banshee. She awakened her powers tonight. Do you know the Silver Banshee from DC Comics? Styles' eyes widened. Yes, I do. Why? Jacob said. Well, Lydia has the same powers as her. Styles gawked. No way. Some versions of Silver Banshee are insanely powerful. What's next? You're gonna tell us you're Superman? Jacob chuckled. I'm not Superman, Styles. I'm something better. Styles said. I don't know if you're better than Superman or not, but I have to admit, you were cool when you were controlling fire earlier. Jacob smirked wider. Thanks. I already know I'm cool, but it's nice to hear it from others. Styles groaned. Damn it. I should have kept my mouth shut. I forgot you're a narcissist. Scott chimed in, changing the subject. By the way, Jacob, since you and Lydia were in the woods, do you know what that strange storm was? Jacob leaned back, completely straight-faced. Ah, that. No idea. I was training with Lydia, then suddenly this dark cloud showed up and started chasing us. Rain, lightning bolts, the whole deal. Personally, I think the clouds got jealous of how handsome I am and tried to kill me. Styles and Scott both shook their heads in unison, saying nothing. Lydia, however, snorted, opened her eyes, and shot Jacob a death glare. Jacob scratched the back of his head sheepishly, then leaned in and kissed her cheek. Hey, you said you already forgave me. Styles' jaw dropped. Wait, so you caused that storm, didn't you? Yes, it was one of my abilities. Jacob admitted. Then, with an evil smirk, he added. I'll show it to you guys if you want to see. Scott got a bad feeling and shivered. No thanks. I'm good. Jacob laughed. Come on, it'll be fun. How about tomorrow after school? Styles shook his head furiously. Nope. I can feel it, you're up to no good. And judging by Lydia being pissed at you, that ability is probably way too dangerous. Jacob sighed dramatically. Your loss. Anyway, what happened to Harris? Did Peter kill him? Please tell me he killed him. Styles replied. Unfortunately no, he just scared him and told him to leave town like you ordered him to do. Jacob groaned. Too bad. A moment later, Styles pulled the jeep to a stop. We're here. Jacob smirked. All right, losers. See you tomorrow at school. Styles looked back at him. What? Aren't you going to invite us in? Jacob waved him off. Not tonight. Lydia, let's go. Lydia slipped out of the jeep, and Jacob followed. Without hesitation, he scooped her into his arms, jumped the iron gate with ease, and ran toward the mansion. Styles sighed as he drove. Man, we really need to find girlfriends. Scott sighed too. Yeah, we do. But the problem is, every girl in school only has eyes for Jacob. Some of them even try to get close to me just so I'll introduce them to him. Styles groaned. Tell me about it. 2 girls came up to me this morning, laughing at my jokes, one even fixed my collar. I was so happy, until I realized they were only asking where Jacob was and why he skipped school. That was really painful. Scott chuckled. I don't even get it. I mean, he's handsome, I admit, but not to the point that all the girls should be after him. Maybe it's not just his looks. Styles said thoughtfully. Maybe it's because of what he is, like he has some natural charm or something that attracts girls to him like a supernatural magnet. Then I shouldn't let him meet my mom. Scott said, his tone suddenly serious. Styles smirked. Might not be the worst thing. He could protect Melissa, maybe even make her stronger. And hey, if they got married, you'd be his stepson. He'd take care of you too. Scott's eyes glowed, and with a growl, he choked Styles and started shaking him. violently. Stop, stop. We're gonna crash. Styles yelled. The Jeep swerved dangerously, nearly colliding with another car before Scott released him. Styles jerked the wheel, heart pounding, and got the Jeep back under control. Dude, I was joking. You almost killed us both. Scott's eyes faded back to normal. Don't ever joke about that again. And Styles. What? I kind of have a bad feeling. I've already had a few nightmares about Jacob and my mom getting married and even having children. His voice cracked. And now you're telling me he has some kind of charm ability. Relax. There's no need to panic. Styles cut in. I only said maybe he has a charm ability, I didn't say he has it for sure. Besides, he's our age. Melissa wouldn't care about him like that. And even if she felt something toward him, she'd only treat him like a son, at least until he turns 18. Scott groaned. You're not helping, Styles. Fine, I'll shut up. Let's just listen to some music. Styles turned on the radio. The announcer's voice crackled through the speakers, and now, let's listen to the 1970 song by Denise LaSalle, called Older Woman. The song began. Musical notes. I'm an older woman. Musical notes. Musical notes looking for a younger man. Musical notes. Musical notes don't think I can't work it. Scott growled, baring his teeth. Styles. I'm going to kill you. Styles, who had been dancing in his seat, quickly turned off the radio. All right, no music then. But I have to admit, things are not looking good for you, man. Even the songs on the radio. Shut up. Scott snapped. Don't talk. Just drive. Styles smirked and kept driving, quietly enjoying Scott's misery. Meanwhile, Jacob kicked the mansion door shut behind him, ready to sprint upstairs, but Lydia, still in his arms, stopped him. Hold on. Food first. Jacob sighed but changed course, heading to the kitchen. After they ate and cleaned up, Lydia shifted back into her banshee form, her eyes glowing. Now let's go have some fun. But we're only doing it once, that's my limit. Jacob smirked, pulling her close. All right. But how about we do it here in the kitchen, my beautiful ghost? Lydia raised an eyebrow, then smirked back. Sure. But what if Cogman walks in on us? He's busy. Jacob assured her. He won't come. And even if he does, I'll sense him before he gets close. We can just run upstairs. Don't worry. He lifted her onto the counter, their lips meeting in a hungry kiss. Clothes were discarded, and soon the kitchen became their playground. When they were done, laughing breathlessly, they headed upstairs, showered together, and finally collapsed in bed, and fall asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 56, Telling Allison the Truth About Kate. The morning sunlight slipped through the curtains, warming the room. Jacob slowly stirred awake, feeling the soft weight of Lydia curled against him. Her red hair tickled his chest as she breathed evenly. He smiled, brushing a hand through her hair. Lydia, wake up. Lydia, who wasn't actually sleeping, opened her eyes with a faint grin. Morning, handsome. She got on top of him, pressing her lips against his. What started as a soft kiss quickly deepened, their hands wandering until Lydia giggled and pulled back. Careful. If we start this now, we won't leave the bed until noon. Jacob smirked. Sounds like a plan to me. We can't skip school. Lydia rolled her eyes, kissed him one more time, then slid out of bed and headed into the bathroom. Jacob chuckled, leaning back against the pillows. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Deluxe coffee maker, modern, programmable with grinder. Fluffy bathrobe, snow white, extremely comfortable. Stack of pancakes, perfectly cooked, with syrup and butter. Jacob raised a brow. Boring. Then he heard the water running and smirked before slipping into the bathroom to join Lydia. Lydia was humming to herself under the shower when Jacob entered and hugged her from behind. How about we have some fun? Lydia sighed. We're going to be late for school. Jacob turned her around with a grin. I'll be quick. He kissed her, and they had a fun bath together. When they were done, they dried off and headed downstairs together. Jacob set up the new coffee maker he'd just gotten as a reward while Lydia sat at the counter, still drying her hair. He pulled out the pancakes and some other baked goods from his pocket dimension, plated them, made some scrambled eggs, and set the table. Then he and Lydia started eating. The faint rumble of an engine reached them from outside. Moments later, Allison strolled into the kitchen, helmet in hand. She walked over, kissed Jacob, and whispered against his lips. "Good morning." Jacob kissed her back. "Good morning, beautiful." Allison then sat down beside Lydia. "Good morning," she said cheerfully to her. Then her eyes lit up with curiosity. "So, what kind of powers did you end up with? I wanted to ask yesterday, but I didn't want to disturb you guys." Lydia grinned proudly, her eyes glowing white as her hair shifted into its banshee white color. "I'm a banshee. I can manipulate sound, teleport, and even fly when I get strong enough." Allison blinked. "But you were already a banshee. Did you just awaken your powers?" Lydia shook her head. "No. This is different from a normal banshee. I got a bloodline called Silver Banshee. I'm very strong. Last night I even beat Peter in a fair fight." Allison's jaw dropped. "Wait. Peter? The Alpha?" Lydia smirked, sipping from her coffee. "Yep. I kicked his ass and he couldn't even fight back." Allison turned to Jacob. "Is she telling the truth?" Jacob nodded. Yes, Peter couldn't do anything against her sonic screams and teleportation. Allison leaned forward, eager. "Tell me what happened yesterday. How did you even meet Peter?" Jacob and Lydia took turns explaining the night's events. After listening, Allison looked at Lydia. Was Jacob's storm ability really that terrifying? Lydia shot Jacob a glare. "Yes. He summoned a thunderstorm and almost killed me. It was so scary." Jacob said. "Come on," I said, "I'm sorry." Lydia snorted and looked back at Allison. "And when I was done beating Peter, he called me a bitch, and Jay got angry. He used his fire ability, shaping it into a huge, lifelike snake, and burned Peter." Allison's eyes widened. "Is Peter dead?" Lydia shook her head. "No, he is not." Jacob added. "But he will need a few days to heal." Allison leaned back in her chair, sighing. "I wish I was with you guys yesterday." Jacob's expression shifted, his usual playfulness vanishing into seriousness. "Allison, there's something I need to tell you. It's about your pendant, and the hail fire." Allison blinked, confusion flickering across her face. "My pendant? What about it?" Jacob took a deep breath. "That pendant wasn't just a family heirloom. It belonged to the woman behind the Hale family massacre. The one who set the fire." The warmth of the kitchen seemed to vanish, replaced by a heavy silence. Allison's face went pale, her expression turned to one of shock. "You mean Kate?" Jacob nodded grimly. "Yes. It was Kate who burned the Hale family alive. And not all of them were werewolves, Allison. Some of them were just normal humans, and some were just kids." The coffee cup in Allison's hand shattered as her grip tightened, hot coffee dripped down her fingers. Tears welled up in her eyes. "That can't be real. Please tell me you're joking." Jacob quickly grabbed paper towels, gently wiping her hands clean. His voice was low, firm. "I'm sorry, Allison. But it's the truth." Her tears spilled freely now. Maybe the Hales were dangerous. Maybe Kate didn't have a choice. Jacob cleared the table, tossing the broken pieces of the cup into the trash. He sat back down, shaking his head. "Sorry to disappoint you again, but Talia Hale, Derek's mother, was a good, peaceful alpha. She was Beacon Hill's guardian, protecting humans from supernatural threats. She was respected by every alpha and pack nearby." Jacob sighed. "But you're psychopathic and killed her so Gerard would be proud of her." Allison buried her face in her hands. "Why? Why would she do that? Why kill someone who was protecting people, and even kill innocent children too?" Jacob said. "Because of hatred, Allison. She killed the Hale family out of a deep-seated hatred for werewolves and supernatural creatures, a prejudice taught to her by your grandfather, Gerard." Allison leaned back in her chair, voice trembling. "What do I do? How do I even face her now? And what if she tries to kill you, or Lydia?" Jacob's eyes narrowed. "Then she will only have herself to blame for what will happen to her." Lydia looked at Allison. "And what if she tries to kill you when she finds out you are a fairy?" Allison hesitated, her confidence faltering. "No, she loves me. I don't think she'd hurt me. At least. I hope not. I'm not so sure anymore. What should I do? Jacob softened slightly. You don't have to do anything. Just act normal around her, and when you think you are ready, talk to her. Ask her why she did what she did, but don't expect much from her. Like I said before, she is not a good person. Allison sighed heavily, resting her forehead on the table. This sucks. What next? Am I going to learn that my parents helped her too? Jacob shook his head. No, they didn't. Your dad follows the code, he would not help Kate kill innocent people. And although I'm sure your mom didn't help either, I think if Kate had asked her for help when she burned the Hale family, your mom would have probably said yes. I'm about 60% sure. Allison shot him a glare through teary eyes. No, she wouldn't. She is mean, sure, but she is not a monster. Jacob said. If you say so. Now, let's forget about stupid Kate. I only told you about her because I didn't want to hide what we found out from you. Let's finish our breakfast and go to school. Just then, the kitchen door opened, and an old man in a black butler's suit stepped inside. His posture was impeccable, his expression calm and composed. Lydia blinked. Ah, who are you? Jacob grinned. You look evil, I like it. That new look suits you perfectly, Cogman. Allison raised a brow. Cogman. The old man gave a courteous bow. Yes, it is I, madam. Allison tilted her head, then smiled. Well, you look surprisingly good. Thank you, madam. Cogman replied smoothly. Lydia stood and pinched his cheek, eyes wide. Wow, your skin actually feels real. I thought it would be cold and hard, like metal. I designed it to mimic human skin. Cogman explained calmly. Though I can harden it like steel whenever I wish. Lydia sat back in her chair. Can you stop calling me madam? Just call me Lydia. I feel old when you call me that. Allison agreed. Me too. You can just call me Allison. Cogman shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot do that. It would be improper. Lydia sighed. Then just call us Lady Lydia and Lady Allison. Cogman gave a polite bow. As you wish, my ladies. Jacob chuckled. Hey, Cogman. Did you finish making the phones? They'll be ready tomorrow, sir. Cogman replied. Jacob said. All right. After finishing breakfast, Jacob and the girls got ready for school. As they headed toward the door, Cogman cleared his throat. From now on, I will drive you to school, sir, and pick you up after classes. It is my duty as your butler. Jacob smirked. Sure. But I still want to drive sometimes. I like the feeling. As you wish, sir. Cogman replied. They exited the mansion, and Cogman opened the doors of the silver Rolls-Royce for them. Jacob slid into the middle of the back seat, with Allison and Lydia tucked warmly against him on either side. He let out a contented sigh, hugging them both. I love my life. Cogman drove smoothly through Beacon Hills. When they arrived at school, he stepped out, opened the doors, and the three walked out under the envious stares of the students. The guys were envious of Jacob's car, and the girls were envious of Allison and Lydia. Jacob and the girls didn't care. They met up with Styles and Scott at the entrance, then casually strolled into the building as if it were any other day. In a red SUV parked not far from the school, Chris and Kate watched Cogman get back to the driver's seat and drive away. Kate followed the car with narrowed eyes. Who's the old man? She asked, tilting her head. Chris shrugged. I don't know. Maybe the kid's butler. He opened the door for them like some proper valet. What I want to know is why Lydia is hugging that stupid kid's arm like that. Kate smirked. Maybe he's dating her too. He's handsome. If he wasn't Allison's boyfriend, I'd go for him myself. Chris said. He's a minor, Kate. Kate snorted and thought. Like I haven't dated a minor before. Then smirked. I remember how cute Derek was back then. Chris said. I can't let him continue to be with Allison. We're attacking him tonight and making him lose control in front of her. She said this morning she would be late because she's going on a date with him, so we'll attack them on their way back. Kate said. Are you sure? She might hate you. Chris replied. Her hating me for a few days is better than her dating a playboy shapeshifter. Kate said. What about the old man who drove them to school? Maybe he's a shapeshifter too. What if he attacks us to protect the kid? Chris thought for a moment. Then we will bring more men and use lethal force if we have to. Kate said. Then you better be ready for the worst. Chris asked. What do you mean? Kate explained. That kid, Jacob, was never scared of you, even though he knows you're a hunter and even when you pointed your gun at him. And he wasn't afraid of the alpha that night in front of your house at all. Which means he's confident enough in his own strength. Chris frowned. So what's your point? We might lose a few men tonight. Kate said it flatly. Chris frowned and looked at her. Kate folded her arms. Don't look at me like that. We are dealing with an unknown shifter. Adding the old men, we could be dealing with two unknown shifters. We don't know how strong they are, and we don't know their weaknesses. Gerard taught us to never fight an unknown shifter, and he taught us that even when we fight just an Omega werewolf, to never fight it head-on but always ambush it and use its weaknesses. Chris said. The kid wouldn't dare do anything stupid because of Allison. Kate shot him a cold look. You are trying to make him lose control and break up with Allison, so I think you are a little too hopeful. Chris insisted. You think too much. The kid is not that strong, and we all have guns. Whatever he is, he will still be afraid of guns. Kate sighed. I hope you're right. Chapter 57, Just Another Day in School. The economy class was quiet, except for the sound of Coach's voice. He stood at the front of the classroom, talking about money and jobs. Styles and Scott were sitting together, trying to pay attention. In the seat next to them, Jacob was fast asleep. Jacob was dreaming. In his dream, he wasn't in a boring classroom anymore. He was on a beautiful beach. A very pretty girl with orange hair was looking at him, her eyes full of admiration. The dream was so real that he forgot where he was. A smug smile spread across his sleeping face. I know I'm very handsome. He mumbled. But there's no need for you to feel insecure, Nami. You're pretty enough to be one of my women. Styles heard him and elbowed Scott, pointing at Jacob with a huge grin. Not only is he sleeping peacefully, he's even dreaming about some girl. I think it's Nami from the One Piece anime. Scott smirked. I heard. He's even more narcissistic in his sleep. Coach had heard Jacob too. His eye twitched. Slowly, he walked down the aisle toward Jacob's desk, raising his hand to smack him awake. But just before the hand landed, Jacob's eyes snapped open. He caught Coach's wrist with one hand, still half asleep, and yawned. Coach? What are you doing? Coach yanked his hand back, surprised. What am I doing? I'm waking your lazy ass, of course. How many times have I told you? Do not sleep in my class. Jacob rubbed his eyes. Sorry, Coach. I was haunted by a beautiful ghost last night. I didn't get much sleep. The class went dead silent, until Styles burst out laughing. Scott joined in, while Allison and Lydia smirked from their seats. All right, funny guy. Coach said, crossing his arms. Here's the deal. You can go to the principal's office right now for detention, or you can join the lacrosse team and play in our next game. Everyone expected Jacob to choose lacrosse. Instead, he grabbed his books and stuffed them into his bag so fast he almost dropped them. You don't have to tell me twice. I'm going to detention. And before Coach could say another word, Jacob bolted out the door. Styles laughed again, shaking his head at Jacob's quick escape. He didn't even hesitate. Coach, who had failed to make Jacob join his team, turned his anger on Styles. He glared at him. Stilinski. Go to the principal's office too. Now. Styles' smile disappeared. Wait, what? I didn't even do anything. Coach pointed at the door and shouted. Out. Styles sighed, knowing it was pointless to argue. He got up slowly and followed Jacob out of the classroom. Coach watched him leave. The room was silent again. He needed to feel better. He looked around the classroom until his eyes landed on one specific student. Greenberg. He barked. Your face is annoying me. Explain the law of supply and demand. Now. He held up a hand before the nervous Greenberg could even open his mouth. On second thought, I don't even want to hear you talk. Just go stand in the hallway for 10 minutes. Greenberg stood up nervously. In his rush to get out of the classroom room, his foot caught on a desk leg. He stumbled and fell flat on the floor with a thud before scrambling back to his feet and hurrying out the door. Coach watched him go, a small smile finally appearing on his face. He was starting to feel a little better. Scott, Allison, and Lydia just shook their heads, feeling sorry for Greenberg. Outside the classroom, Jacob strolled toward the principal's office, still yawning. Seems like Coach really wants me to play that stupid game, but he's just dreaming. I will never play, he thought. Styles soon caught up with Jacob. You were dreaming about Nami from One Piece, right? Jacob glanced at him, surprised. How did you know? Because you were talking out loud in your sleep, idiot. Styles said, smirking. Jacob blinked. Wait, really? Did Lydia and Allison hear me? The whole class heard you. Styles said with a grin. Then, leaning closer, he whispered. So, are you in trouble? Jacob sighed. Not really. But Allison and Lydia will definitely ask who Nami is and try to use the opportunity of me dreaming about another girl against me to get me to do something. Styles raised a brow. Really? They get jealous even over dreams. You are so naive, buddy. What do you mean? They're girls, Styles. They'll use any opportunity to get what they want. So even if they aren't really jealous, they'll act like they are until they get what they want. Styles said. So are they going to control you from now on? No, they won't ask for something unreasonable. They'll just ask me to go shopping with them, or Lydia will probably make me watch stupid romance movies with her, and Allison will probably make me watch romance animes with her. I hate that I introduced her to anime, now she's even got Lydia hooked on romance anime too. Styles chuckled. Jacob changed the subject. What about you? Found a girlfriend yet? Styles groaned. No. Every girl in school only has eyes for you. Jacob shrugged. Not all of them. And I'm not interested in any of them anyway. Yeah, but they're still interested in you. Styles complained. Didn't you say you'd introduce me to someone? Jacob snapped his fingers. Oh, I forgot. The girl I want to introduce you to is Erica Reyes. Styles stopped in his tracks. What? She's, you know. Jacob said calmly. I know she has epilepsy, but trust me, she's beautiful, and she has a crush on you. What I want you to do is get to know her, okay? Hang out with her from time to time. If you like her after hanging out with her, I will ask Derek to give her the bite after he becomes an alpha. He owes me one for saving his life. Styles blinked. Wait, you're saying turning her into a werewolf would cure her? Jacob nodded. Yes. Which is why you should focus on knowing the real Erica before she becomes confident and beautiful. But don't tell her yet about the werewolves and that she'll be cured if she gets the bite. Styles hesitated. Wouldn't that be? I don't know, taking advantage of a sick girl. People will start talking. Jacob waved him off. Don't worry about people talking, Styles. They'll regret it when they see the beautiful, healthy Erica. So just focus on her and try to get to know her. Styles said. I'm not sure about this. Jacob narrowed his eyes. What's there to be unsure about? The girl already likes you. Just go after her. If you won't, I'll go after her myself. Styles panicked. No. I'll talk to her. Just stay away from her. Jacob smirked. Good. Don't mess it up. She might be the only chance at love you'll get. They reached the principal's office, and Jacob knocked. Come in, the principal called. Jacob stepped inside with Styles trailing behind. The principal looked up at the two of them and groaned. Why am I not surprised? You two again. It's only been a month, and you've already been in my office 12 times. And that's not even counting the detentions where you didn't bother coming here first. Seriously, you two need to stop making trouble. Jacob dropped into a chair casually, while Styles sat with a dramatic sigh. Principal, I didn't do anything this time. I just laughed, and because Coach was pissed he didn't succeed in making Jacob join the lacrosse team, he took his anger out on me and sent me here. The principal turned his gaze to Jacob. And what about you, Alexander? Jacob leaned back, unfazed. I was sleeping. The principal pinched the bridge of his nose. You two are good students. Why not just focus on your studies instead of making trouble all the time? Jacob shrugged. Sorry, principal. I can't focus more than I already do. I've got ADHD, remember? Styles is even worse than me. Styles nodded quickly. Yeah, not only do I have ADHD, but I also have anxiety, so it's hard for me to focus in class. The principal gave them both a flat look. ADHD and anxiety don't explain sarcasm or sleeping in class. That's mostly why you two come here. Jacob smirked. Don't worry about that, principal. Instead, why don't you tell us about your first girlfriend in high school? How'd you ask her out? The principal blinked. What? Is that really something you ask your principal? Come on. Jacob said with a grin. We're practically friends at this point. We visit your office at least 4 times a week. Styles leaned forward eagerly. Yes, Jacob is right. We can be considered friends. Instead of giving us boring chores or making us sit here in silence, tell us about your high school days. The principal stared at them for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he chuckled. Fine. But only if you promise not to get into trouble for the rest of the week. Jacob raised a brow. We'll try. Styles nodded. Yeah, sure. Promise. And just like that, the principal started talking about his teenage years. Soon an hour had flown by. The bell rang for lunch. The principal straightened up. All right, get out of here. And remember, no more trouble. Jacob smirked as he stood. But you didn't finish your story. So you might see me and Styles here tomorrow. The principal's eyes narrowed. Get out. And if I see you here tomorrow, I will have you clean the library. Styles and Jacob left, and on their way to the cafeteria, they spotted Jackson cornering Scott near his locker. Jacob and Styles walked over. Styles raised an eyebrow. What's this? Scott, are you trying to replace me as your best friend with Jackson? Scott looked panicked. No. Jackson, he said he knows what I am. He's threatening me. He wants me to turn him. Styles frowned. Wait. He actually knows. Jackson smirked confidently. Yes, I saw him changing when you guys were on the lacrosse field. 2 guys came to talk to you that day, and one of them did something to Scott's neck. Scott fell to the ground and started changing. I saw everything. Styles crossed his arms. So what happens if Scott refuses to turn you? Jackson's smirk widened. Then I tell his mother. Styles blinked. That's it. Yeah. Jackson said smugly. She'll hate him once she finds out he's a monster. Jacob, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. His eyes narrowed as he sniffed the air. You don't smell right. Scott, do you smell it too? Scott said. Yeah, he smells rotten. Without warning, Jacob shoved Jackson against the lockers and yanked back his collar. On the back of Jackson's neck were claw marks, the ones Derek had left. The wounds were red, inflamed, and oozing faintly. You should get this checked out. Jacob said, his tone calm. It smells bad. He released Jackson and turned to Scott. Since he wants to be like you, just tell him how. No need to panic. And if you don't feel like telling him. Jacob smirked. Just wait until after school, shift into your full wolf form, drag his ass into the woods in front of everyone, and kill him. Problem solved. Scott was wondering what Jacob was talking about. After all, he couldn't shift into a full wolf. But Styles understood that Jacob was scaring Jackson. He smirked and added fuel to the fire. Yeah, Scott. I think you should kill him. No one will ever know it was you. Everyone will just assume a wolf killed poor Jackson. Jackson's confidence crumbled. He stumbled back, eyes wide. McCall, I am sorry. I was just joking. Please don't kill me. I'll never bother you again. Scott finally caught on after several of Styles's exaggerated winks. He slammed Jackson against the lockers, careful to block the view of passing students. His eyes glowed yellow, and his fangs grow. He leaned in close and whispered. I think I will just kill you tonight. Jackson's face went pale. His lips trembled. I'm sorry. Please don't. His eyes welled with tears until he broke completely, sobbing in front of everyone. Scott let him go with a shove. "Stay away from me. Or you'll regret it." Jackson, humiliated, wiped his tears and stammered. "I swear. I'll never bother you again." He turned, walking quickly down the hall, one hand covering his face as students watched him leave and whispered to each other. He suddenly spun around and snapped. "What are you looking at?" The students scattered immediately. Jacob chuckled. Reaching into his pocket dimension, he pulled out a banana peel and handed it to Styles. "Here. Think of someone, throw it, and they'll feel an irresistible urge to step on it." Styles took the peel and grinned at Jacob. Jacob grinned back at him. "But use it on me, and I'll make sure you regret it." Styles raised his hands innocently. "Of course I won't use it on you." "What made you think that?" Jacob said. "Like I don't know what you were thinking." Styles smiled and, after making sure no one was looking at him, threw the banana peel discreetly. Jackson, who was about to leave the hallway, suddenly turned back and ran straight toward it, scaring a group of students in his path. He ran straight to the banana peel, stepped on it and slipped spectacularly, his arms flailing like a cartoon character before crashing flat on his back. Jacob, Styles, and Scott burst out laughing, leaving Jackson sprawled on the floor, staring at the ceiling and questioning his entire life. After school, Allison, Lydia, and Jacob said goodbye to Scott and Styles before meeting Cogman, who picked them up in the silver Rolls-Royce. He drove them to the mall, where they shopped, had dinner together, and caught a movie. When they were done, Jacob called Cogman again, and soon they were back in the car, heading toward Allison's house. But as the car turned down an empty road near the woods, Cogman suddenly slammed the brakes. Jacob instinctively pulled Lydia and Allison against him, steadying them. "Cogman. What's wrong?" Lydia asked. Cogman said. "Someone placed spike strips across the road. We're being ambushed." Just then, 5 SUVs came out from the woods, surrounding the Rolls-Royce on all sides. Jacob turned his head and stared directly down the lens of an imaginary camera. He smirked and said, "That's it for today's chapter. I know, you hate cliffhangers, but what can you do other than hang in there? So take a deep breath, and calm down. We'll continue this little predicament in the next chapter. Try not to miss me too much." Allison stared at him. "Jay, who are you talking to?" Jacob shrugged. "I'm talking to those creepy guys who read about our daily lives. And I bet some of them were furious when they couldn't read about our sex lives. I bet those perverted losers were ready to start jerking off, but instead they broke their phones in frustration." "Ha ha ha ha." Lydia smacked him on the head. "If you're going to lose your mind, do it after we're not about to be murdered, you lunatic." Jacob coughed awkwardly. Right. My bad. Let's go deal with these assholes who ruined our nice evening and introduce them to the concept of a bad life decision." Chapter 58, Ambushed by Hunters. From the 5 SUVs, men got out, 5 from each vehicle, armed with assault rifles and wearing tactical gear. Chris, Victoria, and Kate watched from the tree line, unseen. They never stepped forward. They didn't want Allison to see them until Jacob lost control, so they decided to stay hidden and let the ambush play out, only acting if it became necessary. 2 of the men split from the group and strode straight toward Jacob's car. "Who are these people?" Lydia whispered, tension sharpening her voice as she pressed closer to Jacob. "Hunters." Jacob's eyes scanned the perimeter, calm and cold. "Looks like we'll have to fight." "You can stay inside the car if you don't want to fight, Lydia. And Allison, if you get out, be careful. They've got guns, don't be careless and get shot." He glanced at Cogman. "Cogman, you can have fun with them, but don't kill unless I tell you to. You can hurt them, though, and it's preferable if they stay in the hospital for a few months." Cogman's eyes glowed blue, a grin slid across his face. "With pleasure, sir." Allison hesitated. "Jacob, how did they even know about you?" "It's exactly what you think, love," Jacob said, eyes on the approaching men. "Your parents are behind this. Just a heads up, I'm not going to show mercy, and I'll kill if I have to. And," he added with a dark smile, "I might even beat your dad." Allison said. "What? Can you not beat him?" Jacob said. "Sorry, he's been getting on my nerves since I first met him, so I will teach him a lesson. But don't worry, I'll heal him when I'm done with him." Allison said. "Are you sure you can heal him?" Jacob thought of using the expired senza beans on Chris and smirked. Definitely. You don't have to worry, Allison said. Then don't beat him too badly. Lydia's hand found Jacob's and squeezed. Jay, are you really going to kill the hunters? Jacob kissed her forehead. Yes, I probably will kill some of them. If I don't show them that I'm not someone they can mess with, they'll start bothering us every day and even try to kill us. So I will show them the consequences of messing with something they shouldn't. Jacob nodded to Cogman, and Cogman stepped out, and opened the car door for Jacob like a proper butler. Jacob stepped out and stood next to the car with Cogman behind him. The two men who had advanced stopped a pace away and sized them up. Nice car, kid. One sneered. Jacob smiled faintly. Yeah. She's beautiful. Now tell me, why did you bastards stop us? The other man shrugged and spat on the asphalt. Just letting you know who's boss in this town, freak. Figured we'd beat you up and wreck your car. Jacob's expression didn't change. I see. Let me give you a piece of advice, walk away now while you still can. And whatever you do, don't touch my car, do that, and you'll lose a hand. They looked at each other and laughed. One of them, drunk on bravado, swung an assault rifle at the side mirror. His arm never made it within reach. Cogman moved, his hand closed on the man's wrist like a vice. The hunter hissed. Cogman tugged, the man dropped to his knees. Then Cogman slammed the man's arm back, hitting him in the face with his own rifle and breaking his nose. The hunter screamed in pain, blood dripping from his nose. No matter how he tried, he couldn't free his hand from Cogman's grip, so he just started glaring at Cogman. Don't glare at me, Cogman said. It was your hand that hit you. Jacob's voice went cold. Cogman, rip his arm off. It seems he doesn't need it anymore. Cogman's expression flickered, polite, then utterly brutal. You are right, sir. After all, you warned him. Then, under the shocked gazes of the girls inside the car and the other hunters, Cogman put his free hand on the man's shoulder and with his other hand yanked the man's arm, ripping it off with brutal force from the shoulder, making blood spurt like a fountain. The men dropped to the ground, howling in pain, and Cogman kicked him in the face, knocking him unconscious. Cogman smoothed his suit, exhaled, and said, almost bored. Finally, some quiet. Hidden in the tree lean, Kate watched what Cogman did with a hard, calculating stare. Damn, that old man is definitely supernatural, and a strong one at that. But I didn't expect the kid to be so ruthless. Allison told me he loves his bike and cars, but I didn't think he loved them to the point where he would take a man's arm off because he tried to break just a mirror. Victoria just watched, and Chris was getting worried, starting to think that he might have made the wrong move. The second hunter, horrified, leveled his rifle at Jacob and said to Cogman, "Back off or I'll kill him." He barked. Jacob closed the distance in a heartbeat, his boot connecting with the man's gut. The hunter flew into one of the SUVs, hit the metal with a sick thud, spat blood, then fell to the ground, unconscious. Jacob snorted. "What made you think I needed protecting, dumbass?" Cogman looked at the unconscious man and said, "He can't hear you, sir. He's already unconscious. Next time, ask before you hit people." Jacob chuckled. "My bad." Panic spread through the remaining hunters like wildfire. One of them forgot that Chris had ordered them not to shoot and shouted, "Shoot them." Jacob quickly stamped his foot on the ground and used his earth element. The ground answered. Soil and stone rose in a sudden, trembling sphere, forming a thick, earthen barrier around Jacob, Cogman, and the Rolls-Royce. The hunters opened fire, but the bullets hit the earth barrier and had no effect. From their hiding spot, the three Argents watched the scene unravel. Chris's jaw tightened. Damn it. I told them not to shoot. What if they hit Allison? He glared at his sister. The man who shouted is one of your men, Kate. Where did you find them? Victoria's voice stayed measured. Calm down, Chris. Allison is fine, the kid protected her. But what concerns me is what he will do next. He tore a man's arm off just because he tried to break his car's side mirror. What do you think he will do to someone who not only opened fire on his car but also on Allison and Lydia who are inside? Kate said. Chris, what kind of creature have we provoked? Not only can he control fire, but he can control earth too. Chris argued. Maybe it wasn't him who made that earth barrier, but the old man next to him. Victoria shook her head. No, it was definitely the kid's doing. I don't like this, Chris. Maybe we should step forward and stop this before it escalates. Kate's reply was flat. It's too late. The kid looked pissed before he disappeared into that barrier, so let him vent his anger on those idiots who disobeyed orders and opened fire. Chris said. There are men, Kate. So? Kate snapped. Who told them to open fire, not just at the kid but at Allison in the car? I don't care what happens to them. Besides, I definitely don't want to go out there. The kid doesn't seem to like me that much, and I don't want to get beaten by him or worse. Chris exhaled, frustrated. Well, let's just hope they use their brains and use flashbangs and tasers. I'll stop this if Jacob and his men start killing them. And hopefully, Allison will be scared of him. Inside the earth barrier, Jacob seethed with anger. The hunters had opened fire recklessly, not caring if Allison or Lydia were caught in the crossfire. Allison and Lydia stepped out of the car and looked at the angry Jacob. Allison's eyes glowed green as she spoke firmly. I'll fight. Jacob frowned. Are you sure? They're your parents' men. I don't care. Allison said. They just opened fire on us and didn't even care if Lydia and I were hit. I don't think my parents should keep men like that. Jacob said. Your parents will realize you are a supernatural creature. Allison said. Let them know what I am tonight. Sooner or later, they'll find out anyway. Lydia, standing beside her, drew in a deep breath. Her expression hardened as she looked at Jacob. I'll fight too. Jacob studied them both for a moment, then nodded. Then you two be careful. Use all your senses, all your powers. Don't underestimate hunters just because they're human. And Cogman, you can do with the hunters as you please. I don't care if you kill them. Cogman's eyes lit up with something close to delight. Thank you, sir. I think I'm starting to like you more than my last master. He was always asking me to restrain my rage. Jacob smirked. All right, you take care of the 5 men behind the car, and help the girls when you are done if they need help. Lydia, take care of the 4 men on the right. Allison, take care of the 5 men on the left. I'll take care of the 9 in the front. They all nodded. Are you ready? Jacob asked. Yes, the 3 answered in unison. Jacob waved his hand, and 4 openings split into the earth barrier. They stepped out, the opening sealing shut behind them, leaving the car safely inside barrier. Lydia blurred forward with supernatural speed, closing the gap before the hunters even registered her movement. By the time they raised their weapons, she unleashed a piercing sonic scream. The shockwave sent all 4 flying backward, crashing into their SUV. The force was so strong the vehicle itself flipped, tumbling violently across the road and into the woods, finally slamming against a tree. Lydia froze, her eyes wide. I think I went too far. Meanwhile, Cogman approached the 5 men near the SUV behind the Rolls-Royce. He didn't use any weapons, he just got close to them so fast and used his physical strength, striking like a master martial artist, snapping joints, shattering bones, smashing skulls against asphalt with brutal precision. One hunter, desperate, managed to fire his rifle. A bullet struck Cogman in the head, tearing through his nanoskin and briefly exposing the metallic skull beneath before sealing over again. Cogman, still grinding another man's head into the pavement, slowly looked up. A smirk tugged at his lips. That hurts. The hunter's eyes widened, but he kept firing, bullets bouncing uselessly off Cogman's body. Calmly, Cogman stood up, not caring about the bullets, and closed the distance. He caught the man by the throat, his glowing blue eyes burning into the hunter's panicked gaze. With a single squeeze, he crushed the man's windpipe. The body twitched once before going limp. Cogman let the corpse fall to the ground, adjusting the cuffs of his immaculate suit with a satisfied sigh. Ah, the sound of a human windpipe being crushed. I've missed that very much. On Allison's side, she walked toward the 5 hunters positioned on the right, her eyes glowing green. From his hiding spot, Chris saw his daughter standing against his armed men. Panic surged through him and he moved as if to stop them, but Victoria grabbed his arm. I don't think she's the one you should be worried about, she said. Look at her eyes. Chris finally focused. The glow in Allison's gaze froze him in shock, before fury twisted his expression. Damn it, that little shit turned her into a monster too. The hunters facing Allison hesitated, and didn't know what to do. One finally muttered. She may be a hunter's daughter, but she's a monster now. Shoot her. Don't aim to kill. Let her father finish the job with his own hands. At those words, Allison's anger flared. She inhaled deeply, then exhaled with a blast of wind that struck the speaker square in the chest. The force launched him backward into an SUV, the impact cracking metal and drawing blood from his mouth. He slumped to the ground, his fate unknown. The remaining 4 men panicked, raising their rifles and opening fire. But a green wind aura swirled around Allison, and she used her speed to avoid the bullets. With a sharp wave of her hands, 2 glowing wind slashes cut through the air. 3 men dove for cover behind the SUV, but one was too slow. The razor edge caught his leg above the knee, severing it clean. He dropped to the ground, shrieking in agony as blood poured out. Allison flinched at the sight, nausea twisting in her stomach. But she forced the feeling down and turned her fury back on the others. Drawing another breath, she unleashed a powerful gust from her mouth. The wind slammed into the SUV, flipping it violently. The heavy vehicle crashed down, pinning 2 of the hunters beneath its wreckage. Their screams rang out as they struggled in vain. The last man managed to escape the blast, sprinting toward the Argent's hiding spot. Allison raised a hand, forming a glowing green arrow of compressed wind. With a swift motion, she launched it. The projectile struck the man's leg, and he collapsed with a scream. He crawled desperately toward Chris, Kate, and Victoria, dragging himself forward. Allison followed at a measured pace, her expression cold. She raised her hand again, conjuring another wind arrow, and let it fly. It pierced his other leg, leaving him writhing helplessly on the ground. Chapter 59, Ambushed by Hunters Part 2. The hunter clawed at the dirt, desperately trying to crawl away from Allison, dragging his wounded legs behind him. Allison, who was following him slowly, formed another wind arrow, ready to finish him off, but then Chris stepped out from the woods, Victoria and Kate following close behind. "Allison, stop," Chris commanded. Her glowing green eyes locked on him. "Why should I? He just tried to kill me." Seeing Allison didn't listen, Victoria glared at her. "That's enough, Allison." "I'm just defending myself, Mom," Allison snapped. "So why stop me? You didn't stop them when they opened fire on us, or was that your order, hunters?" Chris shook his head. "We didn't order them to shoot you." Allison smiled bitterly. "You just asked them to shoot Jacob, right? But they did what hunters always do, they opened fire on all of us, not caring if they killed me or Lydia, as long as Jacob dies." Victoria's eyes narrowed. "That's not what hunters do. We have a code." "Oh, please." Allison scoffed. "What code? Your men just tried to kill your own daughter. And if you're talking about the code that says we only hunt those who hunt us, then why are you hunting Jacob? What did he do to you?" A loud gunshot cut through the argument. All eyes turned toward Jacob and the 9 surviving hunters. Jacob, who was keeping an eye on Allison and Lydia's fights to make sure they were fine, saw that Lydia was okay, although still dazed and looking at the car and the men she had sent flying, and that Allison had ended her fight and was talking to her parents. He stopped dodging the hunters' bullets and got serious. He pulled his SNW 500 revolver from his pocket dimension and shot one of the hunters in the head, blowing his brains out. In a blur, he grabbed another by the back of the neck, slammed his head against another hunter's head, and shot them point blank in the head, killing them with 1 bullet. The other 6 men rained bullets on him, but the bullets just hurt without penetrating his skin. He turned to them, smirking, and shot 4 times, blowing big holes in 4 hunters' chests and dropping them dead. One hunter threw a flashbang, trying to blind him, but Jacob simply closed his eyes before it detonated. Thinking Jacob was blinded, another hunter approached with a taser wand, pressing it against Jacob's chest. But Jacob didn't feel a thing. He just smirked and looked at him and said, "Let me show you what real electricity feels like." He placed a hand on the hunter's shoulder. A devastating surge of electricity coursed through him, cooking him from the inside out. Jacob removed his hand, leaving a blackened corpse smoldering on the ground. The last hunter panicked, dropping his rifle and turning to flee. 1 step was all he took before Jacob activated the wrist blaster on his arm. An energy shot penetrated the man's back, exiting through his chest, leaving a gaping hole. Jacob glanced at his alien wrist blaster. "Cool. Much stronger than I thought. Next time, I should test it on a supernatural creature." Deactivating it, the device returned to bracelet form. Jacob walked over to Lydia and patted her back. "Lydia, why are you in a daze?" Tears streaked her face. I just killed those 4 men. I didn't mean to, but... Jacob hugged her tightly. If they're dead, there's no need to feel sorry for them, they tried to kill us first. Besides, you didn't kill them. Use your sound control ability, listen. Their hearts are still beating. Lydia focused, amplifying the faint sounds around the crashed SUV in the woods. She heard the hunters groaning and counted 4 heartbeats. Sighing in relief, she said. I was scared for a second. I don't mind killing people like the ones you showed me in that memory, but I'm still not okay with taking the lives of some stupid hunters who were just here to scare us. Jacob shook his head. No, Lydia. They weren't here to scare us, they were here to kill us. Remember this, if someone tries to kill you, make sure you kill them first. One more thing. He let go of her and flicked her forehead. Never lose focus in a fight again, like you did tonight, just standing there dazed. Otherwise, I'll never let you fight beside me again. Lydia stuck her tongue out at him with a small smile. Sorry. I thought I had killed those men, so I froze. But I promise it won't happen again, even if I do kill someone. All right. Jacob said. Let's go check on Allison. Lydia turned her head to look at what Jacob had done to his opponents. Jacob wanted to stop her, but it was too late. She saw the bodies lying on the ground with their heads blown open and white brain matter around them. She covered her mouth, ran to the side, and started vomiting. Jacob shook his head and followed her, gently patting her back until she was done. Are you okay? He asked. Her face pale, Lydia wiped her mouth with her hand. Not really. You'll get used to it. Jacob said, his voice calm. They walked past Cogman, who stood near the earth barrier with a satisfied grin. Sir. He said, nodding at Jacob. I liked what you did with those men you fought. But honestly, nothing beats the sound of crushing human bones and ripping their limbs off. Too bad there were too few enemies. Jacob shook his head. Psychopath. Lydia looked at Cogman. You need some serious therapy. Cogman shrugged. No, Lady Lydia. I only need to vent from time to time by crushing bones and ripping limbs. That's all the therapy I need. Jacob stomped his foot, and the earth barrier around the car vanished. He continued walking toward Allison with Lydia at his side and Cogman following behind. Allison turned to Kate. Whatever you do, don't raise your gun at Jacob, or even look at him the wrong way. He doesn't like you. If you anger him, he will kill you, and I can't save you. Kate smirked. I'm not stupid, princess. I saw what he just did to those men, and he didn't even shift. He didn't use fire or earth, and if I'm not wrong, he can use electricity too. So I'm not going to anger something as powerful as him. But, you've changed, princess. You're ruthless. You don't even want to save me. I thought you loved me. Allison sighed. I don't know how to feel about you, or my parents right now. After all, your hunters just tried to kill me. And to make things worse, I found out what you did, Kate. Kate frowned. What do you mean? Allison shook her head. I don't want to talk about it. Jacob and the others arrived next to Allison and stood beside her. Chris glared at Jacob, pointing his gun at him. In a blur, Jacob appeared in front of him, caught his arm, and twisted the gun from his grip. I never liked it when you pointed your gun at me. Jacob said, his eyes sharp. But for Allison's sake, I let it slide. Tonight, though, not only did you send your hunters after me, they opened fire on us, almost killing Lydia and Allison. So, what should I do with you? Chris tried to yank his hand out of Jacob's grip but couldn't. What kind of father do you think I am? I never asked them to shoot my daughter or even you. I only asked them to make you angry, so you'd shift in front of Allison and scare her. All I wanted was to break you up with her. I didn't want my daughter dating a playboy shapeshifter. Jacob smirked and released his grip. You can't break us up. We're already married, and I mean the supernatural kind of marriage. So you can't break us up no matter how you try. Victoria's eyes widened. You mean, you have a mating bond with her? Jacob glanced at her, smirking. Oh, you know about mating bonds. As expected from a hunter. If you know what a mating bond is, then you know it can't be broken, and you know I will never harm Allison even if I wanted to. Chris turned to his wife. Is what he says true? Victoria nodded solemnly. Yes. A mating bond is an intense, instinctual, and irreversible supernatural connection, far beyond love. The two are connected. If one dies, the other enters a blood rage, a state of uncontrollable fury, killing everything in sight, often needing to be put down for the safety of all. Chris pointed at Lydia. What about her? Jacob's smirk widened. She's my mate too. Chris froze. What? Jacob chuckled. Jealous that I have two beautiful wives. Chris ground his teeth. Damn it. Then he caught Victoria's glare. I'm not jealous. He muttered. I just hate the kid. Then Jacob looked at Kate, and released his dragon aura, scaring the three Argents and making them take a step back. He let out a low growl, the kind that not only can be heard but can be felt in one's chest, then he said. This is the first and last time you provoke me, Kate. So don't get on my bad side again. And when Gerard gets here and tries something stupid, make sure not to help him, or I'll kill you along with him. He will not get a second chance if he provokes me. Kate's face drained of color. Fear unlike anything she had ever felt gripped her. She knew that if she said the wrong thing, she would die here and now. She said. I will never provoke you. I promise. Jacob restrained his aura and looked at Victoria, smirking. Clean this mess, mother-in-law. I don't want the cops to see it. I assume you have someone to help with bloody scenes. Without waiting for an answer, he turned to Cogman. Drive Lydia and Allison back home and prepare dinner. I'll follow in a while. Then Jacob looked at Chris, his grin turning wicked. Father-in-law, we need to have a talk. Before Chris could react, Jacob grabbed him by the arm and dragged him deeper into the woods at supernatural speed. Chapter 60, A Lesson for Chris. After Jacob left and took Chris with him, Allison looked at the worried Victoria and said. Don't worry, Mom. Dad will be fine. Then she turned to leave. Where are you going? Victoria asked sharply. Allison stopped and looked back at her. I'm going to my husband's house. My home. Victoria's eyes narrowed. No. You will not. Allison sighed. Mom, you were lying to me for so many years, not telling me that you were a hunter. You had the chance to tell me when we saw the alpha, but you just told me it was a bear. And tonight, you and Dad sent your hunters to shoot Lydia, Jacob, and me. Tears welled in her eyes as she continued. You know, Jacob told me that you guys have a code, that you only hunt the bad supernatural creatures. He also told me that there are some hunters who don't follow the code and kill supernatural creatures just because they are supernatural creatures. But he never told me that you and Dad don't follow the code, or told me anything bad about you. And even if he did, I wouldn't have believed him. But what you did tonight really broke my heart. Allison stepped closer, her voice trembling. And since I'm supernatural now too, I guess you hate me. So go ahead, Mom. Kill me. I won't resist. Victoria didn't move, and Allison took her mother's hand, the one holding a dagger, and put it on her own neck. Go on. Do it. Victoria's hand shook. The dagger slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. Tears ran down her cheeks as she touched Allison's cheek. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I never meant to hurt you. We told our men not to shoot, I swear. Wanting you to break up with Jacob wasn't fair, but I was raised to believe shapeshifters are evil. I've seen what they can do with my own eyes. That's why your father and I didn't want you with him. Victoria took her hand back and said. I'm sorry. Maybe if we had told you the truth about us being hunters, you would have never fallen for him in the first place. Allison shook her head. I'm glad you didn't. Otherwise you would have filled my head with hatred. You've seen what some shapeshifters do to innocent people, but I've seen what hunters do. I've seen them butcher people, supernatural or not, and sell the bodies on the black market. They destroy lives for money or claim it was for the greater good. Then she turned to Kate. And some hunters burn werewolves alive, even when those werewolves were protecting the innocent. They burn their families too, supernatural or not, kids or grown. They burn them alive just because they hate werewolves. Kate was shocked, wondering how Allison found out what she did. But she was more concerned that Allison would hate her, not that she killed the Hale family, because she thought they deserved to die, or at least that's what she was convincing herself so she wouldn't feel guilt. Victoria glanced at Kate, silently suspecting the truth, but said nothing. She turned back to Allison. Okay, sweetheart. You can go. But we need to talk. I will visit you tomorrow with your dad after school. Allison nodded and was about to leave, but the man who was shot earlier with her wind arrows in the legs and was lying not far from them yelled, his voice hoarse. You can't let her go, Mrs. Argent. You have to kill her. She is a monster, and you know what a hunter should do when they turn. Before Victoria could respond, Kate, who was still thinking about what Allison just said, lifted her shotgun without hesitation. One deafening shot rang out. The man's head exploded, his body collapsing lifeless to the ground. Kate lowered the smoking shotgun and said, Screw you and your hunter code. No one is killing Allison. Lydia looked away, feeling nauseous again, and Cogman looked at Kate with an approving look but didn't say anything. Allison watched Kate for a long beat and sighed, then turned around and took Lydia's hand. Cogman, let's go home. Cogman said. All right, my lady. He walked by Allison's side and said, By the way, what would you like for dinner tonight? Sir didn't say, he just told me to make dinner and left. You can just make him steaks. Allison said without enthusiasm. As for me, I don't feel like eating. Me neither. Lydia agreed. That's not good, my ladies. Cogman protested. You have to eat well so you can grow into beautiful, chubby, and healthy ladies. Lydia blinked. You idiot, are you cursing us? Who told you we should become fat? Is it Jay? Cogman said. No, it was not Sir who told me. But I thought a slightly protruding and chubby lower belly and big bums were a beauty standard and what men were looking for in a woman. That's what I learned from my previous masters, you know, in the 15th to 17th centuries and during the Victorian era, men loved fat women. Allison said. Really? Cogman said. Yeah, fatness was associated with beauty and wealth back then. Lydia said. Well, not anymore, old man. Fatness is now associated with health issues and laziness. Cogman shrugged. I will never understand you humans. Some of my former masters were fat, and I mean fat as pigs, and ate like pigs too, but they lived past 100. But also, some of them died early because they were too fat, and had diabetes. It's just fascinating. They reached the car while Cogman was still saying nonsense, making them both smile despite everything. They got into the car and drove away. Victoria watched them go and sighed. We went too far tonight. We should have just talked to her instead of sending those idiots after Jacob and almost hurting our own daughter in the process. Now, we made her hate, well, not hate us, but she was looking at me with such disappointment. She continued. Besides, that kid had already told her what he is and about the supernatural side of the world, so even if we succeeded in making him lose control, it wouldn't have changed anything. Kate said. That kid is smart and so scary. I've faced a lot of shapeshifters in my life, but none of them made me as terrified as he made me when he looked at me earlier. And when he dealt with those 9 hunters, he didn't even use his powers. I wonder what kind of creature he is. Victoria studied her. They seem to know something about you, Kate, that me and Chris don't know about. Kate didn't answer. She changed the subject and said. So, what do we do about this mess? Victoria's expression went cold. Kill the surviving idiots, and compensate their families. Say they died in a hunt. I don't want them spreading the news that my daughter is a shapeshifter and making her a target. Then call the cleaners. Kate nodded. All right. Then the 2 of them killed all the surviving hunters and called a discreet crew who specialized in cleaning bloody scenes and removing corpses, and waited for them to arrive. Deep in the woods, Jacob dropped Chris to the ground and eyed the gun that he took from him. A Desert Eagle. He said with a grin. Nice. I'm keeping this one. Chris staggered to his feet, dazed by Jacob's speed. Why did you bring me here, kid? Jacob hid the gun in his pocket dimension without Chris noticing and looked at him, his expression turning serious. I didn't like the way you treated me since the first time we met, and I especially didn't like what you did tonight. Not only did you send your hunters after me, but you almost got Lydia and Allison, your own daughter, hurt. So I'm going to beat you to death. Then, without another word, Jacob started beating Chris brutally, punching him and breaking his nose, then with a knee to the gut, he made him spit blood. When Chris began to lose consciousness, Jacob shocked him with a burst of electricity, forcing him back awake, then resumed the beating. He kept beating him for half an hour before he took his Glock from his pocket dimension, zapped Chris with another electrical jolt to keep him conscious, and leaned close. Remember that night outside the school? When the mountain lion showed up? Chris stared at him, silent and defiant. You said something to me that pissed me off, and if you weren't Allison's father, I would have killed you that night. Jacob said, voice cold. You told me, just because you don't have parents to worry about you and can do whatever you want, that doesn't mean you can kidnap my daughter. I didn't like that at all. Jacob aimed the gun at Chris and said, this is for what you said to me that night. Jacob raised the gun and fired. Shots tore into Chris's stomach, legs, arms, and right lung. Then Jacob just watched him bleeding from his wounds and coughing blood. Chris rasped through his pain. Allison will never forgive you for killing me. Jacob's mouth curved into a small smile. Who said anything about killing you? He took an expired senza bean and a bottle of water from his pocket dimension. With a rough, efficient motion he shoved the bean into Chris's mouth and forced the water down his throat. Then Jacob stepped aside and covered his nose. He took his phone and a strong flashlight he got as a daily reward and shone it on Chris, starting to video record as Chris's wounds healed. Chris felt all his painful wounds heal and disappear like they were never there. He sat up, bewildered. How? Then his stomach gave a terrible, ominous rumble. He clutched at his belly and glared at Jacob. What did you do, kid? What followed was absurd and humiliating. A loud, thunderous fart burst from Chris. Then another. And another. Chris's face turned red. Damn it, I'll kill you one day, you little punk. Then he turned around and ran away while still farting, and Jacob just filmed him, holding his laugh to not cover the sound of the farts. Once Chris almost disappeared into the night, Jacob grinned and took a banana peel and threw it on the ground not far from him. Chris, overcome by some strange compulsion, suddenly turned back and ran straight toward the peel, stepped on it, slipped, and rolled on the ground a few times while farting loudly before sprawling flat on his back. He lay there and didn't move, still farting. He covered his face and said, damn it, kid. You can kill a man, but you can't humiliate him like this. Jacob laughed. Don't say that. You are my father-in-law, I don't want to kill you. Chris hissed. You're pure evil. Jacob just laughed, and after 10 minutes, the humiliating symphony finally stopped. Chris pushed himself to his feet and eyed the phone in Jacob's hand. Jacob pocketed it and delivered the final warning. From now on, don't anger me. Or I'll show this video to Allison, Kate, and Victoria, or I'll beat you half to death again and make you swallow that medicine in front of them. He casually draped an arm around Chris's shoulder. So from now on, we should act like a real family and not make Allison sad, even if we don't like each other. Chris shoved him off. You already told her about the supernatural world. About us being hunters. And you even turned her into some kind of supernatural creature. Jacob smirked. Of course I told her. I'm not as stupid as you to hide the truth from her and make her hate me when she finds out. Chris's jaw tightened. I hid the truth to protect her. Then explain that to her, not me. Jacob said with a shrug. Besides, she can protect herself now. That's why I helped her become what she is. Chris narrowed his eyes. What did you turn her into? Ask her yourself. Jacob replied smoothly. Chris hesitated, then asked the question that had been eating at him. Then what are you? Jacob only smirked and grabbed him by the arm. What are you doing? Chris demanded. Sending you back to your wife. Can't leave you weaponless out here, you'd just get yourself killed. Before Chris could argue, Jacob blurred into supernatural speed, dragging him through the forest until they arrived back where Victoria and Kate stood overseeing men cleaning up the bloody mess. Jacob dropped Chris at their feet. You two are ruthless. Jacob said flatly. We didn't kill all the hunters. Some were still alive when I left. Victoria said. I don't need people who don't listen to orders. Jacob studied her for a moment, then gave a faint smile. I see. Well, see you around, guys. Good night. Then he used his speed and disappeared, going back to his mansion. Victoria's gaze shifted to Chris, noticing the blood soaking his clothes. Are you all right? Chris rose unsteadily. Physically? Yes. Mentally? No. That kid is evil. He beat me half to death and then healed me with some kind of magical medicine. Kate raised her brows. Seriously? Chris nodded grimly. Yes. He even shot me a few times. Look. He showed them the bullet holes in his torn clothes and continued. After he gave me that medicine, my body pushed the bullets out and all my wounds healed instantly. Remembering the brutal beating, the shocks, and the humiliating farting, Chris shuddered. Anyway, let's not mess with that monster anymore. He's pure evil. Besides, since we can't break him up with Allison, let's try to get along and not make Allison angrier at us more than she already is. Chapter 61, The Gift of Protection. Jacob returned to his mansion and found Allison and Lydia in the living room, both fresh from the shower. He sat down and asked, "How are you feeling, girls?" Lydia frowned. "Not good. I saw too many dead people tonight, and after you left, I saw Kate blow a man's brains out." Jacob said. "Oh. And why did she do that?" "The men told Victoria to kill Allison because she's a supernatural creature," Lydia said. "I see." Jacob muttered. "That explains why they killed the rest of the surviving hunters." Allison's eyes widened. "What? They killed them all?" "Yeah." Jacob nodded. "When I took your dad back to your mom, I saw that she and Kate executed the survivors. Probably to keep your identity as a shapeshifter secret." Allison narrowed her eyes. "And what exactly did you do to my dad?" Jacob remembered what he did to Chris and smirked. "Nothing much. We just talked. Maybe I roughed him up a little, but he's fine and everything is good between us now." Allison sighed. "As long as he's fine, I guess." "All right, look at the bright side," Jacob said, leaning back with a grin. "Now everything is out in the open. They know that you are supernatural, and they know that you are my mate. So in my opinion, what happened tonight is a good thing." Allison sighed, letting go of all the anger and disappointment against her parents, and smiled softly. "I guess you are right." Lydia looked between them in disbelief. "Are you too serious? People tried to kill us tonight, and we killed them. There's no bright side to that." Jacob turned to her, his expression firm. "Lydia, would you rather one of us had died instead?" Her face paled. "Of course not." "Then don't overthink it. We don't harm innocents, but if someone comes to kill us, we won't show them mercy." "He's right," Allison added gently. "Those men opened fire on us. They got what they deserved. And don't forget the evil hunter's memory Jay showed us. If we don't protect ourselves, we will end up worse than just dead." Lydia sighed. "I know." "All right then," Jacob said, standing. "Let's stop talking about depressing things." He scooped Lydia into his arms, kissed her, and said, "Let's have dinner. I'm sure Cogman's finished cooking by now." The three of them headed to the kitchen, ate together, and later went upstairs. Jacob looked at them with a playful smirk. "So, which one of you is spending the night with me tonight?" Lydia groaned. "I don't feel like doing anything, but I don't want to sleep alone either." Allison smiled. "Then go to Jay's room. We'll join you in an hour or two. I'm going back downstairs to talk to Cogman. You can call me when you are done," Lydia said. "If I stay alone, I will start remembering those guys with their brains coming out of their heads." She kissed Jacob softly and left. Jacob then lifted Allison into his arms. "So, did you choose a room?" "The one where you gave me the potion," she said with a small smile. "That'll be mine." Jacob carried her there, closed the door behind them, they lost their clothes, and had fun together. After 2 hours, Jacob and Allison took a shower, then called Lydia. The three of them ended up in Jacob's room, falling asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Jacob woke to find Allison and Lydia cuddled up on either side of him, sleeping peacefully. A smirk tugged at his lips. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Random underwear collection, today's belongs to Elsa, Frozen. Hand grenade times 10. Lobster roll times 50. Jacob sighed. Again with the perverted rewards, but hey, the Nami collection was new. If this one's new too, maybe I'll just hand it to Allison. The grenades are useful, and I love lobster rolls. Another screen popped up. Reminder, host still has a sign-in available. Monthly sign-in. Does the host want to sign in now, or leave it for later? Oh. It has been a month already. Sign in. Monthly sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. True Dragon's Blood Essence, a drop of pure power from an ancient dragon. When consumed, it strengthens your connection to your draconic heritage and permanently expands your magical reserves. Deadpool Healing Factor grants extreme rapid healing and regeneration. Heals severe injuries in seconds and regrows lost organs/limbs in minutes. The ability grows stronger with the host. At high levels, regeneration from a single cell may be possible. Immune to diseases and toxins. Note, you can still be killed with magic and curses, so host should be careful until immune to magic. Quen Sign Scroll ×10. The Witcher. After learning the ability, the user can create a powerful protective energy bubble shield around themselves. The shield can protect the user from sonic waves, physical attacks, energy attacks, and magical attacks, and it can even reflect attacks back to the attacker. Multiple users can combine shields to form stronger barriers to protect themselves or trap someone inside the barrier. Note, the energy shield's strength and duration depend on the user's magical energy reserves. Jacob's eyes widened. He couldn't help himself after he read the rewards and shouted, "Yes!" before he realized he wasn't alone. He looked over at Allison and Lydia to find them both awake and staring at him. "What's wrong with you, idiot?" Allison asked, rubbing her eyes. "You were spacing out when I woke up, then suddenly shouted yes. What's going on?" "You were awake?" Jacob asked, a little surprised. Lydia groaned. "Yeah, we both were. But you were staring into the void, too lost in your thoughts to notice." Jacob's mind raced. "I don't know if they believed me when I told them about my supernatural, crazy doctor who comes up with all the potions and other stuff. They'll start asking questions and maybe ask me to introduce them to him if I keep pulling new items and abilities out of nowhere. The whole, crazy supernatural doctor, excuse won't hold forever. I should find a better excuse." Allison brought him out of his thoughts. "You're spacing out again." Jacob came back to his senses. He untangled himself from their embrace. Sitting up, he rubbed the back of his neck. "There's something I need to tell you." The girls sat up, exchanging a glance. Allison arched a brow. "What is it? Did you find another girl and want to tell us about her?" Jacob blinked. "What? I wish." Seeing them both glaring at him, he quickly corrected himself. "I mean, no. I didn't find any other girl." "Then what do you want to talk about? Why do you look serious and guilty at the same time?" Lydia asked. Jacob smiled sheepishly. "Remember that supernatural crazy doctor or scientist, or whatever I told you he was?" Allison said. "Yeah. We know he's fake." Jacob froze. "He's wait, what?" He looked between the two of them, utterly baffled. "You knew?" Lydia shrugged. "Not for sure, but we suspected. Only idiots like Scott and Styles would believe someone sold you spatial rings and Cogman's summoning scroll. If he was a crazy scientist like you said, he would definitely not sell you the scroll, he'd use it himself." He looked at Lydia and said, "It was you who doubted my fake scientist friend." Lydia smiled. "Yes." Jacob pulled a face at her. "Smart people are stupid." Lydia tilted her head. "What does that even mean?" "It means no one likes a smartass," Jacob retorted. Allison narrowed her eyes. "And how exactly do you know it was Lydia who doubted your little scientist friend?" Jacob looked at Allison and laughed like a stupid hyena trying to steal a meal from a male lion, unaware it was just signing its death warrant. "Come on, love, we both know it wasn't you. You couldn't even recognize a werewolf, you thought it was a bear, even though it had a wolf's head." "Ha ha ha ha." Allison glared at him. "Damn it, Lydia, let's beat his ass. He just called you stupid, too." Then both girls pounced on him, punching and kicking while he was still laughing. They threw him out of the bed. Allison stood up on the mattress and jumped at him, hitting him with an elbow drop to the stomach. "Allison." Jacob groaned. "Are you trying to kill me?" Allison locked her legs around his neck in a chokehold. "I was actually aiming for your balls." Before Jacob could answer, Lydia jumped from the bed and landed on his stomach with her knee. Jacob wheezed. "You girls went too far. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Allison felt him slipping from her hold. "Lydia, help. He's too strong." "What do I do?" Lydia squeaked. In desperation, she bit him on the arm he was using to push Allison's leg away from his neck. "Ow. Lydia." Jacob yelped, even though it didn't hurt. "Stop biting." With a surge of strength, he broke free from Allison's hold, stood up, and caught Lydia as she tried to scramble away. Sitting back on the bed, he tossed her over his lap and started spanking her. Sorry. Sorry. Please stop. Lydia just laughed. He finally tossed her onto the bed. I'll deal with you in a moment. Then he caught Allison, who was about to escape from the room. And where do you think you're going? Allison kissed him quickly, whispering in his ear. Do you want to punish me, or do you want me to leave the room so you can punish Lydia properly? Jacob smirked. You're lucky. I'll forgive you this time. He kissed her, then shoved her out of the room and shut the door behind her. Rude. Allison pouted, though a smile played on her lips as she headed to her own room. Jacob leapt onto the bed, pinning Lydia beneath him. His grin turned mischievous. Now, let me punish you properly. Moments later, the room filled with Lydia's cries, though not of pain, but of joy. After an hour, they took a shower, then went downstairs and joined Allison in the living room. Allison asked. So, what were you going to tell us? Jacob leaned back, scratching his head. Well, you see, I don't actually have a spatial ability. What I have is more like a space inside my soul, or consciousness, or whatever it's called. I can store things in there, like the rings I gave you girls, only my space is much bigger. It's filled with all kinds of stuff, magical and normal. Potions, scrolls, even abilities. But, he sighed, I can't access most of it right now. It's the same with the bloodlines I pass to you. I know they're stored in my body, but I can't use them or even know what they are. I only find out when I consummate a bond with one of my mates, and 3 of those bloodlines chooses her. Lydia frowned. Then how do you access the other things, besides bloodlines? The stronger I get, the more items and other stuff I can access. Jacob explained. I think I inherited that space from one of my parents after they died, just like my bloodline. And maybe they inherited it from my ancestors. Allison tilted her head. But, if that's true, couldn't your parents use that space too? Jacob said. They probably couldn't. Lydia asked, hesitantly. If they were dragons like you, how could they die in a car accident? Jacob froze for a second, then thought grimly. Now, what nonsense should I tell them? Out loud, he said. I don't know. Maybe they only awakened a weak dragon bloodline. Or maybe only one of them was a dragon. I suspect it was my mom, and she chose to die with my dad, because he died before I even got to the hospital, so he probably wasn't a dragon. I think that's why she was apologizing to me a lot before she passed. She chose to follow him. Sorry, Mom. Dad. I'm really shameless. Jacob thought bitterly. Lydia looked down. Sorry for bringing that up. Jacob waved it off. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I don't know exactly who made that space or how I got it. But I suspect one of my ancestors created it, and I don't think he was from our world. Probably someone like Cogman. Allison asked. Why would you think that? Jacob grinned. Remember the movie we saw, Cowboys and Aliens? Lydia raised a brow. Yeah, what about it? Do you remember the wrist blaster Jake was wearing? Both girls nodded, and Jacob activated the bracelet on his arm. It shifted and transformed into a weapon. This is it. A little modified, but basically the same. Allison's eyes widened. I saw you using that yesterday, but I thought it was something Cogman made for you. Nope. Jacob said. I got it from that space. I also got some senza beans, they're healing beans from an anime called Dragon Ball. I even got Captain Jack Sparrow's jar of dirt. Allison blinked. Wait. Isn't that thing useless? Or, does it actually have Davy Jones's heart in it? Lydia's eyes sparkled. Is it? Is it still beating? Show us. Jacob deadpanned, holding up the jar. No. It's literally just dirt. Allison groaned in disappointment. Why would your ancestor keep something useless like that? And why would you need to get stronger to access it? Jacob shrugged. No idea. I've gotten a lot of other useless stuff too. Even, perverted stuff. Got rid of those right away. Lydia leaned back, thoughtful. So that ancestor of yours visited a lot of worlds? Jacob nodded. Yeah. Which means maybe one day, we can visit other worlds too. But for now, let's not think too much about things we don't understand, and let's keep this between us, okay? Don't tell Scott or Styles. Let them keep believing I get my stuff from my fake scientist friend. Both girls grinned and said in unison. All right. Jacob smirked. Now, let me show you why I was so excited this morning. He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out 3 scrolls. I got 10 of these when I woke up, he said, handing 2 of them to Allison and Lydia. Allison turned hers over curiously. What are these? Another summoning scroll, like the one you used to summon Cogman. Jacob shook his head. No. These are different. They'll let us learn a magical defense ability called the Quen sign. Lydia's eyes lit up. So, how do we use it? Jacob explained. Just open it and think about learning the ability sealed inside. Without hesitation, both girls unrolled their scrolls. They glowed brightly, dissolving into streams of light that flowed straight into their minds. Jacob activated his own as well. 5 minutes later, the 3 of them had fully learned the new ability and opened their eyes. Let's go outside to test it, Allison said eagerly. They went into the backyard. Jacob stood a few steps away. I'll start with physical attacks. Ready? Both nodded. He dashed forward, aiming a punch at Lydia. A shimmering shield appeared around her, stopping his fist. He pressed harder, and the shield cracked under the force. Again. Lydia called. I'll pour more energy into it this time. Jacob struck once more. The barrier held. Then his arm shifted into a dragon's arm and punched from another angle, but again, her shield absorbed the impact, before fading out with a shimmer. Breathing slightly heavier, Lydia grinned. That last attack of yours consumed a lot of my energy to stop, but it's not bad. I can still use the shield a few more times. My turn, Allison said. Jacob repeated the test with her, gradually increasing his strength. Then they tried magical and sonic attacks as well. The energy shield even managed to bounce attacks back. All 3 of them were very satisfied with its performance. Chapter 62, Jacob's powers grow. When Jacob and the girls finished testing the energy shield, Cogman appeared and called them for breakfast. Jacob stayed behind, sitting on the grass. Go ahead, girls. I got a little stronger this morning, and I want to see what changed in my body. Allison and Lydia nodded, not bothering him, and went inside the mansion, still talking excitedly about their new ability. Once they were gone, Jacob smirked. Now, let's use the rewards I've been waiting for. System, merge the Deadpool healing factor into my body, he commanded in his mind. Are you sure, host? Wait, are there any side effects? Like, will my face turn ugly or something? No, host. There are no side effects. Then merge it. Please brace for the pain. The merging will be complete after 10 minutes. Wait, what pie? Before he could finish the thought, agony ripped through him. Every cell in his body tore apart and reconstructed. Jacob bit his lip hard, enduring the torment in silence. 10 minutes later, it finally ended. His clothes were drenched in sweat, but the vitality surging through his body was unmistakable. That pain was worth it, he thought with a grin. Now I'm nearly impossible to kill. Even if I can't win a fight, I'll survive to take revenge. He pulled the true dragon's blood essence from his pocket dimension and drank it. This time, there was no pain, just a warm, comfortable feeling that spread through his body and lasted for about a minute. Jacob clenched his fist, feeling the raw strength coursing through him. I'm so much stronger than before. Let's shift and see what's changed. He took off his hoodie and began to shift. Black scales covered his entire body except his face, which only had a few scales on his cheeks. His eyes glowed golden, his ears became pointed, and 2 dragon horns emerged from his head. But the change didn't stop there. His body grew taller, from 1.8 meters to 2.2 meters, and became bulkier. 2 powerful black dragon wings burst from his back, and a scaled dragon tail unfurled behind him. Jacob was pleasantly surprised by the sheer power he felt in this form. I feel incredibly strong, like, really strong. I thought having a tail would be awkward, but it feels just like an extra limb. I can control it with ease. But more importantly, I finally have wings. Let's try to fly. With a powerful beat, he launched skyward, a shockwave blasting the ground where he stood. In moments he was soaring high above the Beacon Hills Preserve, wind rushing past him at exhilarating speed. Yeah! Jacob shouted with unrestrained joy, streaking through the sky. I feel so free. He broke through the clouds, flying above them in the bright morning sun. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his fire. A massive funnel of flame roared from his jaws, stretching more than 200 meters before fading away. Jacob laughed. Now that's what you call a fire breath. And my fire has changed, too, it's much hotter than before. Now, let's try my lightning breath. He opened his mouth. A crackling ball of lightning formed, first the size of a basketball, then swelling until it was 5 times larger. With a mighty roar, Jacob unleashed the lightning breath. Unlike before, when the lightning sphere simply shot forward, this time a thick beam of lightning blasted out while the ball remained at his mouth, shrinking with each second. The beam carved through the clouds, traveling so far that Jacob couldn't even see its end before it finally faded away. The glowing ball in front of his mouth finally dissipated, leaving the air tingling with static. Jacob's grin widened. That was incredibly strong, this is true dragon power. He thought. Now. I wonder what kind of breath my earth element gives me. Maybe that drop of dragon blood awakens something new. System, show me my status. Status. Name, Jacob Alexander, 16 years old. Species, human/dragon. Abilities. 1. Pyrokinesis. 2. Electrokinesis. 3. Geokinesis. 4. Magmakinesis. 5. Fire and electricity immunity. 6. Standard shifter abilities. 7. Poison immunity. 8. Passive charm. 9. Dragonborn shout, Fuss Ro Da, Skyrim. 10. Dragon fire, lightning, lava breath. 11. Storm call, Skyrim. 12. The Quen sign, The Witcher. Weapons and items, banana peel, Mario Kart, defective lightsaber, defective invisibility cloak, Excalibur knockoff, the Joker's laughing bomb times 20, a can of Popeye's spinach, Mirakuru, arrow, DC Comics, times 7, Senza beans times 3, expired Senza beans times 8, spatial ring times 8, memory neuralizer, Men in Black, replica katana Shusue, One Piece, Glock 45, SNW 500 revolver, alien wrist blaster, Cowboys and Aliens, arc reactor, MCU, hand grenades times 10, Quen scroll times 7. Jacob's eyes lit up. Magmakinesis. Lava breath. I definitely didn't have those yesterday. He closed his eyes and focused. A moment later, molten lava bubbled into existence above his palm, glowing red and hissing with heat. Cool. Jacob muttered, grinning. Now let's try the breath. He took a deep breath and, with a roar, unleashed his lava breath. A torrent of superheated molten rock shot from his mouth, traveling nearly 50 meters before splattering and raining down in a devastating shower of fire and stone. It's insanely powerful. Jacob thought. But damn, it eats more energy than fire and lightning combined. Still worth it. He turned and began flying home, diving below the clouds at incredible speed. But just as he was about to arrive at his mansion, he realized with a jolt that the lava hadn't disappeared. It was going to fall on the trees in the Beacon Hills Preserve and start a fire. He quickly flew back to the preserve, but he was already too late. Flames burned the trees, spreading fast. Damn it. He cursed, landing inside the inferno. With a sweep of his arms, he drew on his fire control, forcing the flames to die down. He manipulated the lava, solidifying it into hardened rock until the last ember faded away. He sighed in relief. I should be more careful next time. Just then, he caught the terrified heartbeat of something nearby. Jacob turned his golden eyes toward the sound and spotted a coyote with glowing blue eyes staring at him in sheer terror. A slow, wolfish grin spread across his face. Well, hello, beautiful. The coyote whimpered in fear and bolted away. With a powerful flap of his wings, Jacob caught up and scooped her into his scaled arms. She struggled wildly and bit his arm, but it was like trying to bite stone. Jacob bared his fangs in a grin. Do you really think I'll let you go after finding you? Be a good girl and become my mate. I mean, come home with me. Damn. I sound so creepy. Then, without thinking, Jacob let out a monstrous dragon roar. The coyote's eyes rolled back in her head, and she fainted in his grasp. Jacob blinked. What's going on? Isn't she supposed to turn into a human? Or do I need to be an alpha to force her to shift? He tilted his head, frowning. And why is she so scared anyway? Then it hit him. He looked at his scaled hands, his wings, his horns. Right. I'm in my hybrid form. Even if I'm not releasing my aura, some of it still leaks out. He chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Oops. I almost scared my future wife to death. His grin widened. But this works too. I'll take her home like this, let the girls get used to her, and let her get used to us. There's no rush. Jacob carried Malia in his arms and flew back home. He landed in the mansion still in his hybrid form, wings folded tightly behind him, and walked into the kitchen. Inside, Allison and Lydia were already done with breakfast, giggling as they tested out the new phones Cogman had built for them. Both girls froze when they saw him. Their eyes widened, and in seconds they were circling him, touching his wings and the scales along his arms. Can you fly? Lydia asked in awe. Yes. Jacob said with a grin. I just came back from my first flight. Allison smiled. Then you have to take me flying. Me too. Lydia chimed in. I'll take you both after school. Jacob promised. Cogman looked first at Jacob's form, then focused on limp Coyote in his arms. Sir, do you want me to cook that? I doubt it will taste very good, but... Malia shivered violently, fear radiating from her small body. Jacob snapped. Shut up, you idiot. She's already terrified enough. Allison and Lydia raised their brows in unison. She. Jacob sighed, shifted back into his human form, and sat at the table. He placed Malia carefully on his lap. Yes, she. This isn't just a coyote, she's a were-coyote. A girl, judging by her scent. For some reason, she's stuck in this form and has probably been living alone in the woods for years. And why did you bring her home? Lydia asked, narrowing her eyes. I won't lie. Jacob said honestly. I'm very interested in her. But I don't know how to turn her back into a human. So she'll stay with us until we figure it out. What do you girls think? Allison frowned. I don't like it. But, there's nothing I can do about it. Jacob looked to Lydia. She snorted and turned away. I'm not talking to you today. Allison, let's go to school. But as she moved to leave, Jacob caught her hand. Come on, I know you're not that angry. So, tell me, what do you really want? A mischievous smirk tugged at Lydia's lips. I want you to watch The Notebook with me. Jacob groaned. Again. We just watched it a few days ago. Lydia pouted. You don't want to? Then how about we watch Titanic? Jacob shouted dramatically. No, no, no. There was plenty of space on that damn door for both Jack and Rose. I refuse to watch that trash again. It makes my blood pressure spike. Fine. We'll watch the stupid Notebook. Lydia pumped her fist triumphantly. Yes. Jacob shook his head, smiling despite himself, then turned to Allison. And you? Want me to sit through some boring romance anime with you too? Allison smirked and kissed his cheek. No. Just be nice when my parents come over tonight after school. I will. Jacob promised. Good. She kissed him again, then turned to Cogman. Drive us to school, will you? We're going to be late. Jacob still needs to eat and shower. He smells like sulfur. As you wish, my lady. Cogman replied smoothly. Lydia wrinkled her nose. Jay, why do you smell like sulfur? Jacob leaned back with a grin. Because of my new ability. He told them about his lava breath, his magma control, and how he had nearly burned down the woods. Lydia smacked the back of his head. Idiot. Last time you almost destroyed the forest with lightning, and now lava. Can't you think before testing your powers? Jacob gave a sheepish smile. I'll try to be more careful next time. Allison shook her head, tugging Lydia toward the door. All right, let's go. We're already late. After the girls left with Cogman in the Rolls-Royce, Jacob looked down at Malia in his lap. I know you're awake. He said gently. And I know you can understand me. Malia slowly opened her eyes and stared at him. Jacob smiled softly. I will not harm you. I was just trying to help you shift back to human form earlier when I roared at you, but it didn't work. You can leave if you want, I won't stop you. But even if you leave, you will always be welcome here. He gently placed her on the kitchen floor and stood up. You haven't eaten human food in a while, have you? You can nod or shake your head to answer. Jacob pulled 2 ribeye Wagyu steaks from his pocket to mention, cooked them, sliced them into pieces, and set them on a plate on the floor. Here. Try this. It's Wagyu steak. People say it's the most delicious meat in the world. Then he sat at the table and began eating. Malia hesitated for a moment, then cautiously walked to the plate and devoured the steaks. When she finished, she barked at Jacob. He chuckled. What? You want more? Malia nodded eagerly. All right, I'll make another one. Jacob said. Malia barked again, and he grinned. You want 2? She nodded once more. Jacob quickly cooked and plated another round of steaks. Afterward, he went upstairs for a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and returned downstairs. Malia was waiting near the front door. Jacob opened it and said, You can leave, but like I said, you're welcome here anytime. You can even stay with us until we figure out how to turn you back into a human. Malia barked happily, then sprinted off, leaping over the perimeter wall and running toward the woods. Jacob sighed, shook his head with a smile, and climbed onto his bike, riding off to school. Chapter 63, Plans for the Weekend. Jacob was in the school cafeteria having lunch with Allison, Lydia, Styles, and Scott. Styles leaned in, lowering his voice. The cops found 2 dead bodies yesterday. I was with my dad at the crime scene and saw them, it was gruesome. Allison frowned. How did they die? They were torn apart. Styles said grimly. Claw marks and bites were all over the bodies. They were both dismembered and cut in half. It was a total horror show. Jacob raised a brow. Was it Peter? Scott nodded. Yeah. We asked Derek. He said it was him. Styles added. According to Derek, after you and Lydia beat Peter up, he's in full-on rage mode. Derek said Peter seemed to have lost control yesterday. He attacked Derek and almost killed him before taking off. When Derek tracked him, he found him killing those 2 people. Jacob snorted. That bastard didn't lose control at all. He was just reminding Derek who the Alpha is. If he really lost control, it wouldn't just be 2 bodies, it'd be a massacre. Those 2 were probably targeted. Allison nodded. Exactly. An Alpha who loses control can cause a massacre, not just 2 deaths. So, like Jay said, Peter was just acting like he lost control, and those 2 dead guys were probably connected to the Hale family fire. You're right. Styles said. I checked. Both were tied to the Hale fire. Lydia tilted her head. Wait, is Peter even healed yet? Jay almost burned him to death 2 nights ago. Scott answered. Derek said Peter isn't fully healed yet, but he's almost there. He should be completely healed by today. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Huh. I thought it would take him at least a week. Maybe next time I should cook him a little longer. Or just burn him to ash. Styles muttered. Really? Jacob asked, studying him. Do you want him dead? He's driving my dad insane. Styles snapped. When I woke up this morning, I found him asleep at his desk with a bottle of booze next to him. Jacob suggested. Maybe it's time to tell him the truth. Styles shook his head. Not yet. I don't want my dad going after Kate or an alpha werewolf. So let's wait until Peter and Kate are finished fighting and one of them dies. He glanced at Allison. No offense, but your aunt is a psycho. I wouldn't shed a tear if she dropped dead. Allison sighed but said nothing. Scott quickly changed the subject. By the way, Jackson came to me again this morning. He asked if I could help him become a werewolf, but he was polite this time. Jacob asked. And what did you say? I told him being a werewolf isn't all that great and walked off. Jacob shook his head. You're an idiot. What? Why? Scott asked. Jacob smirked. Jackson's rich, right? Yeah. Styles said. His parents are loaded. Then you should ask him to pay you to turn him. Jacob said simply. What? I can't do that. Scott protested. Jacob said. Why not? He wants to be a werewolf, so let him pay for it. You can earn some money from it, and he can get the bite. It's a win-win. Besides, even if you don't help him, he'll just go find Derek and ask him. Scott hesitated. But I can't turn him. Styles rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Of course you can't, but you can introduce him to Peter. Scott's eyes widened in understanding. Oh. Then, how much should I ask for? Jacob grinned. 10 grand. Any more and his parents might start asking questions. Scott stood up abruptly. Styles, let's go find him. If he agrees, I'll give you 1,000 to fix the Jeep. Only 1,000. Styles complained, standing up as well. Scott shrugged. I want to buy a car. 9,000 will barely be enough. But if there's any money left after I buy it, we'll split it. Styles grinned. Deal. Now let's go get our money. Jacob and the girls watched the two leave, amused smiles on their faces. Lydia leaned toward Jacob. So, where's your coyote girlfriend? Did you leave her at home? Jacob chuckled. She went back to the woods, and she's not my girlfriend yet. I don't even know if she's beautiful or not. What if she's old? I mean, I don't mind a 30-year-old, or even a beautiful 40-year-old, but what if she's like 60 or 70? Or what if she's ugly? Lydia snorted. You said you were interested in her this morning. She's probably our age. And probably beautiful too. Jacob shrugged. Anyway, we'll find out when she shifts back to her human form. Until then, I just hope you two treat her kindly. I don't know if she's going to be part of our family or not, but she must have gone through something traumatic to be stuck in that form. She must be so lonely, living in the woods by herself. So if she comes back, please be nice to her. Allison nodded. All right, we'll be nice to her. Then she narrowed her eyes. But about what you said regarding older women. Should I be worried about you going after Kate? Or even my mom? Jacob shook his head quickly. No. Kate is definitely attractive, but I don't really like her. And your mom? She's way too mean for my taste. So there's nothing to worry about. Internally, he scoffed. Victoria isn't attractive, she's just an old, mean lady. I was just being polite when I said she was too mean for my taste. You're sure? Allison pressed. Positive. I'll keep an eye on you anyway, pervert. Jacob just chuckled and shook his head. By the way, girls, Cogman and I are leaving town this weekend. Where are you going? Lydia asked. Jacob's smile turned wicked. Vegas. I have some business there. Allison saw his smirk and quickly understood. You're going to the auction we saw in the Harvester Hunter's Memories, aren't you? Jacob didn't deny it. Yes. I'm going to kill them all, destroy the place, and make some money while I'm at it. Instead of trying to talk him out of it, Allison said. Then you're taking me with you. Don't even try to say no. I can protect myself with the energy shield, and I can fight. Jacob studied her carefully. Are you sure? Whoever's running that auction will have strong subordinates. It's going to be dangerous. All the more reason to take me with you. Allison insisted. You won't have to protect me. I can take care of myself and I won't get in your way. Jacob hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, you can come. But you'd better be prepared mentally for what Cogman and I will do there. We will not show mercy. That auction is going to turn into a bloodbath. Allison's expression was grim but said firmly. Good. I hate those people too. Rapists, butchers, organ traffickers, they even sell children and babies. People like them don't deserve mercy. They don't deserve to live. I'll kill as many as I can. Lydia hesitated before finally saying. I want to go too. Jacob shook his head. No. You're not going. Not this time, at least. But. Lydia started. No buts. Jacob cut her off. You're not ready yet. You froze during the fight yesterday. Until you get used to killing, I won't take you to a dangerous place like that auction. Lydia lowered her gaze, disappointed, not at him, but at herself. She knew he was right, and she knew he was just trying to protect her. She looked down sadly at her plate and didn't say anything. Jacob sighed. All right, how about this? I'll take you with us to Vegas, but you'll stay in a hotel room while we deal with the auction. Once it's over, we can all have some fun before returning home." Her face brightened instantly. "You're the best. And starting tomorrow, I'll train with Allison. I want to learn how to fight, and I'll need your help getting used to blood. And killing." Jacob smirked. "That's easy. There are plenty of nasty, evil supernatural creatures out there. We'll hunt some and let you finish them off." Allison raised a brow. "If that's the case, why not just let her come with us to the auction?" Jacob shook his head. "The auction would be a good place for her to get used to blood and killing, for sure. But the problem is, I don't know how strong the people running that place are. I don't want to risk taking her with us. I'll be too busy to protect her, and you can barely protect yourself. As for Cogman..." He trailed off. "I don't trust that psychopath to keep her safe. He's strong, but he'll probably be too busy enjoying himself slaughtering people." Lydia gave a small smile. "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry to kill anyone. I was just sad that I couldn't go to Vegas with you guys. But since you said I can, I'm happy to just wait in the hotel room. You guys handle the auction. I'll take charge of finding fun things to do once you're done." Allison shook her head with a smile. "All right then. Let's get back to class." After school, Jacob and the girls said goodbye to Scott and Styles, who were grinning like idiots after Jackson agreed to pay them in exchange for getting the bite. Then the girls left with Cogman in the Rolls-Royce, while Jacob hopped on his bike and rode home. When they all regrouped at the mansion, they gathered in the living room. Jacob leaned back on the couch. "Cogman, you still haven't given me my phone." "Ah, my apologies, sir. It quite slipped my mind," Cogman replied. "I'll fetch it for you now." "No rush," Jacob said. "Did you make the masks I asked for?" "Indeed I did, sir." "Do you need them now?" "No, I was just asking. What I need right now is food," Jacob said. The lunch in the cafeteria was too little and barely edible. Cogman smirked and headed off to cook. Soon, they ate together in the kitchen before returning to the living room. This time, Cogman brought out a sleek new phone. It looked like any ordinary 2025 smartphone. Jacob took the phone, and Cogman explained. "The Bestiary app is pre-installed. The device is entirely untraceable, unjammable, and can instantaneously connect to and decrypt any network. You'll have access to the internet wherever you may be. The storage capacity is 10 terabytes. And the battery will last for 5 years. And I've also taken the liberty of creating an AI assistant to help you navigate its features and help you operate it." Jacob smirked. "Overkill much?" Cogman straightened his suit. "Merely thorough, sir. And when this one feels outdated, I'll simply make you a better one." Lydia, who had already gotten her phone with Allison earlier that morning, raised hers with a grin. "I love the camera on this thing. It takes photos and videos in ultra-high resolution." Allison nodded. "I love the camera too. But I love the AI even more. It can talk to you like a real person and answer any question." Jacob smiled. "Thank you, Cogman. I like it too. And here." He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out something metallic and glowing, the arc reactor. Handing it to Cogman, he said. "This is the arc reactor from the MCU. I got it the same way I summoned you. See what you can do with it." Cogman took it, his eyes gleaming. "Oh, fascinating. Although I could make something similar, I will study this and create something even better." Allison looked at the arc reactor curiously. "Hey, Jay, do you have any other interesting stuff hidden in that dimension of yours?" Jacob grinned mischievously. "Plenty. For example, I've got a lightsaber from Star Wars. Problem is, it's defective, it only cuts through walls and bricks, not people. Then there's the neuralizer from Men in Black. And an Excalibur knockoff." "Excalibur?" Allison asked curiously. Jacob reached in and pulled out a gleaming sword, placing it on the table. "The mythical sword of King Arthur. Except mine isn't magical. The only special thing about it is that no one but me can lift it." Allison snorted. "Oh, please." She grabbed the hilt and pulled with all her supernatural strength. Veins bulged on her forehead as she strained, but the sword didn't budge an inch. She let go, panting. "Okay. I really can't lift it." Lydia leaned in eagerly. What else do you have? Jacob smirked. I also have an invisibility close. He froze mid-word, eyes widening. Sweat broke out on his forehead. Shit. I almost told them about that damn thing. The one that only works in women's bathrooms. Allison narrowed her eyes immediately. Invisibility what? And why are you sweating, you pervert? Jacob waved his hands quickly. I'm not sweating. Anyway, I think your parents are here. I can hear a car approaching the mansion. He turned sharply to Cogman. Hide the arc reactor. Then come with me to welcome our guests. Then Jacob hurried out of the room before the girls could ask more about the invisibility cloak, thinking to himself. I really need to learn how to shut my mouth. Chapter 64, A Visit from the Argents. Jacob and Cogman stepped out of the mansion. Cogman proceeded to the iron gate to open it for the Argents, and with his British accent said, Welcome. Please, drive in. Chris nodded, drove through, and parked in front of the mansion. The Argents got out of the car, their eyes falling on Jacob waiting for them by the steps. Jacob smiled. Welcome. His gaze flicked to the bottle of wine in Chris's hand, and he raised a brow. Did you really bring alcohol for me? I'm a teenager, you know. Chris snorted. No, I didn't bring it for you. He pointed at Cogman, who had just returned after closing the gate. I brought it for him. Cogman gave a polite nod. That's very kind of you, sir, but I do not drink. Chris frowned. You don't drink alcohol? Jacob shook his head. He doesn't. None of us do, it has no effect on us. We're supernatural, after all. But we appreciate the gesture. Then, Jacob walked over to Victoria and greeted her the French way with a kiss on each cheek. Welcome, mother-in-law. Victoria raised a brow. Call me Mrs. Argent. Jacob smirked. Come on, that sounds so distant. I'll call you Victoria instead. Let's go inside. As Jacob turned to enter the mansion, Kate, who had been watching with a smirk, spoke up. Hey, that's rude, kid. Aren't you going to greet me? Jacob didn't bother hiding his annoyance. No. And I was hoping you wouldn't come here, Kate. Kate tilted her head. Did I offend you or something? You sent your hunters after me and my girls yesterday. Did you forget? Jacob replied coldly. The only reason you're still alive is Allison. That wasn't my idea. Kate protested. Besides, we didn't order them to shoot you. We just asked them to make you lose control. A deep growl cut her off. Stop talking. Jacob warned. You're just making me want to beat you. Cogman interjected calmly. Should I get rid of her, sir? I promise, Lady Allison wouldn't know I was the one who did it. Jacob chuckled. Tempting, maybe if she offends me a second time. He walked inside without another glance. Cogman looked at Kate, who was now watching him warily. Watch yourself, woman. I've just added you to my shit list. Turning to Chris and Victoria, he softened again. Come along. Lady Allison is waiting for you. The Argents followed him inside to the living room. Jacob was already seated next to Lydia, both of them clearly prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. Allison greeted her parents warmly, then shot a glare at Kate. I was hoping you wouldn't come. I really don't want to talk to you right now. Kate sighed. I'm sorry about yesterday. No. Allison cut her off sharply. It's not about yesterday. It's about what you did. Chris and Victoria, who had just sat down, looked at Allison. Chris asked. What did she do? Allison sat down and looked at her father. Let's talk about what you did first. Chris frowned. What did I do? You sent your hunters after Jacob, Lydia, and me. And you never told me you were a hunter. Chris explained. I didn't tell you we were hunters because I wanted you to have a normal childhood. I wanted to protect you from my world for as long as I could. Allison frowned. I see. But why did you send your hunters after us yesterday? Chris's eyes narrowed at Jacob, who was lounging next to Lydia with an arm casually around her waist. The two were munching on chips, looking far too entertained by the family drama. Chris said. Because I didn't want you to date that Mons. Jacob smirked and subtly gestured with his eyes toward his phone. Chris remembered the embarrassing fart video of himself and quickly changed his tone. Because I didn't want you to date Jacob. I didn't know the two of you shared a mating bond. Allison sighed. You could have just talked to me, Dad. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Chris said softly. I'll never do something stupid like that again. I'll try to get along with him. Allison smiled. That would be great. Then she turned to her mother. What about you, Mom? Victoria exhaled slowly. Honestly, I don't like that you're dating, married to a shapeshifter. But there's nothing I can do about it. And I don't like that you're a supernatural creature either. Allison's face fell. Do you hate me because I'm a? Never. Victoria cut her off firmly. I would never hate you, sweetheart. But can you tell me what kind of shapeshifter you are? Allison hesitated, glancing at Kate. Kate leaned forward, her voice unusually gentle. Come on, princess. Do you really think I'd hurt you? I admit I'm not a good person, but I love you more than anything. I'd rather die than hurt you. With a quiet sigh, Allison faced her parents again. I'm a wind fairy. She stood up and shifted into her fairy form. Her eyes glowed green, her ears elongated and became pointed, and her hair turned a dark green with freckles appearing beneath her eyes. A green aura surrounded her entire body. She raised her hand, summoning a swirl of emerald wind that filled the room with a gentle gust. Kate's eyes widened. Wow, you look gorgeous. I've read about fairies before, but this is the first time I've ever seen one. Allison turned to her mother. What do you think, Mom? Victoria's stern face softened into a smile. You look beautiful. And I'm glad you're not a werewolf. Chris leaned forward, still stunned. But, how? How did you become a fairy? Allison shifted back to normal and sat down. I can't tell you that. It's Jay's secret. Chris's jaw tightened. And what about him? What is he? Allison shook her head. I can't tell you that, either. You can ask him yourself. Chris let out a short, frustrated snort. I did. He didn't tell me. Allison replied calmly. All you need to know is that he's strong. Very strong. And dangerous. Victoria's gaze shifted to Lydia. And what about you? What are you? Lydia arched an eyebrow. You're a hunter. You saw me use my powers yesterday. You should be able to guess. Victoria shook her head. No. There are many creatures that use sound to attack. Lydia leaned back, her expression unreadable. Maybe I'll tell you when I trust you enough. Victoria turned her attention to Cogman, who was standing behind Jacob. And you? What are you? Cogman offered a polite smile. Me. I'm just a butler, madam. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go make some tea. With that, he strode elegantly to the kitchen. Chris looked at Allison. Can you tell us what Kate did? Allison's eyes hardened. She was the one who burned Talia Hale and her family. Victoria, who had already suspected as much, stayed composed. But Chris's face twisted in shock as he turned to his sister. Did you really do it, Kate? Kate sighed, almost bored. Yes, I did. Talia and her pack were monsters that needed to be put down. Talia Hale was the guardian of Beacon Hills. Allison said. She was a good alpha who protected the innocent and kept other supernaturals in check. But you didn't just kill her. You burned normal humans too, and even children. Kate chuckled coldly. I don't know who's been filling your head with lies, princess, but there's no such thing as a good werewolf. They're all monsters. As for the humans and children, that wasn't my intention. I was only trying to kill Talia and her pack. Jacob interjected. No one is filling Allison's head with lies. It's your head that's filled with hatred. He looked at Chris. You knew who Talia was, didn't you? You must have met her before. She was a peace-loving woman. Chris hesitated, then nodded. Yes. I knew her. I met her a few times with Gerard. She was a strong alpha, respected by many other alphas and their packs. Victoria, reluctantly, added. Although I hate werewolves, I'll admit, I respected that woman. Chris looked at Kate with profound disappointment. How could you break the code, Kate? You even killed children. Kate snapped. Don't look at me like that. I just did what I was told. It was the first time Gerard entrusted me with something like that. Chris froze. What? It was his order. Kate snorted. Of course it was his order. You don't really know who he is, do you, brother? Chris's face paled. I don't know what to say. How could he do something like that? He was the one who taught us the code. Jacob smirked darkly. That old bastard doesn't have a code. He'll do anything to get what he wants. And believe me, he'll use the three of you, and Allison, to achieve it. Chris glared at him. You seem to know a lot about him. Jacob leaned back casually. I do. I investigated him. Do you know Deucalion? Chris nodded grimly. Yes, we do. Allison frowned. Who's Deucalion? Jacob explained. Deucalion was once a peace-loving alpha werewolf. He tried to negotiate peace between werewolves and hunters, with Gerard. Talia Hale warned him Gerard couldn't be trusted, but he didn't listen. He met Gerard in an abandoned warehouse. Gerard, who wanted no peace, ambushed him. He killed Deucalion's betas, and even slaughtered his own hunters. He used a spiked mace made from werewolf claws to frame Deucalion, making it look like he had massacred everyone. Lydia, who was enjoying the story, asked. What happened next? Jacob continued. Gerard blinded Deucalion with flashbang arrows, but he didn't, or couldn't, kill him. After that, Deucalion, the peace-loving werewolf, turned into a ruthless monster. He's now known as the Demon Wolf, and all his pack members are alphas. He's the alpha of an alpha pack, and they say he's very strong. How do you know all this? Chris asked, bewildered. What Gerard told me was completely different from what you just said. Jacob shrugged. Believe me or not, that's up to you. But you'll find out who Gerard really is sooner or later. And just a heads up, if that monster provokes me, I'll show him no mercy. So when he comes here and hears about me and Allison, make sure he stays away from both of us if you want him to live longer. The kid is right. Kate said. Don't tell Gerard that Allison is a fairy. I don't trust him. He might try to hurt her or use her to get to Jacob. Before Chris could respond, Allison's eyes glowed bright green. Let him try. I'll kill him myself. It's not like I haven't killed before. Victoria's eyes widened. What? You've killed someone. Kate said. If you're talking about the hunters from yesterday, you didn't kill any of them. You hurt them badly, sure, but you didn't kill them. Allison's eyes returned to normal. I wasn't talking about them. I'm talking about a hunter group who called themselves the Harvesters. Chris's face darkened. Where did you meet those bastards? Allison answered. Jacob and I ran into them last week in the woods. They kidnapped 2 kids, but the kids' mother, a werbear, found them and was fighting them. We helped her and killed them all. Jacob glanced at Chris. Do you know about those hunters? Chris nodded grimly. Yes. But those guys aren't hunters. They're just butchers and monsters who hunt for profit, not to protect anyone. But they call themselves hunters. Allison pointed out. So, just like there are good and bad supernatural creatures, there are good and bad hunters. Like those guys, and Kate. Come on now, princess. Kate protested. Don't put me in the same category as those monsters. Jacob said. Why not? You did kill innocent people, children included. You burned them alive. And you even slept with a minor. Lydia's eyes widened with interest. What? This is getting interesting. Who did she sleep with? Jacob smirked. Derek Hale. He was our age back then. She seduced him and used him to get information about his family. Lydia turned to Kate, her lips curling into a sly smile. Interesting. You slept with a minor, and a werewolf at that, yet you claim to hate werewolves. I did what I had to do for the mission. Kate said defensively. Yeah, right. Jacob retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Not only are you a murderer, but you're a sexual predator too. Allison said, her voice cold with disgust. I don't know what to say anymore, Kate. Lydia leaned toward Allison. You could ask her to stay away from Jay. She's dangerous. She might seduce him. Allison's eyes narrowed at Kate. Lydia's right. Stay away from Jacob, Kate. Then she turned to her father. Keep your sister in check. Or better yet, take her to the sheriff's station to turn herself in. That would be better for her, because the Alpha is after her. Chris sighed, changing the subject. Speaking of the Alpha, can you tell us who he is? Allison looked at Jacob, who gave a slight nod. She turned back to her parents. His name is Peter Hale. He knows what Kate did. The people who have died in town since we moved here were all Kate's goons who helped her set the fire that killed the Hale family. Chris looked at his sister with disbelief. We really need to talk about this mess you've made. Kate rolled her eyes. What's there to talk about? We just need to kill Peter. Problem solved. Before Chris could respond, Cogman entered with a tray of tea and snacks. Allison quickly shifted the conversation. All right, let's not talk about what Kate did anymore. Dad, tell me, what was your first hunt like? What kind of creature was it? Chris began telling stories about his early hunts, and Victoria shared tales of her own first experiences. Allison and Lydia listened with interest, even laughing when Chris and Victoria recounted some embarrassing moments from their younger days. Jacob, however, sat quietly. He watched Allison laugh with her parents, and even with Kate, despite her sins. He didn't judge Allison for it, he understood. They were her family, and she loved them. A wistful smile touched his lips as he began to think of his own parents, how happy he had been when they were alive, and what life might be like if they were still here. He was lost in thought and sadness until Lydia and Allison both noticed and gently brought him back to reality. Jacob blinked and looked at them. What? Allison's expression softened. You're sad. I can feel it. Lydia nodded. I can feel it too. Jacob sighed. I'm fine. I just remembered my parents. He kissed both girls on the forehead, then stood. I'm going out for a walk. Now. Lydia said, glancing toward the window. It's raining outside. Jacob gave a faint smile. It's all right. I love the rain. Do you want me to come with you? Lydia asked. He shook his head. No. I want to be alone for a while. Allison sighed. Okay. But don't be late. I won't. Before leaving, Jacob turned to Victoria and Chris. I promise I will never wrong your daughter or make her sad. I'll protect her with everything I have. So don't worry about her being with me. I hope, one day, you'll accept me as your son-in-law, or at least, let's try to get along for her sake. Then his eyes shifted to Kate. The truth is, I didn't know Talia Hale, or the people who died in that fire. And honestly, I don't really care about their deaths, people die every day. But you should change, Kate. Stop hurting innocent people. If not for yourself, then do it for Allison. She still loves you, despite the monster you are. So do better. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked out of the living room. Cogman followed him into the hallway. Do you need a brolly, sir? Jacob blinked. What's a brolly? An umbrella, sir. Jacob shook his head. No need, Cogman. Then when shall I expect you back, sir? So I can prepare dinner. I don't know. I'll let you know when I'm on my way back. Very good, sir. Jacob gave a casual wave and left the mansion, heading toward the woods under the heavy rain. Chapter 65, A Creeping Presence. A cold, relentless rain fell upon Beacon Hills, turning the earth to mud and the air to a frigid mist. The preserve wasn't far from Jacob's mansion. After walking for 15 minutes under the heavy rain, he noticed a black van parked not far from the path leading into the forest. Suspicious, his eyes glowed golden. With his enhanced vision, he saw two people inside the vehicle, a man and a woman who were locked in a passionate embrace, kissing with an intensity that seemed to block out the storm around them. They were oblivious to him. Jacob shook his head and continued walking toward the woods, soon disappearing into the darkness. Inside the SUV, the moment Jacob disappeared, the couple stopped kissing. The woman, Alex, shoved the man away from her, her face twisting in disgust. Your breath stinks, you bastard. The man, Jack, smirked, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. That was fun. I should thank that freak before we kill him. Alex glared. If you ever tell a living soul that we kissed, I'll cut your dick off and feed it to the dogs. Understood. Before Jack could retort, Alex tapped the communication device nestled in her ear. Boss, the target has left his house and is heading into the preserve alone. A voice sounded in her ear. Release the dog. It will track him. Then fall back to camp immediately. Jack got out of the van and opened the back door. A dog-like skeletal creature leaped out and shot into the tree line, following the path Jacob had taken. The man closed the door and got back inside the van. He tapped his own earpiece, a note of concern in his voice. But boss, what if the kid sees the thing and runs? Don't worry about that, the voice replied. The wizard said as long as those dogs aren't fed, the eyes of shapeshifters can't see them in the dark while they're hiding. You've seen what they look like, it's just bones with no heat signature. A shiver ran down Alex's spine. Yeah, those things are creepy. I've never seen anything like them before, and their owner is scary. Are you sure we can trust the wizard, boss? Don't worry about the wizard. The boss's voice crackled. He paid us to help him hunt the kid, and we'll do our job. I've heard on the forum that Charles is trustworthy, but he doesn't like people questioning him or sticking their nose in his business. So let's finish tonight's hunt, get the rest of our money, and leave. Now, get back to camp. Copy that, boss. We're on our way. They drove for 10 minutes before reaching a makeshift camp hidden in a secluded clearing in the woods. There, the air was thick with the smell of wet canvas and gun oil. A group of hunters was in the final stages of preparation, their movements efficient and practiced under the dim glow of electric lanterns strung between trees. There were 18 of them, men and women, all clad in dark, tactical gear. The scene was a symphony of controlled chaos, the sharp sound of Velcro straps being fastened, the sound of ammunition magazines being slapped into place, and the low murmur of final checks. As Alex and Jack stepped out of the van, a bald, broad-shouldered man with a thick, dark beard strode toward them. Alex, Jack, get ready. We're moving out now. The two hurried to gear up. Once they were ready, the bald man, their leader, gave a sharp nod. He turned and walked toward a large, dark green tent set apart from the others, stopping a respectful distance from the entrance to call out. Sir, Charles. We're ready. From the tent emerged an old man with a long beard, shoulder-length hair, and faintly glowing eyes. He nodded to the bald man. Then follow me. Charles said, his voice a dry rasp. Without another word, the old man started walking in one direction. From behind the tent, two creepy-looking black dogs with skeletal features fell into step behind him. The bald man and his 19 hunters followed close behind, their forms swallowed by the dark, rainy woods. The Beacon Hills Preserve was a different place in the rain. The usual chorus of crickets and night birds was silenced, replaced by the relentless drumming of water on leaves and the squelch of mud underfoot. Jacob walked aimlessly through the woods, the memory of his parents leaving a dull ache in his chest. He had come here to clear his head, but a persistent feeling that something was off nagged at him. Every time he looked around, he saw nothing. He sniffed the air, but the heavy rain washed away any scent. Shrugging it off, he continued until he arrived at a rocky hill. He found a shallow cave, just deep enough to shield him from the downpour. Stomping his foot, he used his earth element, the ground rippled, and a section of bedrock smoothly rose, sculpting itself into a low, flat bench. He sat with a sigh, then held out a hand. A gentle, warming flame flickered to life across his palm, dancing over his clothes, drying them. Then he pulled some lobster rolls from his pocket dimension, hoping comfort food would soothe his mood. A few moments later, a sound distinct from the rain made him look up. From behind a nearby tree, a coyote emerged. Jacob smiled as he watched Malia approach. She came to his side and gave a nod before her gaze fixed on the lobster roll in his hand. He chuckled softly. Do you want it? In her coyote form, Malia couldn't speak, but the eager nod of her head was answer enough. All right, but first, let's get you dry. Jacob placed a hand gently on her damp head. Don't be scared. I'm just going to use my fire to dry your fur. A wave of warm, controlled flame enveloped her body. She flinched instinctively, a low whine in her throat, but as the heat soothed her chilled body without burning a single hair, she relaxed, leaning into the sensation. Soon, her fur was fluffed and warm. Come on, sit with me. Jacob said, gesturing to the rock. She leaped nimbly onto the stone bench. Jacob placed the lobster roll before her, and watched her with a soft smile as she ate, his hand gently stroking the fur along her back. When she finished, he asked, Do you want more? Malia shook her head. You didn't like it? She shook her head again, confirming she didn't, then nudged his hand with her nose. Ah, I see. You're just picky. he teased. Well, I have something you'll definitely love. He pulled a 2-pound piece of sea king meat from his pocket dimension. He held it in his palm, and a sphere of intense heat cocooned it, roasting it to a perfect medium rare in moments. The air filled with a rich, savory aroma that made Malia's mouth water. She tilted her head, curious about where the meat came from, but having seen his powers before, she quickly refocused on the meat, swallowing in anticipation. Jacob sprinkled it with salt from his pocket dimension and offered it to her. Malia tasted it and was instantly delighted. She even let out a low growl when Jacob tried to pet her while she ate. Jacob chuckled. Relax, I won't steal your food. She finished the meat quickly. Do you want more? Jacob asked. Malia shook her head, feeling completely full. She lay down beside Jacob and, after a moment's hesitation, rested her head on his thigh, looking up at his face. His smile was sad as he stroked her head. I don't know how you did it, living alone in the woods for years. Malia just looked at him. I don't know what would have happened if I were in your place. He continued. I'd probably lose my mind. I can't imagine being alone for even a week. Malia looked away from his face, her gaze turning distant as she stared out at the curtain of rain. Like I told you this morning, you can come live with me, Lydia, and Allison. Jacob said. Malia looked back at him, and he smirked. The two of them are my mates. Malia tilted her head in question. It means they are my wives. He clarified. His tone was light, teasing. And who knows? Maybe you'll become my wife, too. Malia snorted and turned her gaze back to the rain. Jacob smiled. Maybe if you live with us, in a place you feel safe, you can shift back. And you don't have to worry about hurting us. We're all strong. Stronger than you. She held his gaze for a long, searching moment before looking away again and closing her eyes, as if digesting his words along with the delicious meat she just ate. Jacob kept petting her head, saying nothing more. He understood that the fear of her own power, the belief that she was a monster who had killed her family, was the true cage keeping her in this form. They sat in comfortable silence for a time, until the strange feeling from earlier returned, colder and more menacing than before. Jacob's eyes glowed golden as he scanned the tree line. When Malia showed up, I thought she was what I was sensing. He thought. But now there's definitely something else. Suddenly, he saw them, two dim red points of light, like dying embers, watching him from deep within a thorny bush. They were hidden, but he could see them clearly now. At the same instant, Malia's fur bristled. She sprang from the rock, a low, warning growl tearing from her throat. After a frantic scan of the surroundings, she bit Jacob's pants and tried to drag him away from the threat. Jacob placed a calming hand on her head. Relax. I'll deal with it. But I don't know what it is. It has no heat signature, and I can't sense any energy from it like I can with other creatures. It's like it's not even there, and it feels creepy. He stood up. Stay here. Just watch, and don't make a sound. Malia obeyed and jumped back onto the rock. Jacob walked toward the creature. He raised a hand, pointing a finger, and a small rock shot toward it like a bullet. The creature didn't dodge. Instead, it opened a jaw that seemed to unhinge, and the rock vanished into its dark maw without a sound, causing no visible damage. Then, it stepped out from its concealment, staring at Jacob with a ravenous hunger. Jacob looked at it in surprise. It was a dog, but it looked like a mummified skeleton draped in dry, black skin. Its eyes glowed with a dim red light, like dying embers. Jacob raised an eyebrow, his voice a mix of revulsion and fascination. What kind of cursed creature are you? Chapter 66, A Humbling Experience. In the forest under the heavy rain, Jacob stood facing the skeletal dog. He studied it for a second before he moved in a blur of motion too fast for the human eye to follow. He closed the distance and seized the creature by its bony neck. But the moment Jacob caught it, he saw no fear in its smoldering red eyes, only a sinister, predatory joy. The dog instantly bit down on Jacob's forearm. Although its teeth couldn't penetrate his skin, Jacob felt a sudden drain on his energy. He watched, stunned, as the creature in his grasp began to swell, its bony frame groaning as it expanded, its dimly glowing red eyes brightening. Realizing the creature was draining him through physical contact, Jacob threw the abomination away from him as if it were contaminated. It tumbled through the air before skidding to a halt in the mud. Thinking quickly, Jacob reached into his pocket dimension, retrieved his phone and opened the Bestiary app, a sophisticated database created by Cogman, and pointed the camera at the snarling beast that was now stalking him again. The app displayed a few creatures resembling the one before him. Jacob quickly scanned the entries and found the right one. Name, Barghest. Type, supernatural predator. Description, a monstrous black dog, often seen as an omen of death. It can appear as a skeletal dog when hungry, but transforms into a huge black dog after consuming enough magical energy. Behavior, unlike its hellhound cousin, the Barghest is not a guardian but a hunter of supernatural beings. It is drawn to and drains the energy of powerful supernatural creatures. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Weaknesses, while formidable, a Barghest can be easily killed in its weakened, hungry state with conventional weapons like guns and swords. However, if you encounter it in a stronger state, you must first force it to expend the energy it has stored, otherwise, killing it becomes very difficult. Jacob read the entry and a dangerous smirk spread across his face as he pocketed the phone. He looked at the dog approaching him with pure hunger in its eyes. "What an interesting creature," Jacob said. "You want a meal? I'll give you a feast. I want to fight you at your strongest. I hope you can give me a good fight." He raised his hand, palm open, and a stream of fire shot toward the creature. Instead of evading, the Barghest opened its maw wide, and the torrent of fire vanished into the void of its throat. Jacob kept feeding it raw elemental power, and the dog began to grow, its bones thickening, its frame expanding from the size of a large dog to that of a massive draft horse, though it remained a skeleton covered in taut, black skin. Jacob stopped the fire stream. "Let's test your strength now." He lunged forward, his fist connecting with the creature's ribcage with a sound like a cannon shot. The Barghest was sent flying, crashing through a thick pine tree with a sickening crunch of wood and bone. But it was on its feet in an instant, shaking off the impact with an enraged snarl. It charged, its mouth gaping wide to swallow him whole. Jacob sidestepped with effortless grace. Too predictable. He raised his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the dog in its side. The Barghest howled, a piercing, unearthly sound of agony, and collapsed to the ground, its body twitching violently, tendrils of smoke rising from the point of impact. Jacob raised an eyebrow. "So, you can't absorb my elemental attacks if I hit your side. You can only absorb energy through your mouth. You're just a battery with a single port." As the creature stopped twitching and struggled to its feet, he saw it had shrunk slightly. The lightning strike had forced it to burn precious energy to survive. Enraged, the creature attacked again, and this time, Jacob beat it ruthlessly. His kick shattered its legs, his punches cracked its bones, and with precise, controlled gestures, he called down bolt after bolt of lightning from the clouds, striking its back. The forest echoed with the creature's pained screams and the crackle of ozone until, finally, it shrank back to its original, pitifully small form, whimpering in the mud, looking up at Jacob in sheer terror. Jacob smirked down at the whimpering creature, his expression one of cold amusement. "Don't look at me like I'm the villain here. You started this." He cracked his neck. "Now, let me feed you again. Let's see how far you can grow." He unleashed another, far more massive stream of fire, this time aiming it directly into the creature's mouth. The Barghest, driven by its base instinct, had no choice but to open its jaws and swallow the flames. Jacob didn't stop this time, pouring a staggering 20% of his vast energy reserves into the creature's mouth. Finally, the beast, unable to contain any more, scrambled sideways to escape the stream of fire. He looked on in surprise as the dog underwent a dramatic transformation. The skeletal runt was gone. In its place stood a true monster, 4 meters tall at the shoulder, with a body length of 6 meters. Its front limbs were elongated, ending in wickedly clawed paws, and its entire body was now covered in a pelt of sleek, shadow-black fur. Its eyes blazed like 2 miniature red suns. With a ground-shaking roar, the colossal Barghest swiped at Jacob with a massive, clawed paw. Jacob blocked the attack, resulting in a shockwave that rippled outwards, shaking the trees around them, flattening ferns and sending a spray of water radiating out in a circle. The creature then inhaled, its chest swelling, and unleashed a torrent of fire, Jacob's own fire, back at him. Jacob simply waved a hand, and the stream of flame parted around him like water around a stone. He sent it back to the creature, but it didn't cause any harm to it. Jacob raised a brow. "So, you're immune to the fire you consume. But if you are immune, why did you dodge earlier when you had eaten enough fire element?" But seeing the dog growling at him, he shook his head and said, "I guess I won't be getting an answer. Anyway, you are definitely stronger than an alpha like Peter, but you're still too weak to give me a good fight." He lunged at the dog, adding, But I still want to have some fun with you. What followed was not a fight but a brutal demonstration of power. Jacob weaved between the Barghest's savage swipes, answering every attack with a devastating counterblow. He shattered its fangs with an uppercut, used his claws to leave deep, gaping wounds on its body, and drove a fist wrapped in crackling lightning into its sternum, making the massive beast stagger and roar in frustration and pain. Jacob was having fun and testing the creature's limits, while the poor dog, for all its terrifying power, was utterly outclassed and howling in rage and pain. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, the hunting party moved like ghosts through the downpour, their tactical gear shedding water in sheets. At their head, the wizard Charles suddenly froze, his head cocked as if listening to a distant commotion. His glowing eyes narrowed. "We must hurry," he hissed, his voice a dry rasp that cut through the storm. "The kid has found my Barghest and is fighting it. And the hound won't last long." The group broke into a swift, practiced jog. The bald leader, Marcus, fell in beside Charles, his voice low and tactical. "Sir, can you tell us what that kid is? If we knew what we're hunting, it would help. Knowing a target's weaknesses is the difference between a clean kill and a body bag for my team." Charles didn't bother to look at him. "I do not know what he is. I didn't dare get too close and alert him. All I know is that he possesses a tremendous amount of magical energy unlike any I have sensed in a century. I want his body for my potions. So do your job, Marcus, and make sure to kill him. I will assist if necessary." Marcus's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more, falling back to discuss strategies with his hunters. Charles thought to himself, "This isn't going to be an easy hunt. If that kid is really the one who created that lightning storm a few days ago, then he is immensely powerful. I'll use these idiots to kill him, or at least delay him long enough for me to cast a powerful spell." Back with Jacob. Seeing that the monstrous dog was exceptionally good at taking a beating, Jacob kept playing with it, enjoying himself a little too much. From her seat on the rocky bench, Malia watched the one-sided battle, almost feeling sorry for the creature. It was like watching a cat toy with a mouse the size of a truck. After about 20 minutes of toying with the Barghest, Jacob was finally ready to finish it. But just as he moved to strike, a loud gunshot echoed through the woods. He felt something fast approaching from behind, a bullet. He smirked, confident it wouldn't penetrate his tough skin. After all, he had tested his own SNW 500 revolver against his skin and it hadn't penetrated. How wrong he was. A searing, excruciating agony exploded in the right side of his chest a fraction of a second later. The bullet shot straight through his right chest, dropping him to the ground. Jacob lay in the mud, so shocked that the bullet had penetrated his skin that he even stopped feeling the pain. His accelerated healing kicked in, and the gaping wound closed in seconds. As he came back to his senses, he thought, "This is a humbling experience, I guess. I thought my skin was impenetrable, but apparently I'm wrong. And it seems I was enjoying my fight with that stupid dog so much that I didn't even realize I was surrounded. Or maybe the heavy rain masked their approach. Well, that's just an excuse. I was careless." Voices now cut through the rain as figures emerged from the tree line, their rifles aimed at him. "Nice shot, Jack." The kid didn't even know what hit him. One of them laughed. Marcus's voice, cold and professional, cut through the celebration. "Jack, you used the Kanima venom-tipped rounds like I ordered, right?" "Affirmative, boss." Jack called back, reloading his high-caliber sniper rifle with a smug grin. Marcus nodded with grim satisfaction. Then that kid is done for, even if he's still breathing. Chapter 67, When Hunters Become Prey. Inside Jacob's mansion. While Jacob was being shot in the woods, Allison and Lydia were still talking with the Argents. Suddenly, Lydia's eyes glowed white and she fell into a trance. Her teacup slipped from her fingers, shattering on the floor. Allison looked at her worriedly, shaking her shoulder gently. "Lydia, what's wrong?" But Lydia didn't respond, no matter how much Allison shook her. Cogman, who had been playing a soft sonata on the piano, rushed over. "Lady Allison, please, do not shake her. She is likely having a vision, it is one of her abilities. But whatever she is seeing, it will not be good." A moment later, Lydia gasped, the white light vanishing from her eyes. She clutched Allison's arm, her fingers like ice. She's going to die." She choked out, her voice trembling with panic. "Who?" Allison asked urgently. "Malia." Lydia gasped. "She is going to die." Allison raised a brow in confusion. Who is Malia? The girl Jacob brought home this morning. What? Can we save her? Allison asked. Lydia shook her head, her expression grim. No, it is too late. She is in the woods, but... But what? Allison pressed. Jacob seems to be with her, and he feels different. Different how? Lydia shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. In my vision, he feels terrifying. I've never felt anything like that from him before. Maybe he's enraged because the girl got hurt. Allison reasoned. Lydia, you predict mortal danger, so she might still be alive. Let's tell Jacob before she gets hurt. He might be able to save her. Back in the woods. Malia, who had seen Jacob get shot, thought he was dead. She didn't know why, but a profound rage overwhelmed her. A low, guttural growl erupted from her throat, and her eyes ignited with a fierce blue light. Forgetting all caution, she launched herself from the cave, a blur of fur and fury, charging directly at the nearest hunter. Jacob, still lying in the mud, heard Lydia's voice echo inside his head. Jay, save Malia. She is going to die. A hunter noticed the snarling coyote charging toward them and aimed his rifle. Before Jacob could react, the hunter fired without hesitation. 3 bullets struck Malia in the chest. The impact hurled her backward, she hit the ground with a pained whimper, her chest a ruin of bloody fur. Jacob's eyes went wide, and time seemed to stop. His world narrowed to the sight of Malia's still form. Then a wave of pure, unrestrained dragon aura exploded from him, a physical shockwave of power, tinged with crackling electricity that arced through the rain. The very air groaned. Hunters were flung through the air like ragdolls, crashing into trees or skidding through the mud. The massive Barghest was thrown back with a startled yelp. Even Charles the Wizard and his 2 other skeletal hounds, who had been observing from the rear, were sent stumbling before falling to the ground and rolling in the mud. Just as suddenly, Jacob calmed, reining his aura back in. He ignored the dazed hunters and rushed to Malia's side. She was dying, blood leaking from her mouth. He quickly pulled a senzabean from his pocket dimension. Swallow it. Quick. He urged, feeding it to her. Malia, with her last ounce of strength, swallowed the bean. The effect was instantaneous. The bloody bullet holes in her chest closed and vanished. She stood up, fully healed, and looked at him with her glowing blue eyes, shocked that he was alive and that he had healed her so completely. Jacob's own glowing golden eyes met hers. He pressed his forehead against her coyote head, his voice thick with relief. I'm so glad you're alive. And I'm sorry. This is my fault. If I hadn't been so cocky, if I hadn't let myself get shot and been lost in my thoughts, you would never have been hurt. He pulled back and flicked her nose gently. Don't do that again. When I tell you to hide, you stay hidden. I'm really strong, and I am really, really hard to kill. His expression turned deadly serious. Now, go back to that cave and watch how I tear these idiots apart for hurting you. Malia gave a sharp nod before turning and darting back to the safety of the cave, her blue eyes now fixed on the scene about to unfold. Jacob heard Lydia's voice again in his head, laced with worry. Jay, did you save her? Yes, he replied telepathically, his gaze scanning the recovering hunters. She was shot, but I healed her. By the way, how do you know her name? I don't know. Lydia responded. I just saw her in a vision and knew her name. I saw you too, and you were so scary. What's going on over there? Jacob connected telepathically to both Lydia and Allison. Some idiots attacked me. There are 20 hunters, plus another man. He is supernatural for sure, but I don't know what he is. Anyway, talk to you girls later. Now, I need to kill some people. We're coming to help. Allison's voice cut in, sharp and determined. There's no need. I can handle them alone. Jacob insisted. We're coming anyway. Allison replied. Then bring Cogman with you. Jacob instructed. These guys have some weird dogs that can absorb energy. I've counted 3 here, and I don't know if they have more. So bring Cogman. All right. And be careful. Allison replied. Jacob turned his attention back to the hunters. The first to recover and attack was the monstrous Barghest he had been toying with earlier. Jacob stopped playing around. He shifted, not fully, but his body beneath his clothes became covered in black dragon scales, his hands transforming into powerful, scaled claws. He didn't wait for the beast to charge. He opened his mouth, and the air crackled as a sphere of raw, blue-white lightning gathered before him. With a roar, he released a devastating lightning breath straight at the creature. The Barghest tried to absorb the attack, opening its maw wide. But the sheer power was too much. The beam of electricity tore through the dog's head and body, turning its massive skull to ash. The headless, massive body swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground, instantly shrinking back into a pile of mundane, scorched bones. The hunters, who had been blown away earlier, were now getting to their feet, groaning in pain. Under the orders of their leader, Marcus, they quickly fell into a defensive formation. One of them, Jack, aimed a Barrett M82 sniper rifle at Jacob. "Eat this, you freak!" he screamed, pulling the trigger. Jacob didn't dodge this time either. He was confident the bullet wouldn't penetrate his hardened dragon scales. He stood his ground, allowing the bullet to strike him square in the chest. It tore through his hoodie and slammed into the dragon scales beneath with a sound like a hammer striking an anvil. The round didn't penetrate, it shattered into a shower of harmless, metallic sparks, failing to even leave a scratch on his dragon scales. All the hunters watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide. "Impossible," Jack whispered, his face pale. "That was a .50 BMG round." A woman looked at Marcus, her voice trembling. "Boss, what have we provoked?" I don't know how he defended himself from that round, but even earlier when it went through his chest, it didn't seem to cause any lasting damage. And let's not forget the round was laced with kanama venom, but it had no effect on him at all. And he sent us flying with just a shockwave when the coyote was shot. Another hunter added, his voice tight with fear. "And boss, the kid can use electricity. He just vaporized that monstrous dog with his breath. Imagine if he attacks us directly." "Enough," Marcus bellowed, though a flicker of doubt was in his eyes. "He's still one man. And from what we saw, he can be hurt by bullets. I don't know how he defended himself this time, but I don't think he can do it indefinitely. So let's light him up." The hunters fanned out, taking positions and raising their rifles, fingers tightening on triggers. But Jacob just smirked. Electricity erupted, enveloping his entire body in a crackling blue aura. His golden eyes flared with a fierce blue light. A katana materialized in his right hand from his pocket dimension, the perfect replica of Shusue from One Piece. He unsheathed it with a sharp shing, tossing the scabbard back into the void. In his left hand, the desert eagle he'd taken from Chris appeared. Before a single hunter could squeeze a trigger, Jacob vanished. He became a living bolt of lightning, a blur of blue energy moving faster than the human eye could track. What followed was not a battle, it was a slaughterhouse ballet, choreographed to the soundtrack of screaming men and thunder. Zap. He reappeared between two hunters. Shusue, coated in sizzling electricity, swept horizontally. Two heads, wearing identical looks of confusion, tumbled from their shoulders before their bodies crumpled. Where did he go? A hunter screamed, spinning wildly and desperately spraying bullets into the trees. Right here, Jacob whispered from behind him. The desert eagle pressed against the man's temple. Boom. The hunter's head exploded like an overripe melon, painting the mud red. Another hunter unleashed a full auto burst. Jacob was already gone, the bullets shredding the tree where he'd stood. He dropped from the branches above, driving Shusue down in a vertical slash that split the shooter clean in half from skull to groin. A female hunter dropped her rifle, hands raised. "Please. Don't. I have a family. Please." Her plea was interrupted by the thunderous boom of the desert eagle, which turned her head into a fine pink mist. "Sorry, sweetheart." Jacob's voice echoed from everywhere at once. "I'm a feminist, I believe in gender equality and all that shit. So you're definitely not getting the 'don't kill a woman' discount from me." Jacob didn't discriminate. Man, woman, they were all hostiles who had tried to kill him and had succeeded in nearly killing Malia. Bullets flew wildly, shredding bark and hitting the hunter's own comrades. "Stop shooting me, you idiot." One man caught his teammate by the collar and screamed at him, right before a lightning-coated blade speared through both their chests, pinning them together like a shish kebab. "Now kiss and make up," Jacob whispered as he zipped past. He moved through them like a force of nature, a blue-white blur of impossible speed. The desert eagle roared, blowing holes in chests and heads. Shusue sang, severing heads, limbs and torsos with electric precision. The clearing became a charnel house, the rain doing little to wash away the blood and viscera that painted the ground. In under 30 seconds, the screaming stopped. The gunfire ceased. The clearing was painted red. 19 hunters lay in grotesque, dismembered pieces. The only one left breathing was Marcus, the bald leader, his arms and legs bent at sickening, unnatural angles. He lay moaning in the mud amidst the carnage of his team. Jacob stood over him, the lightning aura fading from his body, though his eyes still glowed with cold fury. "Now," he said, reaching for Marcus's head. "Let's see what you know." But just then, Jacob felt a sudden, intense wave of cold. He grabbed Marcus by the collar and vanished in a flash, reappearing 10 feet away. The spot where he'd just been standing was instantly encased in a solid block of glittering ice. Jacob dropped the whimpering hunter and turned his gaze to a man stepping out from behind a tree. It was the wizard, Charles. Jacob's smirk returned, wider and more feral than before. "You seem impatient to die, old bastard. Let me send you on your way, then." "Damn it." Charles cursed inwardly, his face a mask of strained calm. "The kid is too fast and too strong. I thought I could use those idiots to my advantage, but he slaughtered them before I could even react." He let out a slow, steadying breath, his mind racing. "This is going to be a tough fight. If I'm not careful, I might lose my life here." Chapter 68, Jacob versus the Wizard. Jacob stood face to face with the wizard, watching him with an evil smirk. Charles's mind raced, his face a mask of strained calm. "I think I bit off more than I can chew this time. I'll test him first, and if I can't kill him, I'll run away." With a gesture of his hand, his 2 remaining skeletal hounds lunged from the shadows, their ember eyes fixed on Jacob, maws gaping to drain his power. Jacob didn't even glance at them. "I'm done playing with dogs." In a blur of motion too fast to track, Shusue, still crackling with residual electricity, swept through the air twice. 2 precise, horizontal arcs severed the charging creatures in mid-leap. Without pause, Jacob raised the Desert Eagle and fired. Boom. 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 The gunshots echoed like thunder in the clearing. Charles's eyes widened, but his hands were already moving, tracing a shimmering, intricate symbol in the air as he muttered in Latin. Glacis scutum. A disk of solid, translucent ice materialized before him. The high-caliber rounds slammed into it, fracturing the surface into a spiderweb of cracks but failing to penetrate, dropping to the ground as flattened lumps of lead. A wide, exhilarated grin spread across Jacob's face. "Oh. A wizard. Interesting." He decided to play. The wizard attacked, clenching his fist and chanting in Latin. A volley of icicles, each the size of a spear and sharper than any blade, shot toward Jacob with bullet-like speed. Jacob responded in kind. He conjured arrows of superheated flame and launched them with pinpoint precision. His fire arrows didn't just melt the ice, they flash-boiled it into scalding clouds of steam that rolled back toward Charles. The old wizard didn't flinch. He mumbled again in Latin and waved a hand, and a hurricane-force gust erupted, shredding the steam cloud and heading toward Jacob. The wind was so sharp it carved grooves into the bedrock beneath the mud. Jacob answered not with more fire, but with earth. He stomped his foot, and the ground in front of him erupted. A 10-foot-thick wall of soil and stone surged upward to form a massive barrier. The decapitating wind slammed into it, leaving deep scars but failing to penetrate, and dissipated harmlessly. Seeing his attacks neutralized, Charles changed tactics. He slammed both hands onto the ground. Instantly, the rainwater at Jacob's feet flash froze, trapping his boots in a block of enchanted ice that crept up his calves. Simultaneously, Charles gestured overhead, and the air itself crystallized, forming a cage of razor-edged ice bars that descended to encase Jacob. Jacob raised an eyebrow, impressed. Not bad. Then, fire ignited all around his body. The ice at his feet didn't melt, it sublimated, turning directly from solid to vapor with a violent hiss. With a wave of his hand, a huge, serpentine flame shot forth, vaporizing the descending cage before it could touch him. He then extinguished the fire around him and took a step forward, completely unfazed. Frustration flickered across Charles's face. He began layering spells with dizzying speed. A beam of soul-numbing cold shot from his left hand to slow Jacob, while his right hand summoned a localized tornado filled with spinning ice shards. Jacob met the cold beam with a puff of dismissive fire from his palm. As the icy tornado closed in, he simply pointed a finger, calling down a single, precise bolt of lightning from the clouds above that struck the vortex's center, disrupting its magical core and causing it to collapse in on itself. They fought like that for a while, Charles attacking and Jacob defending. After Jacob had his fun, he decided it was time to attack, too. Charles began a powerful, complex incantation that required absolute focus, his hands weaving intricate patterns as he prepared to freeze the blood in Jacob's veins. Jacob didn't wait for him to finish. He made a simple clenching motion with his hand. The earth beneath Charles's feet instantly liquefied into a pit of quicksand. It was a crude trick, but Charles, his focus entirely on his high-level spell, was caught completely off guard. He sank to his waist, his spell disrupted. The magical backlash hit him like a physical blow, and he coughed a spray of blood into the rain. He glared at Jacob, wheezing. "Damn it, kid. You have no martial ethics." Jacob just smirked. "I guess I don't." Charles started to struggle to get out of the quicksand. Jacob's smirk turned evil. "Let me help you out," he said, then stamped his foot on the ground. Charles felt an ominous dread but had no time to react. In a panic, he froze the quicksand solid, but it was too late. A sharp, upward-jutting rock spike erupted from the pit, stabbing him through the taint with brutal force. The impact nearly shattered his pelvis and launched him out of the pit, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of pure agony. Jacob smirked. "Oh, you're bleeding. It seems I missed your hole." Malia, watching from the cave, let out a short, sharp bark. Jacob looked at her. "You think it's funny too?" "I turned the old bastard into a shish kebab." Malia shook her head, indicating she did not. "You don't find it funny?" "Well, I think it's hilarious." Charles, screaming in pain, managed to unscrew himself from the rock spike that was stuck in his body. He fumbled a vial from his bag and drank it, his grievous wound beginning to knit closed. He looked at Jacob's smiling face and a cold realization settled in. This wasn't a hunt, this is an execution, and I'm on the wrong end. The kid is just toying with me, and I'm almost out of energy. But I must live, he thought, desperation clawing at him. I will find powerful allies and return. His body will definitely be mine, but not today. Gritting his teeth, he poured his remaining energy into a short-range teleport. With a pop of displaced air, he vanished from the clearing, reappearing 10 meters away as he turned to flee. Jacob didn't immediately give chase. He simply smiled, a cold, knowing look in his golden eyes. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and roared at the sky. A massive bolt of lightning shot from his open mouth, piercing the storm clouds. He used his storm call ability, and unlike the last time when he was testing it with Lydia, this time he poured more energy into it. The sky, already heavy with storm clouds, became even darker. The heavy rain transformed into a torrential downpour. Charles, running as fast as his legs and injured pelvis would allow, felt the massive magical energy gathering overhead, a suffocating pressure that made his own power feel like a flickering candle next to a bonfire. Damn it! He cursed, his blood running cold. He tried to teleport again, but his body screamed in protest, he was too drained. Even if he could, a 10-meter jump was useless against the colossal storm that was now hunting him. Jacob followed now, but he kept his distance, a specter in the downpour, his glowing eyes fixed on his prey. He was letting the storm do the work. The first lightning bolt struck a tree beside Charles, splintering it into 1,000 burning shards. The second hit the ground where his foot had just been, blasting a crater of superheated mud and steam. The third, fourth, and fifth came in a relentless, deafening barrage. Charles danced a desperate, terrified jig of survival, using his remaining energy to conjure ice shields. Crack! A bolt shattered his first shield. Boom! Another vaporized the second. He erected a third, stronger shield, but a simultaneous strike from 2 bolts smashed through it, the magical feedback throwing him to the ground. He was running out of time, energy, and hope. With a look of great pain in his eyes, as if wasting a priceless treasure, he fumbled potions from his bag and drank them. The liquid energy surged through him, giving him just enough strength to raise more ice shields against the lightning strikes. After about 10 minutes, the relentless fury of the storm call began to wane. The intervals between lightning strikes grew longer, and after a few more seconds, the ability stopped completely, though the heavy rain continued. With a final, desperate surge of will, Charles triggered his teleportation, vanishing from the spot and reappearing at the edge of a ravine, his body screaming in protest. He gasped, looking around wildly. He saw no sign of Jacob and dared to hope he had escaped. It was an illusion. Jacob was flying silently above him with his dragon wings. He landed behind the wizard without a sound. Going somewhere? Jacob's voice was a low, amused rumble. Before Charles could react, Jacob's black-scaled, clawed hand shot forward to stab the wizard in the back of the neck and read his memories. But the moment his claws made contact, a searing, excruciating pain erupted in his hand. A vile, black energy erupted from Charles's body, a final, desperate defense. Jacob recoiled, watching in shock as the scales on his hand decayed and fell away. The flesh underneath was left bleeding and necrotic, dark veins crawling up his wrist like thick, black worms burrowing beneath his skin. Charles, despite his predicament, let out a wet, triumphant laugh. "I know I'm dead. But at least now you will die too. That curse will spread with each passing day until it reaches your heart and kills you." Ha 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 ha. Jacob looked at his cursed hand and sighed internally. Note to self, never touch a wizard or try to read his memories without magic immunity. He looked back at the proudly laughing wizard. "I didn't know what you were before." Charles wheezed. "I'd never seen anything like you. I was just drawn to the immense magical power inside you." He looked at the now shirtless Jacob, with black scales covering his torso and arms, and the great wings folded behind his back. "But now I know, you're a word dragon, aren't you? I can't believe I killed a word dragon. Too bad I'll die before the world knows my achievement. Too bad I can't use your body for my potions." Jacob's smirk returned, cold and sharp. "Well, I hate to disappoint you, old bastard. But I'm not dying. And I'm not a word dragon." He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping. "I'm a real dragon." Charles's eyes went wide with utter disbelief. "What? That's impossible. Dragons are extinct." "Nothing is impossible," Jacob said, his voice a deadly whisper. "Now." Before the wizard could process this, Jacob, using his already cursed hand to avoid risking the other, drove his claws into the back of Charles's neck and started his brutal mental assault. Charles's eyes rolled back into his head as a flood of memories, decades of depravity, were forcibly ripped from his mind. Jacob's face contorted in pure fury. He saw it all, the butchering of adults, children, and even babies for potions, the sacrificial rituals using innocent virgin girls, a bottomless well of evil. As the mental connection broke, Charles staggered forward, free for a moment. He turned, a final spell forming on his lips. He never got to cast it. Jacob appeared behind him in a blur and drove his cursed, decaying hand straight through the wizard's back. There was a sickening, wet crunch. Charles looked down, disbelief in his fading eyes, to see the bloody claw protruding from his chest, his heart clutched in its grasp. Jacob leaned close, his whisper the last thing the wizard would ever hear. "I really wanted to torture you for the horrors I saw in your mind. But I don't want you to live for even a second longer in this world, you evil monster." He retracted his claw, and Charles's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Jacob let the heart drop into the mud. He then took a small bag Charles was carrying and, without ceremony, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, reducing the vile wizard to ashes. He looked at his cursed hand. It wasn't healing. The dark veins were creeping further, the pain a constant, burning agony. He clenched his jaw, his decision made. With a savage, brutal motion, he grabbed his own forearm with his other hand and tore the cursed limb clean off from the elbow. "Ah! That hurts!" He screamed into the storm, staggering from the self-inflicted trauma. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the bleeding stump. Already, his accelerated healing was kicking in, the flesh knitting and bone beginning to regrow at a visible, but slow pace. He released a jet of fire from his other hand, incinerating the severed, decaying arm on the ground. After ensuring no trace of the dark magic remained on his body, he thought. Tonight was crazy. Malia almost died, and if that curse had reached my heart, I would have died too. I hope I can get magic immunity soon. And damn, that wizard's memories were too dark. He took a steadying breath and shifted back to his human form. Then he headed back to where he had killed the hunters, his body healing but his mind heavy with the darkness he had witnessed. 2. Chapter 69, A Father's Reluctant Blessing. Meanwhile, while Jacob was fighting the wizard, Lydia, Allison, Cogman, and the Argents arrived at the clearing where Jacob had fought the hunters. The scene that greeted them was a bloody massacre. Headless bodies, men and women split in two, and scattered limbs and viscera lay amidst the shattered trees. The torrential rain did little to wash away the sheer horror. Kate's eyes widened. This is terrible. The kid is ruthless. Allison, who had seen him slaughter hunters before, scanned the gruesome scene with cold indifference. They came here to hunt him. They got exactly what they deserved. Lydia, pale and gripping Allison's arm for support, looked away from the grisly sight. Her eyes found the shallow cave. "Malia," she called out, her voice soft. "Are you okay?" The coyote emerged from the shadows, her blue eyes meeting Lydia's. She gave a slow, deliberate nod. Lydia sighed in relief. "I'm glad you're okay. Where's Jay?" Malia turned her head and looked intently into the raging storm, where lightning was tearing the forest apart. "He went that way?" Allison asked, following her gaze. Malia nodded again. "Then let's go after him," Allison said, taking a determined step forward. Lydia pulled her back, her face etched with the memory of pure terror. "How about we don't follow him? Do you see that crazy lightning storm? It's his ability, the one that almost killed me the last time he used it." Allison hesitated. "But what if he needs our help?" Lydia snorted, a touch of her old sass returning. "He doesn't. Trust me. He's probably just toying with whoever he's fighting." A weak, pained groan cut through their conversation. Marcus, the hunter leader with his limbs bent at impossible angles, lay writhing in the mud. His eyes, glazed with pain, locked onto Chris. You're Chris Argent, right?" he rasped. Help me, please." Chris walked over to the men. "Oh, it's you. Marcus Laurent. I thought the Laurents only operated in Europe." Allison walked to her father's side. "Dad, do you know him?" "Yes," Chris said, his voice grim. "He's from a French hunter family, like our Argent family, but not as old. They're more like mercenaries than hunters. As long as the price is right, they'll hunt anything, including normal humans." Allison spat on the men. "Ugh, another disgusting hunter group." Marcus ignored the insult, his focus solely on survival. He looked pleadingly at Kate. "Kate, help me out. My team and I helped you and Gerard hunt before." Allison glared at her aunt. "Why am I not surprised?" Kate held up her hands defensively. "Okay, princess, the Laurents are evil, I admit it. But I only hunted with them twice, and both times we went after some genuinely evil werewolves, I swear." Then she looked down at Marcus, her expression hardening. "Sorry, man. I can't help you. Out of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke that kid. Look what he did to your hunters. I don't want to end up like them. He already doesn't like me." Cogman, having finished a quick search for other survivors and found none, came running over. He grabbed Marcus by the collar and hauled him up. "It seems Sir still cares for me. He kept you alive so I could crush your windpipe." He then looked at Allison. "My lady, I'll be right back. I wish to have some fun with this poor bastard, and I'd rather you not see it." He turned and started dragging the screaming Marcus away, but Allison stopped him before he could get far. "Cogman, stop right there, you psycho." Cogman turned to her. "But..." Allison cut him off. "No buts. Drop him." Cogman hesitated, his grip tightening. I said drop him," Allison commanded. "What if Jay wants him for something and comes back to find him dead?" Reluctantly, Cogman dropped Marcus to the ground with a thud. "Can I at least cut his limbs off? Or gouge his eyes out? Please," Allison said firmly. "Nope." Cogman screamed in frustration and stormed over to a huge tree nearby, furiously punching its trunk. Allison just shook her head with a smirk. Victoria looked at her daughter. "He seems dangerous, Allison." "Who?" "Cogman." Allison replied. "No, he's not. Although he's a little crazy, he's very nice and respectful to me and Lydia, and he's fun to be around. He's only dangerous to our enemies." Kate's gaze fell on Malia, who was standing quietly beside Lydia. She noticed the coyote's glowing blue eyes. "Allison, who is the coyote?" Allison looked at her aunt warily. "Why are you asking?" "Her eyes are glowing blue. She must be dangerous," Kate said. "I don't know if she's dangerous or not," Allison said. "All I know is that Jay likes her." She fixed Kate with a hard stare. "And Kate, do you see how tragically these people died? They died like this because they tried to harm her. So unless you want to end up like these dismembered bodies, I suggest you don't look at her the wrong way." Kate pouted. "You've changed, princess. You're even threatening me now." Allison ignored her, turning her back to walk over to Lydia and Malia, where she began chatting quietly with Lydia. Chris sighed, watching Cogman punch the tree. It seems we're lucky the kid is in love with Allison. Otherwise, we would have ended up like these poor idiots when we attacked him yesterday. Victoria nodded in agreement. Let's not do something stupid like that again. I admit that was stupid. Chris said. But it's not like you didn't think about killing the kid, Victoria. I know you, and I know what you're capable of. Victoria shrugged. Indeed, I was planning to kill him. But when I heard about the mating bond with Allison, I wanted to confirm if it was true. If they were lying, I was still going to kill him. But now I'm sure they have a real mating bond. Because they were talking telepathically with him when we were at his house. Kate asked. Victoria nodded. Yes. Both Allison and Lydia were talking to him telepathically, which means the two of them really have a bond with that kid. Chris sighed. Although I will reluctantly accept the little punk as our son-in-law, I still want to know what he is. Allison said he'll tell us when he trusts us. Victoria reminded him. Kate looked at the raging lightning storm caused by Jacob in the distance. Good luck with that. He might not care about the fact that you two tried to kill him. Chris interrupted her. We didn't try to kill him. But the hunters, our hunters, opened fire on him yesterday, remember? Kate countered. Anyway, he might not care about that, but the fact that the hunters opened fire on Allison and Lydia, and that you tried to break him up with Allison, will make it very hard for him to trust you. That kid seems to hold a grudge, just look at these dead hunters. If you want him to trust you, you'll have to work hard for it. She looked at them pointedly. And I advise you both to put your pride away and try your best to earn his trust. Because having a monster like that as an ally is a very good thing. Chris and Victoria just looked at the lightning storm in the distance, which was finally calming down, and both sighed in silent resignation. After dealing with the wizard, Jacob ran back to the clearing where he had fought the hunters and found Allison and the others waiting for him. Lydia, Allison, and Malia saw the shirtless Jacob with a missing arm and panicked, running toward him with concern. Are you okay? What happened to your arm? Lydia asked. I cut it off. Jacob said calmly. The guy I fought was a wizard, and he used some dark magic on my hand. I had to cut it off, otherwise the curse would have spread to my heart and killed me. I'll show you the memory of the fight and his memories when we get back home. But you lost your arm? Allison said with concern. Don't worry, it will grow back soon. He reassured her. He kissed both girls, then petted Malia's head. Finally, he looked at Cogman, who was still furiously punching the poor tree in anger and frustration. He raised a brow. What's wrong with Cogman? Allison smiled. He wants to kill the hunter you left alive, but I stopped him. Now he's throwing a tantrum. Jacob called out. Cogman, come here. Cogman noticed Jacob and immediately came to his side, straightening his butler suit. You're back, sir. But you're missing an arm. Should I create a synthetic one for you? No, my arm will grow back soon. Jacob said. Now, I want you to gather the guns from those dead hunters. I'll read the survivor's mind, and then I'll let you do with him as you please. Cogman's face lit up. You're the best, sir. He then turned around and began gathering the guns from the clearing with palpable excitement. Jacob shook his head with a smile and walked over to Marcus. He glanced at Chris, Victoria, and Kate. Why are you guys here? Chris spoke up. I couldn't let Allison come here alone at night to fight whoever you were fighting. Jacob's response was blunt. I hate to break it to you, but Allison can protect herself. If there had been a real fight, the three of you would have just been a liability. She would have had to fight and protect you. Chris opened his mouth to retort, but found he had nothing to say. Jacob ignored him and knelt beside Marcus, who was begging for mercy. He ignored the pleas, inserted his claws into the back of the man's neck, and read his memories. When he was done, he took a wallet from Marcus's pocket and kicked him away in disgust. Damn it. He's another evil monster in human skin. Is he like the harvester hunters? Allison asked. Jacob shook his head. No. He and his family don't butcher people and sell their parts, but they hunt anything as long as the price is right. And I mean anything, men, women, children, babies. Anything. It's like Dad said. Allison murmured. Jacob looked at the Argents. Yeah, he knows your family. He even hunted with Kate and Gerard. I only hunted with them to take down some bad werewolves. Kate said quickly. I know. Jacob replied. Cogman returned with an armful of guns and looked eagerly at Marcus. Sir, can I? Jacob nodded. Go ahead. And, Cogman. Yes, sir. Make sure he doesn't die quickly. Cogman grinned. With pleasure, sir. He grabbed Marcus by the collar and dragged him away. Marcus screamed in pain, shouting. Help me, Argent. You're a hunter too. Are you going to let these freaks kill me? Help me, please. Cogman kicked him in the mouth, breaking his teeth. Shut it. No one is going to help you. He dragged Marcus behind a tree, and a moment later, the man's agonized screams began to echo through the clearing. Jacob shook his head. Poor bastard. Allison pointed at the remains of the barghests. By the way, Jay, what are those dog-like things? They're a supernatural creature called a barghest. Jacob explained. They can absorb supernatural energy, let's call it magical energy, and grow bigger and stronger. I fed one of them my fire, and it grew to the size of an elephant. Really? Lydia asked, wide-eyed. Yep. Jacob said. He then looked at the Argents. Have you guys dealt with a barghest before? Chris shook his head. I've heard of them, but I've never dealt with one. Besides, they target the supernatural, so they're not our enemies. They're more like allies to us. Jacob nodded in understanding. So hunters won't hunt a creature that hunts the supernatural. He held out his hand, and a giant, lifelike fire snake appeared from his palm. It hissed, slithering across the clearing and swallowing the bodies, turning them to ash as the Argents watched in shock. After the grim task was complete, Jacob looked at Malia. I don't know how you survived out here alone, but the woods are too dangerous. You're not staying here by yourself anymore. You're coming home with us. He petted her head gently. And thank you for trying to avenge me when I got shot and you thought I was dead. I appreciate that. But never do that again. I'm really hard to kill. Lydia's eyes widened. What? You got shot? Jacob nodded. Yes. I was too cocky and thought the bullet wouldn't penetrate my skin, but I was wrong. They used a high-caliber rifle, and the bullet shot straight through my chest. Allison and Lydia looked at his chest, which showed no wounds or scars. You should be more careful. Allison said, her voice tight with worry. What if they had shot you in the heart or the head? Don't worry, I'll be careful next time. Jacob assured her. Besides, even if they shot me in the head or heart, I would heal. Like I said, I'm really hard to kill. Seeing both Lydia and Allison glaring at him, he raised his hands in surrender. Okay. Stop looking at me like that. I'll be careful from now on. Just then, Cogman returned. His white suit was painted red with blood, and a satisfied smirk was plastered on his face. Jacob looked at him. Done already? Cogman shrugged. You broke his limbs and made him lose a lot of blood. He was already dying before I even started playing with him. Jacob nodded. Well, let's go to their camp. They have a lot of weapons there. After Jacob burned Marcus's body, the group headed to the hunter's camp. They took everything useful and burned the rest to ash before finally making their way back to Jacob's mansion. When they arrived at the mansion, the Argents decided not to come inside and prepared to leave. Chris looked at Jacob, his expression serious. Victoria and I will accept you as our son-in-law. But if you ever hurt my little girl, I will make you regret it. Jacob smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I will never hurt her. Victoria turned to Allison. Although I'm not happy that Jacob turned you into a fairy, I suppose it's a good thing. At least now you have the strength to protect yourself. And since it was your choice, I'm going to respect it. She reached out and touched Allison's cheek. And I'm not going to lie, when I saw how you handled our hunters yesterday, and how you didn't even flinch at the massacre Jacob made in the woods tonight, I was proud of you. I thought, as expected from my daughter. She's not some scared little girl, but a fearless, strong woman. Allison's face lit up with a hopeful smile. Really? Victoria hugged her tightly. Really? I'm proud of you, sweetheart. And I'm sorry for what we did yesterday. It's all right. Allison said, returning the hug. I know you were just trying to look out for me. Okay, we should leave. Victoria said, pulling back. Are you coming with us or not? Allison glanced toward the mansion. Can I stay here? Of course. Victoria replied. You're married now, and this is your home. But you should visit us from time to time. Allison kissed her mom's cheek. Thank you. And of course I will visit. Victoria pinched her daughter's cheek playfully. Just be careful, and don't get pregnant. You're still too young for that. Allison's face turned bright red. Mom. We don't need to talk about that. She then noticed Chris staring at her with wide, horrified eyes. Utterly embarrassed, she turned and ran into the mansion. Come back here, Allison. Chris shouted after her. You are not allowed to stay here. He spun to face Jacob, his composure shattered. I changed my mind, you little punk. Let's fight to the death. Victoria and Kate quickly grabbed Chris, dragging him toward the car. Kid, take care of my daughter. Victoria called over her shoulder. I will. Jacob promised. Victoria. Kate. Let go of me. Chris yelled, struggling. I want to bring my little girl with us. Get in the car and let's go. Victoria said firmly. Kate was laughing hysterically. She opened the car door, shoved Chris inside, and slid in beside him while he continued to protest. No. Not my little girl. Victoria got into the driver's seat, waved a final goodbye to Jacob and Lydia, and drove away. Lydia, Malia, and Jacob went inside the mansion laughing. Lydia, please help Malia take a bath. Jacob said. I'm going to join Allison upstairs in the bathroom. He ran upstairs, shed his pants, and joined Allison in the shower. He hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear. So, how about we make some babies? Allison rolled her eyes, turned to face him, and kissed him. No babies. We're still babies ourselves. She smiled warmly. But I'm happy that I can stay with you here from now on. So let's celebrate. The two of them began to kiss, and soon the bathroom was filled with the sound of Allison's happy sighs, laughter, and cries of pleasure. Chapter 70, Baby Hands. After Lydia helped Malia get a bath, they went back downstairs to the living room. Soon after, Allison and Jacob joined them. Lydia looked at Allison, who had her arms crossed tightly over her chest and was looking at Jacob in disgust. What's wrong with you? What did he do? I don't want to talk about it. Allison muttered. Now I want to know even more. Lydia pressed. Did he do something perverted? Allison shook her head. No, nothing like that, but... She shivered. He touched me with his baby hand. It was so creepy. Lydia raised a brow. Baby hand. Yeah, his missing hand is growing back, and now it looks like a baby's hand. Really? Lydia said, then turned to Jacob, who was sitting on the couch next to Malia. The coyote leaned into his side, and he was absently stroking her fur with his normal hand. Jay, show me your baby hand. Jacob took off his hoodie and revealed his newly grown arm, which indeed looked small and soft like an infant's. Do you want to touch it? It's so soft. Lydia moved next to him and gently took his arm, examining it. It really is soft. Jacob put his small hand on her chin, stroking it with his tiny thumb before leaning in to kiss her. Lydia suddenly jumped away and sat next to Allison. Okay, that's weird. Don't touch me with your creepy hand until it grows back to its normal size. Don't get me wrong, I like the kiss. It's just that when I felt that little hand touching me, it was like I was kissing a baby, and I don't like that. She then looked at Allison. Wait, if you find his baby hand so creepy, why didn't you think it was creepy when you two were, you know, in the bathroom earlier? Allison blushed. He didn't have a hand in the bathroom, just a stump. And he wasn't touching me with it, at least, I don't think so. I was, preoccupied with other things. Lydia rolled her eyes. Yeah, we heard your moaning. Suddenly, Jacob yelped. Aha. Malia, don't bite it. Both Allison and Lydia looked over to see Malia gently nibbling on his newly grown arm, and they burst out laughing. Jacob pulled his hand free and cradled the small hand to his chest. That hurt. He looked at Malia sternly. What do you think you're doing? My arm is still weak and sensitive. You're being a bad girl. He moved as if to grab her. Let me punish you. Malia jumped from the couch and scurried to sit between Allison and Lydia, looking back at him with what seemed like a grin on her coyote face. Jacob started to stand up to catch her, but Allison stopped him. Okay, leave her be. She was just curious. Now, tell us how the hunters and the wizard found you. Jacob leaned back on the couch. It was the wizard who found me, or more precisely, his barghests did. Lydia asked. Those creepy-looking dogs? Jacob nodded. Yes. Remember the night I tried out my storm call ability in the woods? Lydia glared at him. How could I forget? You almost killed me that night. Jacob coughed awkwardly. Anyway, the wizard was headed to the supernatural auction we're going to on Saturday. He knew there's a Nemeton here in Beacon Hills, so he stopped to siphon power from it. But he saw my storm and sensed the magic in it, so he sent his dogs to investigate. Allison asked. How did the dogs find you? Well, they couldn't follow my scent because of the rain that night, but they're very sensitive to magical energy. So they found me yesterday when I was in the woods, talking to your dad. They followed me back here to the mansion but kept their distance. Lydia frowned. And why didn't you sense them? It's hard to sense their presence. When those dogs are in their hungry state, they have no magical energy at all. They kept their distance, and the wizard ordered them not to attack me, so I didn't feel any immediate danger. That's why it was hard to detect them. Allison asked. What about the hunters? How did they come to town and target you? The wizard was planning to attack me by himself. Jacob explained. But when he first saw me, he sensed the huge amount of magical energy inside my body. So he posted a commission on a supernatural forum in the dark web, asking for hunters to help him hunt a powerful shapeshifter. Those poor bastards were close by and accepted the job. When I left the house earlier and went to the woods, they followed me. He paused. Now, let me show you what happened, and the memories of that wizard. Lydia hesitated. Wait, are they bad? The wizard's memories, I mean. Yeah, very bad. Jacob said grimly. You don't have to see them if you don't want to. Lydia thought for a moment before steeling herself. No, I have to see them. All right. Are you girls ready? Allison and Lydia nodded. Jacob closed his eyes, focused, and telepathically shared the memories of his fight against the Barghest, the hunters, and the wizard, followed by the dark memories he had ripped from the wizard and Marcus. Images, sounds, and sensations flooded into Allison and Lydia's consciousness. They saw Marcus' memories, then they saw through the wizard's eyes, the grimy basement altars, the terrified faces of innocent girls, the unspeakable rituals performed under a sickly green light. They felt his twisted devotion, his hunger for power, and the cold, alien presence of the demon he had bound himself to in exchange for it. The final memory was the most chilling, the sacrifice of an infant, an act of such profound evil that it felt like a stain on their very souls. When the psychic connection severed, both girls gasped, their eyes flying open. Lydia was pale, one hand pressed to her mouth as if to hold back a wave of nausea. Allison, however, was vibrating with a cold, pure rage, her hands clenched into white-knuckled fists on her knees. Damn those bastards. Allison spat, her voice low and venomous. Those hunters were monsters, but that wizard was far worse. She then looked at Jacob with concern. By the way, Jay, that wizard seemed to have made a contract with a demon to gain his powers. That's why he was sacrificing innocent girls and babies. What if the demon comes after you for killing his servant? Jacob smirked. Don't worry. If the demon comes, I'll burn him to ash too. And if I knew where that demon was hiding right now, I'd go after him myself without waiting for him to find me. Lydia, who was just recovering from the horrific memories, sighed heavily. I wish I hadn't seen that. What a cruel, cruel world we live in. Very cruel indeed. Allison agreed softly. All right, let's stop thinking about bad things. Jacob said, shifting the mood. He pulled the wallet he had taken from Marcus and the bag from the wizard out of his pocket dimension. Let's talk about our loot. That evil wizard had a bank card with 38 million, and the hunter Marcus had a card with 2 million. Lydia's eyes widened. That's a lot of money. Jacob smiled. Yes, it is. And now it's ours. My only regret is that Marcus didn't have a bank card linked to his entire Loran family fortune. If he had, I would have asked Cogman to take all their money. Allison mused. Maybe you still have a chance. Since Marcus died in Beacon Hills, his family might come here to investigate what happened. Jacob's smile turned predatory. Well, I hope they really come. Lydia asked. How will you make the money on these 2 cards yours? Cogman will handle it. Jacob said. Can he really do that just by using a bank card? He already has. I took a card with 4 million from the Harvester Hunters leader, and Cogman already transferred the funds to me legally. Jacob then took 2 more cards from his pocket dimension. And since we're talking about money, here, these are for you. Each has 200,000. Use it however you want, and if you need more, just tell me. Allison took her card with a smile. Thank you. Lydia took hers and gave Jacob a deep kiss. I love you. Jacob smirked and touched her cheek with his baby hand. Love you too. Lydia recoiled playfully. You, don't touch me with that. She sat next to Allison and said. How about we go shopping tomorrow? Allison grinned. Sure. And I'm thinking of buying a bike. Just like Jay's. Jacob said. Now that you live with me and things are good between me and your parents, you can ride mine whenever you want. I was only worried your dad might hurt her before. In that case, I won't buy one. Allison decided with a sweet smile. I like yours very much. You're going to steal her from me, aren't you? Jacob asked with a mock sigh. Allison winked. Maybe. Jacob smiled fondly. As long as you're happy. Allison raised a brow. Aren't you going to cry this time, like when I first took her home? I thought you loved that bike more than anything. I love you girls more. He said simply. Allison pouted playfully. I love you too, but that's not the reaction I wanted. You made it boring. Malia walked over to Jacob and nudged his leg with her nose, her eyes fixed on him. Jacob patted her head. If you want money, you have to turn into your human form first. Malia let out a dismissive huff and shook her head vigorously. What? You don't want money? Jacob asked. She shook her head again. Then, how about more of that meat I gave you in the woods? Malia nodded eagerly, her coyote head bobbing up and down several times in enthusiastic agreement. Jacob smiled. All right. I get it. I'll give Cogman some to cook. They all went to the kitchen. Jacob gave Cogman some sea king meat to prepare and sat at the table with the girls. By the way, girls, we'll head to Vegas on Friday. We can have fun Friday night and during the day on Saturday, and we'll probably come back to Beacon Hills after we deal with the auction at night. He added firmly. And no gambling. I hate to lose. If I lose even a single dollar, I'll do anything to win it back and probably end up losing everything. And then. He paused, his gaze darkening. I'll probably lose control and end up attacking the casino. Allison said. All right. No gambling for you. Ever. Lydia pulled out her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. She suggested. We can get tickets for the Mystere show at the Treasure Island Theater Friday night. It's supposed to be incredible, acrobatics, music, etc. Then, on Saturday, we can spend the day at the Shark Reef Aquarium. They have a walk-through tunnel with sharks swimming overhead. And if we have time, there's always the high roller observation wheel or the Bellagio fountains. She looked up, her eyes alight with the thrill of planning. There are 1,000 fun things to do there. That works for me. Jacob agreed. Why don't we stay in Vegas and come back Sunday night? Lydia asked. It's such a waste to rush back on Saturday. Because there's a very high probability that I'll have to burn that auction building, and everyone in it, to the ground. Jacob explained matter-of-factly. So we should leave before Vegas becomes chaotic and the police and FBI show up. The stark reality of his statement hung in the air for a moment, a chilling contrast to the glittering Vegas plans. Soon, Cogman served dinner. After they ate, Jacob gave him the bank cards to handle. Then, he and the girls headed upstairs to sleep. As they reached the top of the stairs, Jacob looked at Lydia. Should we go to your room? Lydia shook her head. No. I don't feel like doing anything tonight. Not after seeing those bodies in the woods, and those memories you showed us. All right. Jacob said understandingly. Then let's all sleep in my room. They went into Jacob's room and collapsed into the king-sized bed. Allison curled against Jacob's left side, Lydia on his right, their heads on his chest, listening to the steady, reassuring beat of his heart. Even Malia jumped onto the bed and slept with them. The next morning, pale sunlight streamed through the windows. Jacob was the first to wake up. His first conscious action was to look at his right hand, which had fully regenerated. He looked at the still sleeping Lydia and Allison, then carefully got out of bed without waking them. After a quick shower, he went downstairs. He found Malia in the living room, lying on the couch, her full attention captured by the large TV. A documentary about the great migrations of the Serengeti was playing, and she was utterly enthralled, her ears twitching at every lion's roar and wildebeest bellow. Jacob smiled and sat beside her, running his hand through the thick fur on her back, and thought. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. A pair of rollerblades. A black leather reclining chair, with built-in massager and cup holders. 6 kilos of Cabrales blue cheese. Jacob read the rewards and sighed internally. Rollerblades. Useless. The reclining chair is good, I guess, I need one in my gaming room. And Cabrales blue cheese sounds expensive. Let me do a quick search. He pulled out his phone and looked it up. It's a $55 per kilo stinky blue cheese. Let's see if it's edible. He took the wheel of cheese, wrapped in black and yellow packaging, from his pocket dimension. Malia looked at him curiously. He took a knife and opened the wrapping. The smell that erupted was not just strong, it was an assault. It was a pungent, eye-watering wave of ammonia, old socks, and damp cellar, so potent it felt like a physical blow. The moment the smell hit them, they both recoiled. He threw the cheese wheel aside, coughing and shouting. Damn, that's not cheese, that's a bioweapon. Malia whimpered, trying to cover her nose by nudging his leg. I'm sorry, Malia. Jacob said. I didn't think it would smell that bad. The commotion brought Allison and Lydia stumbling down the stairs, their hair messy and eyes still heavy with sleep. What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Allison asked. Jacob, still coughing, pointed a trembling finger at the offending cheese. I tried to taste that thing. It smells like something died and then was left in a locker room for a month. Allison frowned, keeping her distance. Then why did you even buy it? I thought it would be good. Lydia walked over to the cheese, took a cautious sniff, and immediately gagged. Ugh, it smells terrible. What are you going to do with it? I don't know. Jacob said, stepping further away. You girls get rid of it. I don't want to get close to it again. I'll take it to my parents. Allison offered. They love all kinds of weird, stinky cheese. Okay, great. Can you please put it in your ring? It smells really bad, my nostrils are burning. Jacob pleaded. Allison walked over to the cheese, took one whiff, and immediately regretted it. She gagged, her eyes watering as she quickly waved her hand. The foul cheese will vanished into her storage ring. Ugh, disgusting. After the cheese fiasco, they had breakfast. Cogman then drove them to school, leaving Malia at home watching the animal documentary she seemed to love so much. Chapter 71, Meeting Deaton for the first time. Jacob and the girls were having lunch in the school cafeteria when Scott joined them alone. Lydia looked at him and said, Where is your sarcastic half? Scott put his tray on the table and sat down. He's with his girlfriend. Allison's eyebrows shot up. Girlfriend? Since when does he have a girlfriend? Since yesterday. Who is she? Lydia asked. Scott glanced at Jacob. Erica. Erica Reyes. It was Jacob who told him to ask her out. Allison looked at Jacob. You know Erica has epilepsy, right? I know. Jacob said. But we can heal her by turning her into a werewolf, if she wants the bite, of course. For now, let's see how things go between her and Styles. But you said the bite can turn people or kill them. Allison said. What if she dies after taking the bite? Jacob shrugged. We'll tell her the risks, and she can make her own choice whether to take the bite or not. Well, I hope things work out between her and Styles and that she can be healed. Allison said. Jacob turned his attention to Scott. And what about you? Did you find a girlfriend? Scott sighed. No, I don't think I'll find one in our school. All the girls here have eyes only for you. Jacob smirked. Sorry for being too handsome. Allison and Lydia looked around the cafeteria and saw most of the girls indeed glancing at Jacob. They just shook their heads, they were used to it. Scott sighed in frustration and kept eating his food. By the way, Scott, Jacob said. Did you help Jackson get the bite? Not yet. Peter seems pissed these days, so I'll wait a few more days. I see. Jacob replied. They finished their lunch while talking and then went back to class. After school ended, they gathered in front of the school gate. Jay, let's go shopping, Lydia said. Jacob quickly shook his head. Sorry, can't come with you. Styles needs me for something. Styles, who was confused, was about to deny it, but a sharp glare from Jacob made him change his tune. Yeah. I need his help with something, he stammered. Lydia narrowed her eyes at Styles. What thing? Styles started sweating, but Jacob cut in. Okay, see you girls at home. He then looked at Cogman, who was waiting by the car. Cogman, go with them shopping. He then dragged Styles toward his jeep. Let's go, hurry. Lydia called after him. Jay, come back here. Styles was about to turn around, but Jacob stopped him. Don't look back, just keep going. But she's calling you, Styles said. No, she's not. Let's leave quickly. They got into the jeep, Scott followed them, and Styles drove away. Lydia stamped her foot. Damn it, he ran away. Allison smiled. Let him be. We can't always drag him shopping with us. Lydia pouted. I know, but I like it when he goes shopping with us. I love how miserable he looks. Allison smiled and linked her arm with Lydia's, dragging her toward the car. Let's go. Since I moved in with Jay, I need to buy a lot of stuff. Lydia forgot about Jacob and grinned. And since Jay is so rich, let's buy some expensive bags and clothes. Sure. Allison agreed. They got into the Rolls-Royce, and Cogman drove away. In Styles' jeep. Styles looked at Jacob through the rearview mirror. Why are you running from your girlfriends? Because I don't want to go shopping with them, Jacob said. You'll understand when you go shopping with Erica. By the way, how are things going between you and her? Good. Styles said, a smile touching his lips. She's a nice girl, a bit shy, but she's nice to be around. I think I like her. Good for you, Jacob said. Wait until Derek becomes the alpha, and I'll ask him to give her the bite. I'd order Peter to do it, but I don't trust that idiot. He might control her to kill or something after he turns her. Yeah, let's keep Peter away from her. Styles agreed. But are you sure Derek will become the alpha? Probably. Peter and Allison's family are going to fight eventually, and if Allison gets involved, I'll have to get involved too. Peter might end up beaten again, and Derek will definitely take advantage of that. I'm not in a hurry to turn Erica, Styles said. We just started dating yesterday. Scott, who was girlfriendless and annoyed, changed the subject. Styles, drive me to the animal clinic. Oh, all right. Styles said, changing direction. Jacob then told them about his fight with the wizard and the hunters. When he finished, they both stared at him with wide eyes. Jacob raised a brow. What's wrong with you idiots? I know I'm handsome, but if you keep staring at me like that, I'll get shy. And Styles, you're going to crash the car. Styles snapped back to his senses and focused on the road. Did you really kill them all? Yes, I did, Jacob said flatly. They came to kill me, Styles, so I killed them. And didn't you hear what I said about their dark memories? Scott sighed. Was that wizard strong? To me, no, Jacob said. But to you guys, he was very strong. He could kill someone as strong as Peter with ease. Styles shuddered. That's scary to think about. Soon, they arrived at the animal clinic and went inside with Scott. Deaton came out of his office when he heard them enter. Oh, it's just you, Scott. I thought it was some. He froze as his eyes landed on Jacob. He could feel the terrifying amount of magical energy radiating from him. Jacob clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking. I hope I can get a reward from the system that can hide the energy inside me. Scott waved a hand in front of Deaton's face. Hey, Doc, what's wrong? Why are you looking at Jacob like that? Deaton snapped back to his senses. Oh, nothing. Who is your new friend? His name is Jacob. Scott said. He just moved into town about a month ago. Deaton was staring at Jacob absently again. Oh, is that so? Jacob hid behind Styles. Styles, let's get out of here. I think Scott's boss has some weird interest in me. Maybe he likes handsome boys. Styles burst out laughing. Deaton snapped back to reality and gave an awkward smile. Relax, kid. I like women, older women. I have no interest in men. Then Deaton extended his hand to Jacob. Sorry if I was rude. I'm Alan Deaton. Nice to meet you. Jacob didn't shake his hand. Nah, I'm not shaking your hand. You're creeping me out. Good night, Scott. He then dragged a still laughing Styles out of the clinic. Deaton scratched his bald head. Sorry, Scott. I seem to have scared your friend. Scott shrugged. Don't worry about Jacob. He's a narcissistic weirdo. In Styles' Jeep. Styles, who was driving and still chuckling, said. It seems Scott's boss is very interested in you, huh? Jacob snorted. That man isn't a normal human, Styles. He probably sensed my power, that's why he was looking at me like that. Styles stopped laughing immediately. Is he supernatural? Is Scott in danger? Scott isn't in danger. Jacob assured him. And if I'm not wrong, that man should be a druid. I don't know if druids are considered supernatural creatures, but they can use magic by borrowing power from nature. They're also healers for supernatural creatures and usually serve as advisors to wolf packs or something like that. But are they evil or not? Styles pressed. No, they're usually not evil. Typically, they're peace-loving people who seek balance between the supernatural world and the normal one. But there are evil druids, they're called Duracs. And when I say evil, I mean human sacrifices and dark magic evil. Styles' eyes widened. What? Then how do you know Scott's boss isn't a Durac? If he were a Durac, I would have felt it the moment I saw him. Jacob said confidently. Anyway, you don't have to worry, he's not one. And if you want to know more, you should read the bestiary on the phone I gave you. Tell Scott to read it, too. The knowledge in it could save your lives. I'll read it. Styles promised. And speaking of that phone, I love it. Well, it was made by Cogman, after all. Jacob said. So, where do you want to go? Styles asked. Should I drop you off at home? No. How about we go to an arcade and play for a while? Styles grinned. That sounds like a plan. I'm in. He drove to an arcade, and they spent the next hour playing Pac-Man, pinball, and racing against each other in simulators. Chapter 72, Scott's Worst Fear. Jacob and Styles played at the arcade for a couple of hours before leaving and getting back into the Jeep. Let's go grab something to eat and take dinner to my dad. Styles said. All right, I could eat some food. Jacob agreed. Styles snorted. And by some food, you mean eating all the food in the diner. I can't draw that much attention to myself. Jacob said with a grin. But let's go to a diner that has a food challenge. Soon, they arrived at a diner. Jacob asked the waitress. Tell me about the food challenge you have here. The waitress smiled. You have to eat a 2-pound burger, with 1 pound of fries, a large plate of mac and cheese, which is about 2 pounds, a large bucket of chicken tenders, and a large milkshake. All in 30 minutes. Jacob smirked. Easy. Bring it. Are you sure you can finish all that food, honey? The waitress asked, skeptical. Yes, I'm sure. Bring it. Jacob confirmed. As you wish. She said. Styles sighed. They have no idea what they're dealing with. He then went to order his own food since the waitress was focused on Jacob and didn't take his order. Soon, the waitress brought the mountain of food to Jacob's table. Styles took his burger to another table and started eating while watching the show. People gathered around Jacob's table to watch. He looked at the waitress and said, You are about to see something special. Then he dug in. He didn't eat too fast, not wanting to scare people. After 10 minutes, he had finished the burger and fries. He took another 15 minutes to finish the rest, pretending to have difficulty while people cheered him on. Styles sighed and thought. Jacob is just acting. If these people saw how much he really eats, I don't know how shocked they would be. After Jacob was done, the waitress gave him a t-shirt, took his picture, and hung it on the diner's wall of fame. After celebrating with the waitress and the cheering crowd, Jacob left with Styles. They took dinner to Sheriff Stilinski, and then Styles drove Jacob home. Meanwhile, Scott, who had just arrived home after his shift at the clinic, was lying in bed when his mom, Melissa, barged into his room. "Hey, Scott, I'll be late tonight," she announced. Seeing Scott look at her in surprise, she asked, "What? Is it my hair? My makeup?" No, nothing. You look beautiful," Scott said quickly. "But, why do you look so beautiful?" "Because I'm having dinner, for once, with a member of the male gender who is over the age of 16. Melissa confessed. "Who?" Scott asked. "It's a medical rep that came into the hospital today. We just kinda started talking, and the next thing I know, I'm saying yes to dinner and I'm really hating myself for skipping the gym last week." "What, medical rep?" Scott pressed. Just then, the doorbell rang. "That medical rep," Melissa said, her eyes widening in a panic. "And, I'm not ready. I'm not done, I'm not ready. So if you could please just get the door and talk with him, okay? Just, be nice." Scott went downstairs and opened the door, his face freezing in shock at the sight of Peter. Peter smirked. "Hello there." Scott's eyes glowed, and he growled. "What are you doing here, Peter?" "I'm here to take your mom to dinner, of course," Peter said smoothly. "No, you are not. I'll tell Jacob," Scott threatened. "Go ahead and tell him," Peter replied, unfazed. "I promised him I wouldn't bother you, and I haven't. I don't mean your mom any harm. I just like her and want to have dinner with her, that's all. If you hurt her, if you even touch her," Scott began, his voice trembling with anger. Peter cut him off. "Scott, if I may interrupt your listing of the top 5 most impotent-sounding threats for a moment, try and remember that I've been in a coma for 6 years. Don't you think I'd like to have dinner with a beautiful woman? And like I said, I mean her no harm." Before Scott could say anything else, Melissa shouted from upstairs, "Scott, aren't you gonna invite him in?" Peter pushed past Scott and entered the house. Scott wanted to protest, but Melissa came downstairs and looked at Peter. I'm ready." Peter offered her his arm, and she took it. They both exited the house. Scott followed them out. "Mom." Melissa glared at him. "Yes, sweetheart." Scott hesitated, finally relenting. "Have a good time." Melissa smiled. "Thank you." After watching them drive away, Scott took out his phone. He was about to call Jacob and ask for help, but he changed his mind. He didn't want Jacob to meet his mom. So, he called Styles instead. Styles, who had just stopped his car in front of Jacob's mansion, got Scott's call. After hearing what happened, he said, "All right, I'll intercept Peter's car. Don't worry, I will ruin their date." He hung up the phone and looked at Jacob. "You heard that, right?" "I did," Jacob said. "Wait, I'll bring my car and follow you." "But why didn't Scott ask me for help?" Styles shrugged. "I don't know." Jacob got out of the Jeep, opened the iron gate, and went to get his Camaro. Styles looked at him and thought, Scott is probably more afraid that Melissa will meet Jacob than he is afraid that Peter will hurt her. Soon, Jacob drove his car out and followed Styles' Jeep. They drove for about 8 minutes before Styles swerved and hit a car parked on the roadside. He got out of his Jeep to assess the damage. Jacob stopped behind him, briefly wondering how Styles had found Peter's car, but didn't dwell on it. He got out and saw Melissa arguing with Styles. Peter, who had been smirking, saw Jacob and froze. Jacob walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a dangerously calm voice, "Explain yourself. And you'd better tell only the truth, or you won't live past tonight." Peter shivered. "I swear, I wasn't planning on harming her or anything. I admit I wanted to scare Scott a little bit, but I swear I wasn't going to hurt her." Jacob inserted his claws into Peter's shoulder. "What about giving her the bite?" Peter winced in pain. "I wasn't going to bite her. I was just trying to have dinner with her, I swear." After listening to Peter's heartbeat and confirming he wasn't lying, Jacob said, "Get lost. And don't come near her again." Peter didn't need to be told twice. He got into his car and sped away. Melissa watched him leave and yelled at Styles. "Oh, great. Are you happy now, Styles? Did Scott ask you to do this?" Styles didn't know what to say. "I love him more than anything," Melissa continued, her voice breaking. "I've done everything for him and never complained. Can't he at least let me have one date?" Tears began streaming down her face. Styles felt a pang of guilt and stood helplessly. Jacob walked over, gently wiped the tears from Melissa's cheek, and said with a charming smile, "There's no need to cry over that idiot who left. How about I take you on a date, beautiful?" Styles cursed inwardly. Damn it, Scott is going to be so pissed. Melissa looked at the handsome teenager in front of her, her anger and frustration momentarily forgotten. "Who are you, kid?" "I'm Jacob. Scott's friend." Melissa's eyes narrowed. "So you're Jacob. Did you help Styles ruin my date, too?" "We had a good reason," Jacob said. "What reason?" she demanded. "I'll tell you later when I take you back home," Jacob promised. "But for now, let me take you out for dinner as an apology." Melissa smiled despite herself. "I'm old enough to be your mother, kid. And I don't want to go to jail." Jacob gently took her arm and guided her toward his car. "We're just going to have dinner and maybe watch a movie as friends. Nothing else." "But..." Melissa started to protest. "No buts," Jacob said firmly. "Let's go." "Wait." Styles interjected. Jacob glared at him. "What do you want? Should I leave her here crying?" Styles raised his hands in surrender. "Go ahead, man. You don't need to glare at me." Jacob opened the car door for Melissa, and she got in. He then slid into the driver's seat and drove away. Just as they left, Scott arrived and rushed to Styles' side. "Where's my mom?" Styles scratched the back of his head nervously. "Well, I ruined her date with Peter, and he left. But she's in much worse danger now." Scott panicked. "What do you mean?" "Ugh, how do I say this?" Styles hesitated. "Come on, speak already," Scott urged. Styles sighed. "Jacob was with me when you called. He followed in his car, he's the one who made Peter leave." Then Melissa started crying, and what? Scott pressed. Jacob wiped her tears, called her beautiful, and I could see it in her eyes. She was charmed by his stupid face. Scott's face fell. No, no, no. This can't be happening. Where are they? He took her on a date. Scott let out a strangled cry. No, this is a nightmare. He frantically pulled out his phone and called Jacob. Soon, he heard Jacob's voice. "Oh, hey Scott. Don't worry about Melissa, she's safe with me. I'll bring her home before midnight. Bye." The call ended before Scott could say a word. No matter how many times he tried calling back, Jacob didn't answer. Scott screamed, his frustration morphing into a mournful wolf howl. Seeing people starting to stare, Styles quickly dragged Scott to the Jeep. "Okay, buddy, let's get you home." He had to half carry, half push Scott into the passenger seat. Once inside, he drove toward Scott's house, glancing at his friend, who looked like he'd lost his soul. "Don't worry too much." Styles tried to reassure him. Jacob just took her to dinner to make her feel better because she was crying. "She was really disappointed in you, man. You should have heard what she said." Scott looked over, his eyes hollow. "What did she say?" "She said she loves you more than anything, never complained while raising you, and all she wanted was one date tonight, but you wouldn't let her." "It's not like that. I was trying to protect her," Scott argued. "But she doesn't know that," Styles countered. "And I hate to bring Jacob into this, but maybe you should have listened when he told you to tell her the truth. If you had, she wouldn't have gone on a date with Peter, and she wouldn't be on a date with Jacob right now." Scott sighed and leaned back in his seat, defeated. "By the way," Styles added, "you should prepare yourself to tell her the truth. Because Jacob told her he'd explain why we ruined her date when he takes her back to your house. He can't decide that on his own." "I'm not ready yet," Scott protested. "I think he's right," Styles said gently. "It's time to tell her the truth." Scott sighed again. I just hope she won't hate me. Don't worry, she won't. Chapter 73, Telling Melissa the Truth. The date, as Jacob had promised, was not romantic. It was a simple, pleasant evening designed to lift Melissa's spirits. They shared a comfortable dinner at a quiet restaurant, then saw a light-hearted comedy at the cinema. The shared laughter seemed to wash away her lingering frustration from earlier. After the movie, they took a stroll through the softly lit town square. The night air was cool, and a comfortable silence settled between them before Jacob spoke. You know, I envy Scott for having an amazing mom like you. Jacob said. Melissa smiled. Well, I'm not that amazing. I'm just trying to give him the best life I can and hoping he won't blame me for the things I couldn't provide. Don't sell yourself short, Melissa. Jacob replied. You are an amazing parent, and I know Scott loves you more than anything. You should know he's a grown man now, so don't push yourself too hard. If you have any problems, tell him, he might be able to help. Melissa sighed. I can't tell him about my problems, that will just distract him from school, and I don't want that. And he's not grown, to me, he's still a baby. Jacob smiled gently. Like I said, you're a good mom, but you should trust him more. Even if you don't tell him all your problems, at least talk to him and go out with him from time to time. It might help with your loneliness. Maybe. Melissa conceded. Now, tell me about your parents. I think I want to meet the mother who raised an amazing kid like you. Then I have to disappoint you. He said, his gaze fixed on the distant lights. My parents died in an accident 8 years ago. Melissa's step faltered slightly. I'm so sorry, Jacob. I didn't know. He gave a small, wistful smile. It's okay. I miss them. Every day, I really do. But, life has to go on, right? I can't just stop living because they died. Melissa looked at him with deep sympathy. Who are you living with now? Jacob chuckled. Don't give me that sad look, Melissa. Although I miss my parents, I'm really happy. I live with an old butler, he's a bit crazy, but he's fun to be around. And I'm kind of already married. Melissa was shocked. What? Married? Jacob smirked. Yes, kind of. Melissa sighed. Do you even know what marriage is, kid? That's not something you should rush into, and you're still way too young for that. Before Jacob could say anything, his phone rang for what felt like the 1,000th time. He pulled it out, looked at the screen, and said, Let's go back. It's your son. If we ignore him any longer, he might lose control and go crazy. With that, they walked back to Jacob's car and drove to Scott's house. When Jacob's Camaro pulled up, Scott was pacing on the front lawn like a caged animal, with Styles leaning against the Jeep, watching the scene with an amused smirk. The moment Melissa stepped out of the car, Scott stormed over. Mom. You're finally back. What did you two do? I just took her to dinner, Scott. And that's it. Jacob stated calmly, cutting him off as he got out of the driver's side. Before Scott could say anything, Melissa reached out, caught her son's ear, and gave it a sharp, motherly twist. Ow. Mom. Let's not talk about you ruining my date tonight. She said, her voice low and firm. But are you seriously thinking I would date Jacob? He's 16, Scott. What kind of person do you think I am? Scott's anger instantly deflated into shame. I didn't mean you're a bad person, but Jacob is a playboy. Melissa released his now red ear. What do you mean? Scott rubbed his ear. He's dating 2 girls at the same time, and all the girls in school want to date him. What? Melissa said, then looked at Jacob. You told me you were married. Jacob shrugged. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you I'm married to 2 girls. Or maybe 3, if I count Malia. This time, Melissa caught Jacob's ear. Are you playing with other people's daughters? I thought you were a good kid. Jacob just smiled, unfazed by her twisting his ear. I'm not playing with them. I can't help myself, it's what I am, and they already know. They're okay with it. I even told the parents of one of them. Well, her parents tried to kill me a few nights ago, but we're all good now. Melissa let go of his ear, her expression a mix of shock and concern. What do you mean, it is what you are? And did someone really try to kill you? Did you tell the cops? There's no need to tell the cops. Jacob said. Like I said, we're all good now. They even came to my house yesterday, although they had to drag Allison's father away when they were leaving. It was hilarious. Styles piped up. What did you do to him? Nothing. Jacob replied. Allison moved in with me, and he didn't like that. He was crying and wanted to take his little girl with him, but Victoria and Kate dragged him away. Did the Argents really try to kill you? Why didn't you tell us? Styles asked. Jacob shrugged. It's a family thing, Styles. I can't tell you everything that happens in my family. Melissa cleared her throat, fixing a stern gaze on all three of them. Boys, you have some explaining to do. Scott froze and started panicking. Jacob sighed and patted his shoulder. It's time to tell her. He then gently took Melissa's hand and guided her inside the house. You need to be sitting down for what we're about to tell you. In the living room, they all sat. Melissa looked at them expectantly. Okay, I'm listening. Scott was too nervous to speak, and Styles began stuttering and scratching the back of his head. She focused on Jacob. It seems these two idiots don't want to tell me. You speak. Tell me what's going on. All right. Jacob said. Have you watched movies with werewolves, vampires, and other supernatural creatures? Melissa nodded slowly. Yes, I have. So, what are you trying to tell me? Suddenly, Styles blurted out. Werewolves are real. Melissa looked at him and raised a brow. What? Styles stood up and almost shouted. Werewolves are real, and Scott is a werewolf. Very subtle, Styles. Jacob said dryly. Styles sat back down, embarrassed. I'm sorry, I panicked. Melissa looked between them, skeptical. Are you three making fun of me? No. Jacob said calmly. Although he jumped the gun, what he said is the truth. Werewolves and other supernatural creatures from mythology are real. And magic is real, too. You're joking, right? Melissa asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. No. Look. Jacob held out his hand. A ball of fire appeared in his palm, then morphed into a small bird that flew around the room several times before vanishing. Melissa's eyes went wide, and she stared in stunned silence. She then turned to Scott, her voice a whisper. Scott, are you really a werewolf? Scott nodded, his expression pained. Yes. I didn't choose to be. I was bitten a month ago when I was in the woods with Styles and Jacob. The werewolf who bit me was the man who came to pick you up for a date. His real name is Peter Hale, and he's definitely not a medical rep, he's a crazy alpha werewolf. Melissa didn't seem to care about Peter, she was more concerned about Scott. So what now? Are you going to lose control and hurt people on the full moon? No, I'm not like the werewolves in the movies. I can control myself. Jacob taught me how. And you are my anchor. What's an anchor? Melissa asked, looking at Jacob for explanation. An anchor to a werewolf is a person, emotion, or memory that the werewolf focuses on to maintain control. By concentrating on this anchor, they are reminded of their humanity, which helps them resist their violent impulses and control their transformation, especially during a full moon. And you are Scott's anchor, which means he loves you very much. Jacob explained. Melissa smiled softly, then she asked. Are all werewolves like Scott? I mean, do they all have control? They all can learn to control themselves, but it's not easy for everyone. Jacob said. And of course, there are psychos who can control themselves but choose not to, and give in to the beast. She nodded, then looked directly at Scott. Show me. Scott hesitated, then finally shifted. His eyes glowed yellow, fur grew on the sides of his cheeks, his fangs elongated, and his claws emerged. Melissa was shocked at first. Then, she moved beside him, touching his fur and looking into his eyes. She gently opened his mouth to look at his fangs, then took his hand to examine his claws. Fascinating. She said. She looked at him, her expression a mix of wonder and concern. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Scott shifted back to normal. Because I was afraid you would think I'm a monster and hate me. Never. Melissa said, pulling him into a hug. I would never hate you. Jacob said. You guys tell her everything else about the supernatural world. And Scott, your boss is a druid. Ask him to help you set a mountain ash barrier around your house. Maybe buy some bear spray and ask him to add wolfsbane to it, and give it to Melissa for protection. Wait, how did you know he's a druid? Scott asked. Jacob said. I felt it when I met him tonight. He probably already knows what you are, so you can trust him. Then he stood up and said. All right, see you guys tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. I'll be out of town and probably won't be back until Sunday. Leaving town? Styles asked. Yeah, me and the girls are going on a trip. Jacob said. You didn't tell me what you are yet. Melissa pointed out. You're definitely different from Scott. Werewolves can't use fire magic. Maybe another time. Jacob said. He then kissed her on the cheek, which made Scott's eyes glow as he let out a low growl. Jacob just smiled and said. Good night, Melissa. Melissa smiled back. Good night, Jacob. Good night, man. Scott grumbled. Jacob ignored Scott and started walking out of the room, calling over his shoulder. Good night, Melissa. See you soon. Scott jumped up and began pushing Jacob toward the door. No, you will not see her soon. And hopefully never. Scott opened the door, shoved Jacob out, and slammed it shut behind him. Jacob shook his head with a smirk. Rude. He then got into his car and drove away. Scott came back to the living room, and Melissa looked at him disapprovingly. That was rude, Scott. Scott sat down heavily. No, it wasn't. You should never see him again. He's very dangerous to women. What is he? Melissa asked. We don't know. Styles admitted. He won't tell us. He said he's something people would do anything to get their hands on, and us knowing would put us in danger. But we know he's very strong. He can use fire and lightning magic, and he probably has some kind of charm ability to attract women. Yes. Exactly. Scott agreed. So stay away from him. And by the way, do you feel anything toward him? Melissa smiled thoughtfully. He's handsome, and if he were older, I wouldn't mind dating him. But unfortunately, he's not. And I do feel he's charming, the magical, unexplainable type of charm. I caught myself staring at him absent-mindedly a few times tonight. But he's not charming to the point that I can't control myself or anything like that. Okay, that doesn't sound too good. Scott said, his worry evident. Please, just stay away from him. Don't worry about Jacob, Scott. Melissa reassured him. He's too young for me. Styles smirked. For now. Scott growled at him, and Styles raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll shut up. Melissa laughed. All right, boys. Now, tell me everything you know about the supernatural. Jacob arrived back home and found Allison watching TV while stroking the fur of a deeply sleeping Malia, who was curled up beside her. Jacob kissed Allison and whispered, not wanting to wake Malia. Where's Lydia? She went back to her house. Allison whispered back. She said since we're leaving for Vegas tomorrow, she wanted to spend the night with her mom. I see. Jacob said. Where have you been? Allison asked. I was at Scott's house. Did you have dinner yet? No, we were waiting for you. Just then, Cogman called them for dinner. After gently waking Malia, the three of them went to the kitchen to eat. Afterward, they went upstairs to Jacob's bedroom. Allison and Jacob slipped into the bathroom, where they had some fun, before joining Malia in the large bed, where the three of them soon fell asleep. Chapter 74, Arrival in Vegas. The next morning, Jacob woke before Allison. He watched as the sunlight traced a path across the sheets, eventually warming her shoulders. She stirred, then her eyes fluttered open, meeting his gaze with a sleep-softened smile. Morning. She said, stretching. Morning, love. Jacob replied with a grin, kissing her forehead before getting up. Come on, let's grab breakfast before Lydia eats everything. Did she come back from her mom's? Allison asked. Yeah, she's already in the kitchen with Malia. They went downstairs and found Lydia and Malia already at the dining table. Malia was sitting by Lydia's chair, her tail wagging lazily as Lydia fed her bits of bacon. Good morning. Lydia greeted cheerfully. We were just about to start without you. Good morning. Jacob said, kissing her before sitting down. Allison patted Malia's head. Morning, Malia. The coyote barked softly in response. As they ate, Jacob thought. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Mr. Ping's secret ingredient noodle soup x 50 bowls, Kung Fu Panda. A Game Boy Advance SPAGS 101. A black leather bomber jacket. Jacob smiled faintly. Not bad. The noodles look good, I wonder how they taste. I should try them later. As for the Game Boy, I had one before and loved playing Mega Man on it. Maybe I'll play with it later. After checking the rewards, Jacob looked at Cogman and said, Cogman, bring the masks. Cogman nodded and went to the guest house, returning with a sleek black case. He opened it to reveal several silver, paper-thin masks that shimmered faintly like liquid metal. These are nano masks. Cogman explained. They can mimic anyone's face. You can control them through your phones. I already installed the app for that before I gave them to you. Jacob picked up a band made of the same nanotechnology. What's this for? That's a nanovocal band. Cogman said. You wear it around your neck, and it will become fully disguised as your skin. I wouldn't bore your little reptilian brain with the details of how advanced the technology one used in it, sir, as I doubt you would understand any of it. But all you need to know is that the band can change your voice and mimic other people's voices. Microscopic speakers are embedded in the mouth and jawline area of the mask to project the newly synthesized voice. Jacob smiled as he played with the band. I'm too happy with these toys you made to be angry that you just called me stupid. He then looked at the girls. We're going to Vegas in disguise. Cogman will change his appearance, too. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Why do we need disguises? Jacob put his mask and vocal band on, then took out his phone and changed his face to the Joker's. White paint appeared on his skin, complete with an ugly, smile-like scar. Even his hair turned green as the nanoparticles mixed with it, changing its color. With a crazy smile, he stood up and came face to face with Lydia, licking his lips. In the Joker's voice, he said. Because it's all part of the plan. Lydia pushed his forehead away. You, stay away from me. The face you chose is ugly. Jacob inhaled sharply as if offended. He placed a hand over his heart. That's rude. I'm not ugly. He licked his lips and kept shaking his head, muttering. I am not. Allison let out a snort of laughter, quickly stifling it behind her hand. Jacob's attention snapped to her for a moment, and he gave her a nod with a smile, acknowledging the appreciative audience, before his focus returned to Lydia. He leaned in so close their noses almost touched, touching her cheek with his hand, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial, gravelly whisper. Do you want to know how I got these scars? He said. Lydia, thoroughly unamused, rolled her eyes. You got them because you just disguised yourself as the Joker. The energy vanished from his posture. The performance was over. He slumped back into his seat and said. You're boring, Lydia. You should have played along. Allison stopped laughing and said. All right, be serious, Jay. Why do we need to disguise ourselves? Jacob took the mask off. We're going to cause chaos and destroy that auction, so I'd rather no one know who we are. Cogman added. He is right to be cautious, Lady Allison. The people behind the auction have connections to the government, to legal and illegal organizations, and to hunter families, witches, wizards, and all kinds of supernatural people. Lydia nodded. Then we should be careful and not let anyone know who we are. I don't want our lives to become chaotic with all kinds of people coming to Beacon Hills looking for us and trying to kill us. Allison sighed. You're right, that would be troublesome. She looked at Cogman. Make sure no cameras or recordings trace us back. Cogman gave a courteous bow. Don't worry about that, my lady. I will take care of it. Jacob said. All right, girls, take your masks and put them in your rings. Go get ready, we should hit the road. Both Lydia and Allison nodded, took the masks, and went upstairs. Jacob looked at Malia. We can't take you with us since you're still stuck in your coyote form, so you look after the house. Malia whined softly. Jacob patted her head. We'll only be away for 2 days. I'll leave the TV on for you, and I'll leave some cooked sea king meat in the fridge. We'll bring you all kinds of food back, I promise. He gave Cogman some sea king meat. Cook this for her and leave it in the fridge. Then Jacob went to his room, took a shower, changed his clothes, and waited for the girls in the gazebo while playing with his new Game Boy. After an hour, Lydia and Allison finally came out of the house. Jacob joined them, giving them a look. "What?" Allison said. "We got ready as fast as we could." Jacob raised his hands innocently. "I didn't say anything." "You didn't say anything, but you're giving us a look," Lydia retorted. "On second thought, Allison, I think our hair and makeup still need some touches." Allison smiled. "You're right. Let's go back inside." Jacob panicked and caught both their arms, dragging them toward a silver Mercedes-Benz G550 parked in front of the mansion. "No, no, no. No one is going back inside." Cogman opened the doors, and Jacob shoved a laughing Allison inside, then he got in and pulled Lydia in after him. "Cogman, let's go." "Since when do we have this car?" Lydia asked. "This is Cogman's transformed body," Jacob explained. "We can't use the Rolls-Royce, it's traceable." "I see," Lydia said. She cranked the window down and called to Malia, who was watching from the door. "Bye, Malia." Jacob leaned over. "Don't go back to the woods, it's dangerous. Wait until I come back, and I'll go with you if you want to stroll in the woods." Malia barked and went inside, closing the door behind her. With that, they left Beacon Hills and drove to Vegas. 10 hours later, they were driving through the neon-lit streets of Las Vegas. Lydia leaned forward, her eyes shining as they passed glittering casinos and crowded sidewalks. "This is going to be fun." Jacob smiled. "Indeed. But first, let's put the masks on. Cogman, change your face, too." The girls put their masks on, and Lydia started looking through the faces in the app. "What face should I choose?" "Choose a face that looks over 21. Jacob instructed. "And don't choose a celebrity, just pick something random." They all chose random faces, and Cogman helped them check into their hotel, a luxurious suite at Caesar's Palace. After a quick bite, they went to see the Mystere show at Treasure Island. Saturday morning was spent in the serene, underwater world of the Shark Reef Aquarium. That afternoon, after lunch, Allison and Lydia dragged a reluctant Jacob on a shopping spree. In the evening, with a little time to spare, they watched the elegant dance of the Bellagio fountains. But as the night deepened, Jacob's demeanor shifted. "All right," he said, his voice low. "It's almost time for the auction to start. Let's get Lydia back to the hotel." "No," Lydia insisted, turning to face him. "Take me with you, please. I promise I'm ready. I want to help the people who are being held captive and sold there." Jacob studied her face. "Are you sure?" Lydia nodded, her expression resolute. "I am. I can't say that I will kill anyone, but I will, at the very least, protect myself. I promise." "All right, you can come with us." Jacob agreed. "Now, let's find some place to change our appearance again." They went to the bathrooms of a busy casino. The girls changed their clothes and faces again in the women's bathroom, putting on black suits. In the men's bathroom, Jacob tapped his phone, and the nanomask shimmered across his face, reshaping his features into those of the Joker. Cogman changed his face into that of a bald man with a goatee. Jacob looked at him and smirked. "Oh, you're going as Heisenberg. I love it. I should call you Walter for the rest of the night. Let's go meet up with the girls." Jacob and Cogman waited for 15 minutes before the girls joined them outside. "You girls look gorgeous in those suits," Jacob said, his voice now carrying a dark, playful tone that matched his new face. "We're definitely doing some roleplay when we get back home," Allison teased. "Do you like our suits or our new faces?" Jacob shook his head. "I like you girls, the real you, in suits. I don't care about your fake faces." Lydia looked at Cogman but didn't recognize his face, which was Walter White's face. "You look scary. Do you have to choose a scary old man's face every time you change your appearance?" "I think I look good, my lady," Cogman replied. "No, you look like you're up to no good," Lydia said. "But aren't we up to no good tonight, Lady Lydia?" Cogman countered. "All right," Jacob said, slipping on a purple coat. "We're going to be late. Let's go." The four of them got into a limousine Cogman had rented online while they were changing. They drove to the edge of the city, to the building where the auction was being held. Chapter 75, The Start of the Auction. The limousine pulled up to a 6-story building on the desolate edge of the city. Before they stepped out, Jacob turned to the girls. "All right, we need aliases. I'll be Jack, and Cogman is Walter. What about you two?" "I'll be Jean," Allison said. "It's the middle name of the maid of Gavaudin." Lydia followed suit. "And I'll be Ariel." "Jean and Ariel it is," Jacob said with a nod. He then took 2 normal senza beans from his pocket dimension and gave them to Allison and Lydia. "These are senza beans. Eat one only if you are seriously injured and near death. They can heal any injury and restore a person's physical condition to its peak instantly. Use them wisely. I only have 2. "If you only have 2, then what about you?" Allison asked. "I don't need them," Jacob said. "Now put them away, and let's go." Lydia and Allison stored the beans in their rings, and the group exited the car. They approached a heavy steel door guarded by 2 large men in black suits. One stepped forward, his expression professionally blank. He didn't even blink at Jacob's grotesque disguise. In this auction, anonymity was the norm. "Invitation," the guard stated flatly. Jacob, slipping perfectly into the Joker's manic persona, produced one of the 3 invitation cards he possessed, this one taken from the wizard. He smiled, a wide, unsettling grin that made the guards tense. "Here you go, my friend," Jacob said, his voice a playful, gravelly drawl. "But tell me, do you want to see a magic trick?" The 2 guards exchanged a wary glance. The one who had spoken took a subtle step back. "No, sir. We don't want to see a magic trick." He gestured for his partner to open the door, adding under his breath, "I've seen what the Joker does to people when he shows them his tricks." Jacob's shoulders slumped in theatrical disappointment. "Fine. It's your loss, anyway." He leaned in, his smile widening. "But don't worry, I promise I'll show you a magic trick on my way out." With that chilling promise hanging in the air, they were ushered inside. A silent attendant guided them into the main auction hall. It wasn't a venue with private rooms, but a single, vast space on the first floor, arranged like a high-end restaurant. Round tables draped in white linen were set around a central stage. 20 tables filled the room, though only 12 were occupied. Jacob's group was led to a table for 4. As they sat, he immediately noticed the couple at the next table. Their scent was a potent cocktail of anxiety and fear. The man kept adjusting his tie, and the woman's hands trembled slightly in her lap. Around the room, other attendees hid their identities behind elegant masks, heavy hoods, or oversized sunglasses. Jacob and his group decided not to take action immediately, choosing instead to watch and see just how evil humans could be. As they settled, waiters began serving food to each table, elegant plates of steak, roasted vegetables, and other delicacies. Jacob's group didn't touch theirs. He heard the nervous woman from the next table whisper to her companion, "Should we eat?" To blend in. The man, looking relieved for a distraction, nodded. "Sure." He picked up his fork and was about to cut into the steak. Jacob smirked, not turning his head. In the Joker's voice, he said casually, "I wouldn't eat that if I were you." He paused for dramatic effect, then slowly turned his horrifying smile toward them. "Unless you like human flesh, of course." He turned back to face the stage, leaving the couple frozen in horror. The man's fork clattered loudly onto his plate, and the woman let out a stifled gasp, her face turning a sickly pale. Many of the other attendees, possessing supernatural hearing, had overheard. Some smiled knowingly, while others glanced warily at the nervous couple before turning their attention back to their own plates. A few minutes later, the lights dimmed, focusing all attention on the stage. A man and a woman, dressed in impeccably tailored evening wear, stood at the center. "Ladies and gentlemen," the man began, his voice smooth and commanding. "Welcome. We are so pleased you could join us for this evening's auction. Let us begin." The auction started calmly. The first items were rare magical herbs, potions, and preserved organs from normal humans and lesser supernatural creatures. Next came artifacts, a dagger that never lost its edge, a mirror that showed a person's greatest fear. The attendees participated with raised paddles, their voices calm and measured, though most refrained from bidding, seemingly uninterested in these initial items. The auction continued its descent into hell. Vials of werewolf blood, a still-beating vampire heart, and a pair of live, terrified teenage were-jaguar twins clinging to each other in a reinforced cage were paraded across the stage. Beautiful shapeshifters and normal humans were sold for purposes the auctioneers only hinted at with vile euphemisms. The room was a gallery of horrors, and the attendees were eager collectors, their paddles rising one after another to claim their prizes. Jacob felt Lydia stiffen beside him. He placed a calming hand on her arm, his gaze fixed forward, an evil smirk plastered on his disguised face. He spoke to both girls telepathically. "Don't worry. We will save them. And the evil people behind this auction won't live past tonight." The man and woman at the next table were now even more nervous and scared. They had been shocked when the auction began, with items like organs and other body parts said to belong to supernatural creatures. But when they saw the glowing eyes of the shapeshifters inside the cages, they were truly frightened. Jacob glanced at them, then simply shook his head and ignored them. Then came the main attraction. A cage was wheeled onto the stage, containing a terrified young woman with faintly glowing eyes. A fledgling vila. The female auctioneer announced, as if describing a piece of art. For those who don't know, a vila is a shapeshifter with charming abilities. She can enchant men and influence their minds. She can also transform into a bird-like being with a beaked head and scaly wings. A wonderful item for collectors who appreciate beautiful creatures. And, of course, she can be used for experiments and potions as well. "Do we start the bidding at 1 million? The crowd went wild, bidding one after another until the price soared to 6 million. After a few more less remarkable items were auctioned, Jacob had seen enough. He spoke to Lydia telepathically. "Lydia, look at the couple on the other side of the room, the ones wearing wolf masks. I want you to tell me the first thing that pops into your head when you look at them. Don't overthink it." Lydia glanced at them and said telepathically. "Anger, hatred, anxiety, and desperation. I don't think they're bad people." Jacob nodded. "All right, it's time to act." He spoke to both Lydia and Allison telepathically. "And don't kill the two idiots next to us. They're just normal humans, probably cops who got in over their heads. As for the two with the wolf masks, since Lydia thinks they're not bad, I'll read their memories to confirm before we decide what to do with them." Allison said, her mental voice tense. "The three people with no masks near the stage are a wizard and two witches. I saw them in the memories you showed us, from the wizard you fought. You should be careful when dealing with them." "I know." Jacob responded, his mental tone cold and focused. "I'll kill them before they can cast a spell. And I won't make the same mistake again and touch a wizard with my bare hands." Jacob stood up and began clapping slowly. "What a wonderfully evil show I just witnessed." He started walking toward the stage. The male auctioneer's voice was tense. "Please return to your seat, sir." Jacob ignored him and continued walking. The man's eyes glowed red, and he growled. "Sir, if you don't go back to your seat, I will have to make you leave." Jacob stepped onto the stage. "Do you want to see a magic trick?" The men growled. "No. Get back to your seat or leave." A military-grade knife appeared in Jacob's hand from his pocket dimension. He addressed the crowd. "How about you guys? Do you want to see this knife disappear?" A man in gothic clothes, sipping red wine, smiled. "I do love a magic trick. Go on, clown. Show us your trick." "All right," Jacob said. "Watch closely." The auctioneer tried to grab Jacob, but Jacob dodged by dropping into a crouch. He planted the handle of the dagger firmly into the wooden stage. When the auctioneer lunged for him again, Jacob caught his arm, yanked him down with blinding speed, grabbed the back of his head, and slammed his face directly onto the upright blade. The knife stabbed clean through the auctioneer's skull. Jacob stood up and bowed to the crowd. A few people even clapped for him. Lydia sighed. "He's taking his Joker role a little too seriously. Should we join him, my ladies?" Cogman asked. "Not yet," Allison said. "Let him have his fun first." Jacob turned to the female auctioneer with a smirk. "Now, it's your turn." The woman wasn't scared. "I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing, but you are not leaving this building alive, I promise you that, you crazy bastard." Jacob licked his lips. "I'm not crazy, or a bastard. I'm not. I am not." He felt movement behind him and turned to find the men he had just stabbed standing up, the knife still lodged in his face. Jacob wasn't surprised, the man was a shapeshifter, and his glowing red eyes meant he is an alpha. Jacob smirked. "How did you like my magic trick?" The men growled. you're dead." He ripped the knife from his face and threw it aside. Then he shifted, growing taller as his suit tore apart. Brown fur sprouted all over his body until he stood as a 3-meter-tall werbear. He swung a massive paw at Jacob, but Jacob caught it with ease, shocking both the werbear and the crowd. Jacob looked at the audience. "Now, let me show you another trick. I will saw this bear in half. Watch." He used his earth element, and with a wave of his hand, a stone table materialized behind the werbear. The creature struggled to free its paw from Jacob's iron grip but couldn't. Jacob then channeled electricity through his hand, shocking the werbear until it nearly lost consciousness, twitching violently with smoke pouring from its mouth. Quickly, Jacob lifted the massive form onto the stone table. He used his earth element again, causing 2 rock boxes to form around the upper and lower halves of the werbear's body, leaving its head, feet, and a small section in the middle exposed. The katana, shusue, appeared in his hand. Jacob coated the blade with crackling electricity and swung. The sword cut clean through the werbear, slicing him in 2 at the waist. Jacob bowed to the crowd once more. "What do you think of my trick this time? Look, he's still alive, even though I cut him in half." Blood pooled on the stage, and the bisected werbear vomited blood before shifting back to human form and dying. The crowd was now visibly concerned, starting to fear for their own safety. No one clapped this time. Jacob looked out at them. "You guys didn't like my trick?" He glanced at the dead men and scratched his head, muttering. "Is it because he died that they didn't like it?" He turned back to the crowd with an evil smile. "How about one of you volunteers? I promise I'll cut you in half without killing you." He scanned the room. "How about it? Anyone want to volunteer? Raise your hands." When no one responded, Jacob looked back at the female auctioneer, who was staring in a daze. "No one wants to volunteer, so I guess we'll have to make do with you." The woman snapped back to reality and tried to flee, but Jacob caught her. He inserted his claws into the back of her neck, reading her memories. What he saw filled him with such fury that he stopped playing. With a sharp twist, he broke her neck, killing her instantly. He turned to Allison, Lydia, and Cogman, his voice cold and decisive. "Walter, Jean. Except for the 2 people next to our table and the 2 with the wolf masks, kill everyone else." Chapter 76, Chaos in the Auction Room. Most of the people attending the auction were supernatural. When they heard Jacob's command to kill them all, they immediately rose to their feet. Glowing eyes of various hues, red, yellow, white, blue, fixed on Jacob on the stage, while others watched Cogman and the girls with predatory vigilance. A man near the back stood, holding his hands up. "I don't know what grudge you have with the auction house, but I want no part of it. I'm leaving." Jacob simply stomped his foot. With a deafening rumble, thick walls of solid earth erupted from the floor, slamming shut over every exit and sealing the room like a tomb. "Sorry, buddy," Jacob said, his voice echoing in the sudden silence. "None of you are leaving here alive." The wizard and 2 witches near the stage didn't say anything. They looked at each other and with a nod, they stood as one. Their hands were already weaving intricate patterns in the air, lips moving in a guttural chant. But Jacob didn't give them a chance to finish their spells. He coated his entire body with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the stage and reappeared amidst them. A silver blur, shusue, his katana, coated with lightning, cut through the air once, twice, 3 times. The spells died on their lips as 3 heads tumbled to the floor, their bodies slumping a moment later. The smell of ozone, blood, and burnt flesh filled the air. The men in gothic clothes, realizing Jacob was the greater threat, made a calculated decision. He became a blur of motion, his speed carrying him not toward Jacob, but straight for Lydia, the seemingly vulnerable one. But Lydia, who was paying close attention and focusing so she wouldn't be a burden to Jacob and Allison, was ready. She raised a hand, and a shimmering, semi-transparent energy shield materialized around her an instant before impact. The men slammed face first into the energy barrier with a sickening crunch. The sound of his nose shattering was audible as the rebound sent him flying backward through the air, disoriented and stunned. Before his body could hit the ground, Jacob was there. He met him midair, shusue held in a 2-handed grip. The blade fell in a vertical arc, cleaving the man cleanly from head to crotch. The 2 halves of the man landed with a wet thud, but to Jacob's mild interest, they continued to writhe. Jacob looked down at the twitching halves, noting the dark veins around the man's eyes and his sharp fangs. "A vampire, huh?" He took a bank card from the vampire and said. Let's see if you can survive this. He waved a hand dismissively, and a torrent of fire erupted from his palm, engulfing the two halves and incinerating the vampire, leaving only a pile of ash that scattered across the floor. There were still 30 people in the room, excluding the 4 Jacob had decided not to kill. 10 of them were normal human hunters, now desperately looking for cover. Walter, Jean. Jacob commanded, his voice cutting through the panic. Make quick work of them. The room erupted into chaos. Cogman moved with mechanical precision. He approached a table where 2 Wendigos were beginning their transformation, their mouths filled with sharp, jagged yellow teeth, their eyes glowing white as they hissed at him. Cogman sighed and said, I wish I had more time to play with you, but unfortunately, I don't. His hands shot out with impossible speed, fingers like steel talons. There was a wet, tearing sound as he plunged his hands into their chests and ripped out their still-beating hearts, crushing them in his fists before the creatures could even scream. Allison, her eyes glowing a fierce green, raised her hands. Dozens of razor-sharp arrows made of condensed wind materialized in the air around her. With a flick of her wrists, they shot forward with a sound like 100 arrows being loosed at once. The group of unarmed hunters, caught in the open, had no defense. The wind arrows pierced their bodies with brutal efficiency, dropping them to the floor in puddles of blood and ending their lives. Lydia felt a wave of nausea, her stomach churning at the violence. But then she remembered the terrified Vila, the helpless caged women, the caged teenage war-jaguar twins, and the jars of preserved organs. Her resolve hardened. She took a deep, steadying breath and stepped into the fray. She walked purposefully toward a beta werewolf with glowing blue eyes who was charging her with a snarl. She didn't flinch. Opening her mouth, she released a concussive wave of sound that hit him like a physical battering ram, lifting him off his feet and sending him crashing into the far wall. Before he could shake off the daze and rise, she was upon him. She focused, and this time, released a tightly controlled, high-pitched frequency directly at his head. The werewolf clutched his ears, a scream dying in his throat as blood began to trickle from his eyes, nose, and ears. His skull vibrated violently until, with a final, sickening pop, it exploded, painting the wall behind him. Lydia turned away, swallowing hard, but steadied herself and moved toward her next opponent. Jacob was a whirlwind of destruction. He moved through the remaining shapeshifters, a blur of elemental fury. He burned one in a pillar of fire, electrocuted another until he convulsed into a charred husk, and impaled a third on a spike of rock that erupted from the floor. Then he cut 7 other shifters to pieces with his katana. Allison, having cleared the hunters, engaged 3 more shapeshifters. She dodged a claw swipe and retaliated with a scything blade of wind that cut one in half at the waist. She peppered another with wind arrows, and with a final, sharp gesture, summoned a vortex that lifted the third and slammed him into the ceiling with bone-shattering force before cutting him in half with a wind slash. Cogman, meanwhile, finished his gruesome work. His forearms shifted, revealing the muzzles of integrated laser guns. With 4 precise, humming bursts of blue light, he drilled neat, smoldering holes through the heads of the final 4 targets. They dropped to the floor before they even knew what hit them. Jacob collected his military knife from the stage and put it away in his pocket dimension, then turned his attention to the couple with the wolf masks, who shrank back as he approached. Tell me why you're here. His tone was flat and final, a demand, not a question. You didn't bid on anything, and I could smell your anger and anxiety the moment I entered this room. The man stepped forward, placing his body as a shield in front of the woman. We're werewolves from a small town near Phoenix. He confessed, his voice strained. We're here for our daughter. She was kidnapped, and all the leads pointed to this place. Let me read your memories. Jacob stated flatly. I will only confirm the truth of what you just said. I won't pry into anything else. The man hesitated for a heartbeat, then gave a stiff nod. Jacob's claws extended and gently pressed against the back of the man's neck. A flood of images and emotions washed over him, a girl's laughter, a frantic search, a desperate, aching hope. He withdrew his claws. You're telling the truth, Jacob said. You have nothing to fear from us. We came here to destroy this place. And your daughter is here, in the basement. She was scheduled to be sold next week. I saw her in the auctioneer's memories. The woman let out a choked sob, her hands flying to her mouth. Really? Is she safe? She's in a cage, but she appears unharmed. Jacob reassured her. Thank you. The woman whispered, tears streaming down her face. She gripped her husband's arm. George, let's go. We have to save our baby girl. Wait. Jacob commanded, holding up a hand. There are people outside the walls I made. They're trying to get in. If I weren't constantly reinforcing the walls with my magic, they'd already be inside. They're probably armed with all kinds of weapons, including wolfsbane. The woman's face fell. Then what should we do? Wait until Walter collects all the bank cards. Jacob instructed. Then we'll deal with the threat outside and help you rescue your daughter. His gaze then shifted to the other couple, who were huddled together. And you? I assume you're cops. The man, still visibly shaking, managed to find his voice. We're FBI agents. We were following a human trafficking case. We caught a suspect with an invitation to this place and came to investigate. Jacob smirked. By your scent, I can tell you found more than you were looking for, huh? Our scent? The female agent asked, bewildered. You reek of fear and anxiety. Jacob clarified. I'm assuming you had no idea the supernatural was real. The men gave a shaky nod. Yeah. We had no clue we were walking into a freak show. Welcome to the real world. Jacob said dryly. Just then, Cogman returned, holding a stack of bank cards. He handed them to Jacob. Sir, please keep these safe until we return. I'm afraid I might lose them in the upcoming fight. Jacob took the cards and stored them in his pocket dimension. All right. He said, his voice taking on a commander's tone. Jean, Ariel, and Walter, you three will head to the basement and rescue the prisoners. What about you? Allison asked, her concern evident. I'm going upstairs to deal with the rest of the people in this building. Jacob stated, his gaze turning toward the ceiling as if he could see through the floors. This place is just a branch. The organization behind it holds auctions in many other states. The ones in charge here are a man and 2 women. I don't know what they are, only that the Werbear was terrified of them, according to the auctioneer's memories. Then be careful. Lydia said. You guys too. Jacob said. Because one of the women is guarding the basement. Let me show you. He closed his eyes, and a moment later, the memories of the auctioneer flooded into the minds of Allison and Lydia. They saw it all, the sterile, blood-stained concrete of the basement, the cold iron bars of overcrowded cages, the hollow eyes of captives waiting to be sold like livestock or dismembered for parts. They saw children of all ages huddled in fear, and they witnessed, through the auctioneer's cold gaze, the brutal butchering of supernatural beings that had been going on for years. A wave of pure, incandescent rage washed over Allison and Lydia. Allison's hands clenched into fists, her knuckles white. Jack, she corrected herself, her voice trembling with fury. We have to destroy this place. Jacob gave a grim, single nod. You guys just deal with that woman in the basement as quickly as possible. Rescue the people in the cages, then get them out. I will burn this place to its foundations. All right. Allison nodded. Jacob then turned to the 2 FBI agents. What about you? What are you going to do? The male agent straightened his shoulders, a flicker of professional duty overcoming his fear. We'll help. You can't help. Jacob said bluntly. But you can go with them to the basement. Try not to get in the way. But first, let's go to the backstage and release the people who were brought up here to be sold tonight. With that, they moved to the backstage area, sealed by one of Jacob's earth walls. Upon entering, they found 6 nervous employees there. Cogman didn't give them a chance to say a word. He moved through them like a phantom, his movements a blur of lethal precision. There were brief, choked cries and the sickening sound of snapping bones, and then silence. They then proceeded to unlock the cages that were made of iron mixed with mountain ash. The first to emerge was the beautiful Vila, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. She was followed by 6 other women, 4 shapeshifters of various kinds and 2 normal humans, and the 2 teenage Jaguar twins. Then they helped them open their chains and the shocking collars around their necks. As the prisoners were freed, the air in the room changed. Relief was quickly overshadowed by a smoldering, collective rage. They had been treated as objects, and now they wanted vengeance. One of the shapeshifters, a woman with sharp features and a predator's grace, stepped forward. Can I join you? She asked Jacob, her voice a low growl. I want to help you fight the monsters who run this place. Jacob looked over the group, seeing the same fiery resolve in every pair of eyes, even the 2 normal women who stood tall despite their fear. Sure. he said. Anyone who wants to fight can go to the basement with Jean's group. Help them kill the guards while they deal with the woman guarding the basement. Without another word, the newly freed victims formed a grim, determined procession behind Allison and Lydia. Before leaving, Jacob collected the artifacts from the auction. He stored the dagger that never lost its edge in his pocket dimension. Then he picked up the mirror that showed a person's greatest fear. Against his better judgment, he looked into it. The glass swirled, and a horrifyingly vivid image formed, Allison and Lydia, lying broken and lifeless in a pool of blood. A cold dread gripped his heart. He cursed under his breath and, without a second thought, unleashed a jet of fire from his palm, reducing the evil mirror to a pile of molten slag and ash. Lydia, seeing his reaction, asked, "What did you see?" Jacob shook his head, his face pale. "I shouldn't have looked into the stupid evil thing, and I'm not telling you what I saw. It was a nightmare." He turned sharply toward the main exit, where his earth walls still stood. "All right, let's go." They gathered before the solid wall of rock. "Listen up," Jacob announced. "After I open this door, Walter and I will come out first to eliminate the hostiles waiting outside. The rest of you, be careful not to get shot. They're likely armed with all kinds of firearms, flashbangs, and wolfsbane grenades." With a gesture, the earth wall dissolved into dust. Immediately, a hailstorm of gunfire erupted from the hallway, accompanied by tear gas grenades and blinding flashbangs. Jacob simply waved a hand, and a massive fire snake erupted from his palm. It surged forward, its maw wide open, swallowing the tear gas grenades and flashbangs, and continued its advance, forcing the panicked guards to scatter and dive for cover. In that moment of chaos, Jacob and Cogman became blurs of motion, streaking out of the auction room and into the hallway. The hunt was on. The 20 guards, trained and well-armed, were utterly outmatched. They were hunted down in the corridors, cut down by Jacob's katana or having their hearts ripped out by Cogman. None survived. On the 6th floor, in an office, a strikingly beautiful woman named Elena sat stroking a massive albino python coiled around her shoulders. A faint frown marred her perfect features as she picked up a radio. "John, report. Did you find out what is happening in the auction room yet?" From the surveillance room on the 4th floor, a frantic voice replied. "No, ma'am. Someone has completely taken over the building's security system. The cameras are down, the elevators are locked, and I can't even open the damn door to get out of the surveillance room. It's sealed shut. But I sent Carl and 19 guards to check the 1st floor." Elena's voice turned to ice. "You will regain control of the building's security system, John, or you will not live to see the morning." She didn't wait for a reply, cutting the channel and switching to Carl's frequency. "Carl, report. What is the situation?" Instead of Carl's voice, a distorted, manic laugh echoed from the radio, a sound that was pure chaos. "Ah-ha-ha-ha, oh, ah-ha, ee-hee-hee-hee, whoa-ha-ha-ha." Elena shot up from her chair, the python hissing in agitation. "You are not Carl." "Who are you?" The voice replied with chilling glee. "I'm the monster that monsters like you fear, and I'm coming for you, bitch." "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha." The radio call ended, leaving only static and the echo of Jacob's maniacal laughter. Elena bit her perfectly manicured nail, a sign of anxiety. She quickly took her phone and made a call. A deep, calm male voice answered. "Elena. What's going on?" "Dmitri, get back here, now." She hissed. "We're under attack by someone extremely dangerous. He's already killed 20 of our guards and probably everyone in the auction room. You know what that means, most of the participants were powerful shapeshifters, and there was a vampire, a wizard, and 2 witches there tonight." There was a brief pause on the other end before Dmitri responded, his voice now sharp and serious. "All right, love. I'm on my way." Chapter 77, The Basement Battle. In the blood-spattered hallway outside the auction room, Jacob turned to Lydia and Allison, his expression serious. "Okay, head to the basement and deal with that woman," he instructed. "Be careful. Attack her from a distance, and don't let her get close. Always remember to use your energy shields, and leave the building as soon as you've freed the prisoners." He then shifted his gaze to Cogman. "Keep an eye on them. Don't get so lost in the fun of maiming people that you let them get hurt." "I won't let them come to harm, sir," Cogman assured him. Jacob gave a nod. "All right. I'm going up. See you outside." He turned to leave, but Allison's voice stopped him. Wait. Can you give me the katana? I think it will complement my wind attacks. Sure. Jacob said without hesitation, handing her Shusue. He then looked at Lydia. How about you? Do you need a weapon? Give me your bracelet. Lydia requested. Jacob removed the alien energy blaster from his wrist and handed it over. You can control it with your mind. Lydia wore the bracelet on her wrist. A moment of concentration was all it took for her to feel the psychic connection with it. With a thought, it morphed into a dangerous-looking blaster, then seamlessly shifted back to its bracelet form. Thanks. She said. I'll give it back when we're done. Give it to Walter afterward. Jacob said. See if he can replicate it or make something similar for you and Jean. All right, time to go. Allison said, her grip tightening on Shusue's hilt. Jack, be careful. You too. Jacob replied, before walking toward the stairs leading to the upper floors. The group accompanying Allison and Lydia armed themselves with rifles and sidearms taken from the dead guards. Cogman then led them to the elevator, activated it, and they descended into the depths of the building. As the elevator descended, Allison and Lydia activated their energy shields. With a synchronized effort, they combined them, forming a larger, stronger dome of shimmering energy that enveloped the entire group just as the elevator slowed to a halt. The moment the doors slid open, a storm of gunfire erupted from the dimly lit basement hallway, hammering against the energy barrier in a futile, deafening cacophony. Dozens of rounds flattened against the shield and dropped harmlessly to the floor like metallic rain. The armed members of their group didn't need an order. They stepped forward from behind the protective dome and returned fire with brutal efficiency, killing the surprised guards in a short, sharp exchange. When the gunfire ceased, only one figure remained standing at the far end of the hallway. She was an Asian woman with cold, glowing red eyes. Behind her, 6 spider legs sprouted from her back, the very limbs she had used to effortlessly deflect the bullets meant for her. Allison studied the woman warily. Old man, what is she? Cogman's analytical voice cut through the tension. She is a spider shapeshifter. The possibilities include an arachne, an anansi, a tsuchigumo, or a joragumo. Given her ethnicity, she is most likely either a tsuchigumo or a joragumo. The woman didn't wait for further analysis. She moved with shocking speed, lunging forward to strike the energy barrier with her sharpened spider legs. The impact was immense, a powerful thrum resonating through the shield. But the barrier held firm. The rebound sent her skidding backward, but she instantly recovered, shooting a thick strand of white silk from her mouth to anchor herself to the ceiling, where she hung upside down, staring at them with predatory intensity. Who are you people? She hissed. Cogman said. My ladies, do you have a mirror with you? I have one. Lydia said. Why? Look at that woman's reflection and tell me what you see. Cogman instructed. Both Lydia and Allison retrieved small mirrors from their spatial rings and angled them toward the inverted woman. In the glass, her beautiful human form was gone, replaced by the horrifying visage of a giant, hairy spider with glowing red eyes. What did you see? Cogman asked. I saw a giant spider with red eyes. Lydia reported, her voice steady. Me too. Allison confirmed, snapping her compact mirror shut. Then she is a joragumo. Cogman declared. A cannibalistic creature, a spider shapeshifter from Japan. She seduces men, binds them with her silk, and devours them. She is also known as the horse spider. Her abilities include producing strong, sticky silk, a hypnotic voice that can mesmerize men, deadly venom, and control over other spiders. Her reflection will always reveal her true, monstrous nature. Okay. Allison said, her resolve hardening. Walter, you keep watch from the side. Let me and Ariel deal with the whore. Don't interfere unless it's necessary. She then looked at the werewolf couple. You guys, deal with any remaining guards in this basement and release the prisoners. George gave a grim nod. We will. Allison unsheathed Shusue, the blade singing as it left the scabbard, which she then stored in her spatial ring. Ariel. She said, her voice calm and focused. Are you ready? Lydia willed her energy blaster to activate. Yes. They deactivated the energy shield and stepped forward to face the spider woman. Seeing them deactivate the shield, the joragumo attacked with blinding speed. But Allison was ready. With a fluid, powerful swing of Shusue, she unleashed a crescent-shaped wind slash that screamed through the air. The Spider-Woman leaped to avoid it, but she wasn't fast enough. The slash cleanly severed 2 of her spider legs, which clattered to the floor, twitching. But the victory was short-lived. The Jorogumo jumped away from Allison, and within seconds, the severed limbs twitched and began to regenerate from the stumps. Enraged, the Jorogumo opened her mouth, not to speak, but to spray a jet of murky, green venom. Allison and Lydia reopened their energy shields. The corrosive liquid splashed against their combined shield, sizzling and smoking as it tried to eat through the barrier. Disgusting. Allison muttered. She waved her free hand, and a powerful gust of wind swept the poison away, splattering it against the walls, which began to corrode. Then, with a series of precise flicks of Shusue, she sent multiple, smaller wind slashes slicing through the air. The Spider-Woman twisted and tried to avoid the attacks, but she couldn't avoid them all. She shrieked in pain and fury as the wind slashes hit her, opening deep, bleeding wounds on her body. Yet, even as she bled, the wounds began to close. Realizing she was at a disadvantage in her hybrid form, she decided to stop holding back. With a sickening crunch of shifting bones, her body expanded, transforming fully into a monstrous giant spider, nearly filling the width of the hallway. She now ignored the smaller wind slashes, which bounced off her hardened carapace without causing any real damage. One of her giant, spear-like legs slammed into their combined energy shield. The impact was colossal, sending visible shockwaves through the barrier and forcing both girls a step back from the sheer force. But the shield, strained and shimmering violently, held firm. "She's too strong in this form," Lydia yelled, her voice strained as another thunderous blow from a spider leg made their combined shield flicker. "Indeed," Allison agreed, her mind racing. "Ariel, keep her busy. I need a minute to concentrate." Lydia gave a sharp nod, her eyes narrowing with focus. As the Jorogumo gathered herself for another charge, Lydia opened her mouth and unleashed a concussive sonic scream. The visible wave of sound hit the massive creature square in her chest, stopping her advance dead and sending her rolling backward until she slammed against the far wall. "How do you like my voice, you ugly overgrown pest?" Lydia taunted, firing a searing blue bolt from her energy blaster that scorched a deep, black furrow across the Jorogumo's back. Enraged, the creature stood, with a furious chittering sound, unleashed a thick, sticky net of silk. Lydia simply teleported, the net landing harmlessly where she'd just been standing. She reappeared on the spider's flank and let loose another deafening scream, sending the monster crashing into the wall once more. This dangerous dance continued. Lydia would disorient the beast with her screams, scorch the spider with her blaster, and teleport away before the spider could retaliate. While she couldn't inflict lasting damage due to the creature's hard carapace and rapid regeneration, she expertly held her attention, carefully avoiding her venomous sprays and silk traps. While Lydia played her lethal game of tag, Allison closed her eyes, raising her hands. The stagnant basement air began to hum, then whine, as she gathered every gust and breeze in the stagnant basement. A vortex of emerald energy swirled into existence between her palms, spinning faster and faster as it formed a massive, 2-meter-long wind arrow. With immense effort, Allison compressed it further, squeezing the chaotic energy down into a dense, lethally focused projectile less than half a meter long. It glowed with a terrifying, barely contained power, humming like a hornet's nest. "Ariel, get behind me, now," Allison shouted. Lydia didn't hesitate. She teleported behind Allison in an instant. Allison thrust her hands forward. The compressed wind arrow vanished from sight. It crossed the distance in a blink, far too fast for the Jorogumo's heightened senses to track. The moment the arrow was unleashed, both girls reactivated and combined their energy shields into a reinforced dome around themselves. The arrow struck the giant spider directly between its cluster of glistening red eyes. There was a wet, punching sound as it pierced straight through the hardened carapace and buried itself deep within the creature's body. The moment it was inside, Allison made a sharp, clenching motion with her fist. The arrow detonated. The massively compressed wind energy was released, expanding with the force of a bomb inside the Jorogumo's body. There was a horrific, wet, tearing sound, and then the creature simply came apart. Her body was shredded from the inside out, chunks of internal organs and fragment of the spider's body blown in all directions, splattering against the energy shield with a series of sickening thuds. The fight was over, but the explosion didn't stop there. The concussive force ripped a massive crater in the concrete floor and the wall behind where the spider had stood. A deep, web-like crack shot up through the ceiling with a sound like rolling thunder. The entire building gave a violent, groaning shudder, and a rain of dust, and chunks of concrete poured down from above. "Are you trying to kill us?" Lydia shrieked, ducking instinctively as a large piece of ceiling smashed against their shield. Allison, feeling the building tremble and seeing the cracks spreading across the ceiling like lightning, scratched the back of her head sheepishly. "I didn't even use my full strength. I was trying not to bring the whole place down." Lydia grabbed Allison by the collar, her eyes wide with a mixture of fury and panic. "You call this holding back? I swear, you and that idiot husband of yours are trying to get me killed." Allison rolled her eyes, prying Lydia's hands off. "He's your husband too. And I didn't try to kill you, I just miscalculated my strength a little." "A little?" Lydia's voice hit a hysterical pitch. "That's exactly what he said before his lightning storm tried to barbecue me. Now this death trap is going to be our tomb. Then we better not be in it when it falls." Allison shot back. Just then, Jacob's voice cut through their argument, echoing in their minds. "Girls. What was that explosion? The whole building is trembling. Are you okay?" Allison answered telepathically. "We're fine. We already dealt with that woman, she was a Jorogumo, a spider shapeshifter. And I'm the one who caused the explosion. You need to leave the building, now." Jacob's thought was urgent. "All right, we're leaving now," Allison confirmed. She turned to Lydia, who was still glaring daggers at her. "Stop looking at me like that and let's get out of here before your prediction comes true." Just then, George and his group emerged from a side corridor, leading a stream of dazed and frightened prisoners. George himself had a gash on his forehead that was already knitting closed, while several others nursed bleeding wounds from falling debris. "What happened to you guys?" Allison asked, feigning innocence. "Did the guards do that?" George wiped blood from his eye. "It was the shockwave from the explosion. It threw us into the walls like rag dolls, and the ceiling started coming down on us." "What was that explosion, anyway?" Allison looked away, her cheeks flushing slightly. That was the Spider Woman. She, exploded. Violently. She clapped her hands together, changing the subject. "Anyway, let's get out of here." Lydia folded her arms and gave Allison a profoundly unamused look. Allison responded by sticking her tongue out, then grabbing Lydia's arm and dragging her towards the elevator. "Walter, let's go." Cogman followed, and luckily, the elevator was still operational, though it groaned ominously under the strain. Once everyone had reached the first floor, they fled the shuddering building, not stopping until they were safely hidden in the shadowy alley behind a warehouse a block away. Allison reached out with her mind. "Jay, we're out. Hurry up and finish so you can follow us." "I'll be out soon," Jacob replied. "I already cleared the 2nd through 5th floors. There were only about 30 hostiles total, with only 5 beta werewolves posing any challenge. I'm heading to the 6th floor now to deal with the woman and men in charge." "Be careful," Allison urged. "Don't play with them. Use your full strength from the start." "All right. I'll see you soon." Lydia looked at Allison, her expression having softened from anger to weary concern. "Did you tell him we're out?" "Yeah," Allison said, turning to face the group. "He's dealing with the leaders on the top floor. He'll be out soon." George, who was tightly hugging his wife and newly rescued daughter, looked up with genuine concern. "Aren't you worried about him fighting those people alone? Should we go back to help him?" Lydia let out a short, humorless laugh, her gaze fixed on the cracked and groaning building in the distance. "He doesn't need our help. If we go back in there, we'll just be liabilities he has to protect." She met George's eyes. "The best thing we can do for him now is stay out of the way and let him handle those monsters." Chapter 78, Waiting in the Rubble. Jacob emerged onto the 6th floor, having left a trail of carnage from the 2nd floor up. The moment he stepped from the stairwell into the hallway, a storm of gunfire erupted. Bullets ricocheted off him, tearing his suit but flattening against the impenetrable dragon scales beneath. He kept walking straight toward the shooters, his laughter, a low, maniacal chuckle, echoing unnervingly over the gunfire. He drew his SNW 500 revolver and, with 6 precise shots, dropped 6 guards. He stored the gun back in his pocket dimension, then aimed his index fingers like pistols. Crackling bolts of blue lightning shot from his fingertips, sizzling through the air and striking down the remaining guards, piercing their skulls and killing them before they hit the ground. Silence returned. A single figure remained, a burly woman standing like a sentinel in front of a heavy office door, her glowing red eyes glaring at him with hatred. Jacob walked up to her. "Are you the alpha of those idiots I killed on the 5th floor?" The woman didn't answer with words. Instead, a guttural growl rumbled from her throat as she shifted. Her head distorted into a grotesque, dog-like visage, and black fur sprouted across her body. She grew taller, her form becoming hunched as her arms lengthened into claw-tipped limbs. Jacob looked her up and down with open disgust. "Gross. What kind of werewolf or were-dog are you? You creepy bitch." The creature lunged, slashing at him with her claws. Jacob caught one arm, then the other, his grip like iron. Enraged, she snapped her fanged maw at his face. Jacob leaned back, planted a foot on her chest, and held her at bay. "Disgusting," he muttered, watching her drool drip as she snapped her jaws impotently like a rabid animal. With a brutal twist, he snapped both of her arms at the elbows. A sickening crunch echoed in the hall. He then kicked her to the ground, and before she could recover, he spat a glob of molten lava directly onto her head. A sizzling hiss filled the air as the woman's skull melted away in a cloud of smoke. He stepped over the smoldering corpse, muttering as he approached the door. "Creepy bitch. She's even uglier than Peter's alpha form." He reached the door and kicked it open, the frame splintering under the force. Inside the lavish office, a beautiful blonde woman, Elena, sat behind a mahogany desk, looking at him with wide eyes. The albino python coiled around her shoulders hissed in terror, sliding down to cower in a corner. Jacob raised a brow, thinking. So this is Elena. I saw her in the auctioneer's memories, but she's even more stunning in person. The moment he entered, a primal fear gripped Elena. Jacob smiled, a cold, predatory expression, and walked over. He sat on the edge of the desk directly in front of her, reached out, and gently traced her cheek with his clawed finger. "Why does a beautiful woman like you have to be so evil?" Elena flinched, shaking off the paralyzing fear, and slapped his hand away. "You can't just touch a woman's face like that, you know." Jacob's smile widened. "My bad. I couldn't help myself." "Who are you?" she demanded. "And why are you attacking us?" "I'm the Joker. Can't you see?" he said, gesturing to his face. "By the way, do you want to know how I got these scars?" He traced the grotesque smile etched into his nanomask. Elena said. "No. I want to know your real identity and—" Jacob cut her off. His clawed hand shot out, cupping her face. When she tried to pull away, his other hand caught her by the throat, his grip firm but not crushing. "Stop squirming and look at me." Elena stopped struggling. A slow, confident smile spread across her lips. "As you wish." Her eyes began to glow with a sinister red light as she locked her gaze with his. Jacob seemed unconcerned. "I had a beautiful wife once, just like you," he began, his voice taking on a storytelling tone. "But she was so jealous. One day, she saw me talking and laughing with another woman." He traced his claw along her jawline, leaning in so close she could feel his breath. "And when I got home, she gave me kanama venom, paralyzing me. Then she took a knife." He paused, his eyes boring into hers. "And she said, if you're going to smile at another woman, I'll give you a smile nobody will ever forget. Then she stuck the blade in my face and gave me these scars." He let out a soft, crazy chuckle. "The funny thing is, she couldn't stand the sight of me after putting a permanent smile on my face." Just then, Jacob felt a strange stiffness in the hand holding Elena's neck. He let go and tried to clench his fist, but his fingers were frozen, the skin beginning to take on a dull, gray, stone-like texture. Elena laughed triumphantly, scrambling back from the desk. "Finally. I was scared there for a second. I thought my ability wasn't working on you. It seems it's just affecting you slower for some reason." Jacob looked from his petrifying hand to Elena. Her skin had turned deathly pale, and her beautiful blonde hair had transformed into a writhing nest of hissing snakes. "I see," Jacob said, his voice calm despite his predicament. "You're a Gorgon. It's too late for you to realize that now." She sneered. "You were dead the moment you locked eyes with me." Jacob didn't panic. "I was careless, but—" In a burst of speed, his good hand shot out and seized her by the throat again. "If I kill you, the petrification stops, right?" Elena's triumphant expression shattered into panic, but it was too late. Jacob released a surge of electricity directly into her body. She convulsed violently, her snake hair writhing in agony, before she slumped into unconsciousness. He quickly inserted his claws into the back of her neck, sifting through her memories at a frantic pace. By the time he was done, the stone-like stiffness was creeping up his legs, and his first arm was almost fully petrified. He opened his mouth and unleashed a concentrated blast of dragon fire, reducing the Gorgon to a pile of ash in an instant. The moment she died, the magical hold on his body broke. The petrified stone of his hand and arm cracked and flaked away, revealing healthy scales and flesh beneath. Jacob clenched his newly restored fist. That was scary. I almost died. He let out a shaky breath. Let's not tell Allison and Lydia about this, they'd probably kill me themselves. A smirk returned to his face. Now, let's get the money and wait for that guy Dimitri to come back. He walked to a bookcase lining the wall and pulled on a specific, fake book. With a soft click, a hidden door swung open within the wall. There was no lock. Elena and her partner had been arrogantly confident that no one would be stupid enough to steal from them. Jacob entered the hidden room and let out a low whistle. Stacks of cash were neatly arranged on shelves. From Elena's memories, he knew it totaled around $160 million. He swiftly stored every last bill into his pocket dimension. His eyes then fell on the other items, various vials and bottles filled with preserved organs and blood from different supernatural creatures, alongside an assortment of potions. From the memories he'd absorbed from Elena, he knew their effects: some strengthened supernatural beings, others healed, and a few restored magical energy. Jacob only took one thing: a small box containing 12 vials of magic recovery potions, which were crafted from magical herbs. He left the rest, his stomach turning at the thought of consuming something made from the body parts of another sentient being. I've drunk dragon blood potions from the system before, he thought. But this feels different. This is just creepy. I can't drink a potion made from the organs of another person, supernatural or not. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a jet of fire, incinerating the grotesque collection of potions and organs. He exited the room, and thought. Too bad there are no other artifacts. They only had the two we already took, the cursed mirror and that dagger. With the loot secured and everyone in the building dealt with, there was no more reason for the structure to stand. Jacob made his way back down to the first floor and strode out the front entrance. He stopped about 20 meters away, turning back to face the 6-story structure that housed so much suffering. He raised a single hand. The air around him began to warp and shimmer with intense heat. A sphere of hot fire materialized above his palm, growing rapidly until it was a massive 5 meters in diameter, its surface churning with contained devastation. Jacob focused, his brow furrowing slightly as he willed the sphere to compress. It shrank, the energy within becoming denser and more volatile, until it was no larger than a basketball. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the sphere shooting toward the building. It passed through the front door. The moment it reached the center, Jacob made a sharp, clenching motion with his fist. Then he activated his energy shield. The sphere detonated. There was no sound at first, only a flash of light so bright it bleached the color from the night. Then, a deep, earth-shaking thump was followed by a roar as stone, steel, and glass vaporized in a wave of burning heat. The force shot upward and out, eating the building from the inside. The structure didn't just fall, it came completely apart, crushing inward before being swallowed by a tower of fire that reached for the sky. As suddenly as it started, the fire faded, leaving behind only a smoking, melted pit filled with broken rubble. Jacob found a large, scorched chunk of concrete, sat down, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. A black sedan screeched to a halt near the ruins, and a powerfully built man, Dimitri, leaped out. His eyes frantically scanned the devastation, before they locked onto the clown-like figure sitting calmly amidst the chaos. He stormed over, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "Clown. Where is Elena?" Jacob smiled. "I turned her to ash," he said conversationally, as if discussing the weather. "It was a shame, really. She was a beautiful woman. Such a waste." A bestial roar of pure agony and rage tore from Dimitri's throat. His eyes blazed a furious red. "I'll kill you." He moved in a blur, crossing the distance in an instant, and swung his fist toward Jacob's head. Jacob's own hand came up with casual precision, catching the fist squarely in his palm. The impact created a visible shockwave that rippled outwards, kicking up a perfect ring of dust and debris from the ground around them. The concrete slab Jacob was sitting on cracked violently under the transferred force. But Jacob hadn't moved an inch. He slowly raised an eyebrow, his golden eyes gleaming with predatory interest. "You are strong," Jacob mused, his voice a mix of genuine surprise and dark amusement. He tightened his grip on Dimitri's fist, the bones in the larger man's hand audibly creaking under the pressure. A wide, eager smirk spread across his face. "I hope you can last long enough for me to enjoy our fight." 2. Chapter 79, Battle in the Streets. "You are strong," Jacob mused, his voice a mix of genuine surprise and dark amusement. He tightened his grip on Dimitri's fist, the bones in the larger man's hand audibly creaking under the pressure. A wide, eager smirk spread across his face. "I hope you can last long enough for me to enjoy our fight." Then he released Dimitri's fist. Dimitri roared and swung again, faster this time. His blows came in a wild flurry, each punch heavy enough to crush stone, but Jacob dodged them all with effortless precision. He moved like smoke, sidestepping, weaving, and parrying without losing his grin. Jacob dodged a punch and slammed his elbow into Dimitri's chest. The crack of breaking ribs was unmistakable, and the larger man was sent crashing into the asphalt. Dimitri groaned, spitting blood as he struggled to his feet. But before he could even set his stance, Jacob blurred forward using his super speed and drove a fist deep into his chest. The force lifted Dimitri off his feet, sending him flying backward as if yanked by a wire. He crashed into a pile of scorched rebar and concrete with a sickening crunch of metal and bone. Jacob smirked. "Is that all you've got?" From the rubble, a guttural, inhuman sound emerged. Dimitri rose, his body beginning to grotesquely reconfigure. Muscles bulged, bones snapped and shifted, and black fur erupted across his skin. His chest expanded, his shoulders broadening as his head distorted into the shape of a massive bull. He grew to a towering 2.5 meters, his legs transforming into powerful, cloven-hoofed limbs, a thick tail lashing behind him. 2 curved horns burst from his skull, and his eyes glowed red. Jacob raised a brow, clearly intrigued. Finally decided to shift. "I've been wanting to see your minotaur form since I read Elena's memories." Dimitri snorted, hot vapor puffing from its nostrils into the cool night air. Then he charged. The very ground trembled, asphalt cracking under its hooves. Jacob braced, crossing his arms in front of him. This time, the impact was different. A grunt was forced from his lips as the minotaur's fist connected, his boots skidding backward several inches through the rubble. Jacob smirked. "Now we're talking." With a powerful heave, he shoved the minotaur back. Seizing the opening, he launched into the air, spun to build momentum, and delivered a devastating kick to the center of the beast's chest. The crack of impact echoed through the ruins. Dimitri stumbled back, bellowing in pain, before toppling onto his back. As Dimitri roared in fury and struggled to its hooves, Jacob's eyes fell on the tattered remains of his suit jacket. He strolled over, plucked a black bank card from the inside pocket, and put it into his pocket dimension. "Wouldn't want this getting lost. There's a lot of money on it, according to Elena's memories." The casual theft was the final insult. Dimitri let out a roar that shredded the air and charged again, consumed by a rage that overrode all sense of self-preservation. Jacob smirked and met his charge. The real fight began. It was a brutal, direct contest of power. Their blows collided with thunderous cracks, shockwaves rippling outward as they traded hit for hit. Jacob dodged a swing of the Minotaur's tree trunk-like arm and drove his own fist into the Minotaur's ribs, feeling another satisfying crack. Dimitri retaliated by dropping to all fours, using the tremendous strength in his legs to launch himself forward, aiming to gore Jacob on his horns. Jacob caught both horns in his hands, his boots sliding backward from the force before he dug in and halted the charge. He smirked and drove a powerful knee directly into the Minotaur's snout. Dimitri roared in pain and swung a huge fist wildly. Jacob simply let go of the horns, his smirk never fading. The fight continued, but Jacob was undeniably stronger and faster, a predator playing with his food. He let Dimitri wear himself out, blocking and countering with precise, bone-shattering strikes. The Minotaur's blind rage was his undoing. The turning point came when Jacob sidestepped a blind charge and hammered a fist into the side of the Minotaur's head. The force was immense, and with a sound like splitting timber, one of Dimitri's horns broke off at the root. Dimitri screamed, a horrifying mix of human agony and bestial bellows. He staggered away, clutching his head. Warm blood began to mat the fur around his temple. The blinding rage cleared from his red eyes, replaced by dawning, primal fear. He looked at the smirking clown and realized the horrifying truth: the clown was toying with him. If he stayed, he would die. Spinning on his hooves, Dmitri turned and fled toward the glowing lights of the city. Jacob picked up the severed horn, hefting its weight before tossing it aside. He smiled at the fleeing Minotaur's back. "Hey! Come back here. I thought we were having fun." He began to follow, not with a sprint, but with a predator's leisurely stalk. He allowed Dmitri to gain a little distance, to let the glorious, fleeting hope of escape take root. Then, in a blur of motion, Jacob would reappear to deliver a bone-jarring blow that sent the Minotaur crashing into a dumpster or through a chain-link fence. Dmitri would stagger to his feet, disoriented and bleeding, and run again. And Jacob would follow. They repeated this deadly game, hit, fall, run, hit again, until they burst from a ruined alleyway onto a crowded city street. Cars screeched to a halt. Pedestrians froze, staring in disbelief at the bleeding, horned monstrosity that had stumbled into the middle of the street. Then all eyes turned to the clown-faced man who emerged from the same alley, smirking, and walking calmly toward the beast. For a moment, a stunned silence hung in the air, broken only by the constant hum of traffic and distant casino music. Then, the whispers started. Phones were raised. A man pointed a shaking finger at Jacob and said, "It's the Joker. They must be filming a Batman movie." Another scoffed. "Really? I don't see any cameras." Three brave, or foolish, girls skipped over to Jacob. "Can we take a picture with you?" one asked. Jacob flashed them a smile. "Sure." He threw his arms around two of them, posing as their friend snapped the photos before they scurried away, giggling hysterically. Jacob's eyes scanned the crowd of tourists, gamblers, and revelers. An idea bloomed in his mind. "Since we are in Vegas," he thought, his smirk widening, "let's give these people a show." With a ground-shaking roar, Dmitri grabbed a parked sedan and hurled it at Jacob. Jacob didn't even flinch. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a stream of searing dragon fire. The car exploded mid-air, a fireball lighting up the street as molten metal rained down like fiery confetti. The crowd, now thinking this was the greatest street performance they'd ever seen, erupted in cheers. A woman nudged her boyfriend. "The CGI is amazing." "Are you stupid?" he retorted. "That's not CGI, that's a real car. Do you even know what CGI means?" "My car." A man wailed from the sidewalk. Enraged, Dmitri picked up another SUV and sent it flying toward Jacob. This time, Jacob simply kicked the vehicle, sending it rocketing back toward the Minotaur faster than it had come. It slammed into his chest, flattening him against the wall of a casino. Dmitri freed himself with a bellow of pure fury, tearing a lamppost from the concrete and swinging it like a colossal club. Jacob caught the blow with one arm, sparks flying where the metal met his scaled forearm. He twisted, wrenched the post from Dmitri's grasp, and used it like a bat to smash Dmitri across the jaw. As the Minotaur staggered, dazed, Jacob seized his remaining horn and delivered 3 brutal punches to his head before releasing him and delivering a final kick that sent him crashing hard into a building. A few drunk tourists stumbled out of a nearby bar just in time to see the monster embedded in the crumbling wall. "Yo, bro." One of them laughed, stumbling forward with his phone. "That costume is sick. Is this, like, a movie shoot or something?" The man walked right up to Dmitri's motionless body and raised his phone for a selfie. The Minotaur stirred, blood dripping from his mouth, and his glowing red eyes snapped open. Jacob saw it and cursed. Damn it. It's too late to save him now. The drunk man barely had time to scream. Dmitri's hand shot out, grabbing him by the torso, and with a sickening tear, he ripped the man clean in half. The 2 pieces of the corpse hit the ground with a wet thud, blood splattering across the sidewalk. Jacob sighed. That guy was unfortunate. The drunk man's friends, and the entire watching crowd, froze. The illusion shattered. This was no movie shoot. This was a nightmare. A single, piercing scream cut through the air, and then the street erupted into chaos. People scattered in all directions, trampling over one another in a blind panic. Cars swerved and crashed into each other, some drivers abandoned their vehicles entirely and fled on foot. Jacob's grin faded and thought. Well, that escalated quickly. These people are going to need some serious therapy after tonight. In the distance, sirens wailed. Police cruisers screeched to a halt, blocking both ends of the street. Officers leapt out, guns drawn, shouting for everyone to get down. They took one look at the monstrous Minotaur and opened fire on him and Jacob. Bullets tore through the air. They ricocheted off Jacob harmlessly, flattening against the scales hidden beneath his clothes. But Dmitri wasn't so lucky. Rounds punched through his thick hide, drawing fresh streams of blood and fueling his rage. Enraged and in pain, the Minotaur turned toward the nearest group of officers. He charged, his one remaining horn lowered like a spear, ready to gore and trample them. But Jacob was suddenly there, an immovable wall between the raging beast and the terrified cops. "All right," he said, his voice dropping to a cold, deadly calm. "I can't let you kill anyone else. Time to end this." He inhaled, and the air around him shimmered with intense heat. Then his mouth opened, and he unleashed his dragon's breath. The cone of hot flame engulfed Dmitri completely. The Minotaur's agonized roar was cut short as the inferno consumed him. Flesh and fur vaporized. Bones blackened and crumbled to ash. In moments, nothing was left but a sizzling, molten scar on the asphalt where the beast had stood. Jacob exhaled softly, a wisp of steam curling from his lips as he turned to face the police officers behind him. The officers panicked. One of them, a woman with wide, terrified eyes, raised her service weapon and fired. The bullet ricocheted off Jacob's chest with a sharp ping. He smiled, a cold, unsettling expression. "That's rude. I just saved your lives." He stepped closer. He gently touched her chin with a clawed finger, forcing her to meet his glowing golden eyes. "By the way," he murmured, "do you want to know how I got these scars on my face?" The gun clattered to the pavement as the officer began to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Jacob heard Allison's voice in his head. "Stop molesting the poor woman and let's go. It's time we left Vegas, especially after the shit you just pulled, you idiot." Jacob let go of the woman and replied telepathically. "What did I do this time? You could have killed that bull guy in front of the auction building." Allison shot back. "That way, that man who got torn apart would still be alive, and this chaos wouldn't have happened." Jacob shrugged. "That's not my fault. Who told that guy to try and take a selfie with a Minotaur? I mean, couldn't he see it was a real monster?" Jacob used his super speed and vanished from the street. The cop spun around, searching in vain for the clown who had simply disappeared. Jacob reappeared in a shadowy alley where Allison was waiting. He kissed her, and said, "Where's Lydia and Cogman?" "They're still near the auction ruins with the people we saved from the auction," she replied. "Let's go get them and leave," Jacob said. They used their super speed, becoming blurs as they raced back to the outskirts of the city where Lydia, Cogman, and the freed captives were gathered. When they arrived, Jacob looked over the huddled group of freed captives. After a brief internal struggle, he sighed dramatically. "You should all know that what I'm about to do is really going to hurt me." Everyone except Allison, Lydia, and Cogman visibly panicked, shrinking back. Lydia raised a brow. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to give them some money," Jacob said. He reached into his pocket dimension and withdrew stacks of cash totaling $30 million. "George," he said, addressing the alpha werewolf, "you take $2 million for yourself and your family. Except for the 2 FBI agents, give the rest $1 million each." He handed the massive sum to George, who began distributing it. After the money was handed out, Jacob clapped his hands together. "All right, time for us to go. You guys should leave this city as soon as possible and lay low. The people behind the auction house are seriously scary, with connections everywhere. Make sure you don't get caught again." He then turned to the 2 FBI agents. "One of you, give me your phone. I'll write down 3 addresses for auctions like this one here in the States. Take them to your superiors and tell them what you saw. But, they'll probably tell you to forget everything that happened tonight." The female agent handed her phone to Jacob without hesitation. "They probably will," she said. "But if they allow us to go after those auctions, I'll do everything in my power to destroy them." Jacob finished typing and handed the phone back. "Don't go after those people if you want to live long. As humans, you stand no chance against them." He showed her his hand, where fine, reptilian scales glinted in the light. "And don't bother trying to get my fingerprints to find out who I am. I have no prints." The female agent offered a small, respectful smile. "I wouldn't do that even if you left prints." She deliberately wiped the phone on her sleeve. "See? I have no intention of knowing who you are. You're a good person, and in the scary world we just learned about tonight, we need people like you." She pocketed the phone and added, "And as for us being weak humans, George is going to fix that." Allison looked at the alpha werewolf. Are you going to give them the bite? Did you tell them the risks? I did. George said firmly. They still insisted. I will teach them how to control themselves. Then good luck. Jacob said. Now, it's definitely time for us to leave. With that, Jacob, Lydia, Allison, and Cogman departed. They slipped into a dark alley, and after Cogman confirmed no cameras were present, their nanomasks shimmered, shifting their appearances to the random faces they had used upon arriving in Vegas. They melted into the crowds on the street, returned to their hotel, checked out, and began the long drive back to Beacon Hills. In the car, Allison turned to Jacob. By the way, what was the woman you fought on the 6th floor? Jacob kept his eyes on the road. She was a Gorgon. Lydia said. A Gorgon. Was she dangerous? Nope, not at all. Jacob said a little too quickly. I dealt with her with ease. Allison narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing. Why do I feel like you're lying? I'm not lying. She was weak, he said, clearing his throat. Anyways, this trip was fun and now we're so rich. I still have 130 million in cash in my pocket dimension, and we'll see how much is on the bank cards after Cogman makes all the money ours. Allison asked. Do you think what you did tonight will be on the news tomorrow? I mean, you fighting a minotaur in front of all those people. Probably not. Jacob mused. The higher-ups in the government wouldn't let that happen. They wouldn't want the supernatural world exposed and cause a